So, you want to be a star. You want the heat of the spotlight, the world's gaze cast your way. Well, my friends, you've come to the right place. This is the tournament where stars are born. 28 enter and only 7 leave. Those 7 are backstabbing ninjas. This is the Broadway of the diplomacy world. The place that takes center stage, where you can make a name for yourself. Certitude, decisiveness, guile, and combativeness are the only words in their script. Everybody who's anybody has played this game, but only a few, however, leave. The 2024 DBN Invitational Semifinals Weekend.
February fever is here. It's the semifinal weekend of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. After defeating 359 other players across 18 face-to-face, extended deadline, and virtual face-to-face tournaments and leagues, our top 28 players of the season have just 2 chances to qualify for the 2024 DBN Invitational Championship game. The pressure will either break you or forge you into something greater. 2024 DBN Invitational starts right now. Like to welcome into the broadcast booth 2 of our expert analysts. First up, we have Marcus Zylstra and Andrew Zick. Marcus, you have some familiarity with this event before.
Yep, I was one of the Super 7 in the very first DBNI way back in 2021. Peter McNamara beat me to the championship.
That was a lot of fun. We had no idea what we were doing back then. Glad we still get to do it today. Andrew, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Most of my experience started during the pandemic with Gumboat and Speedboat. Won a couple of competitions in those. Now I've somehow ended up running the Nexus Press League, and then slowly getting into the face-to-face scene, which has been quite enjoyable.
And I am very grateful to have you all. And some other names I'd like to shout out really quickly. Kevin O'Kelly is producing behind the scenes. He's been hard at work all weekend and will continue to do so. We've got several GMs that I'd like to thank as well. We would not be able to have these games without our GMs, Dave Maletsky, Steve Hogue, and Sabi Ahuja. We also want to thank Hal Schild for his awesome videos that he's created for each of us this weekend, helping us build the hype for this big event. But most of all, I'd like to thank you all for watching Gameday Live's coverage of the 2024 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, particularly to those of you who are watching us live right now and participating in Dip Chat here on the DBN YouTube channel during today's broadcast. The diplomacy community features the best combination of competition and camaraderie of any group that I've ever had the opportunity to be a part of. Dip Chat is one of the highlights of our live broadcasts. Gameday Live would not be the same without it. Thank you all for participating. So to get things started, I'd like to introduce what is the DBN Invitational. We began this concept during the pandemic era in 2020. We were all stuck at home, had nothing better to do than to play lots and lots of diplomacy. And a group of us, Brian Prevel, myself, Zachary Moore, and Brandon Fogel, put our heads together and say, hey, wouldn't it be fun to take all the winners of these events and put them head to head and see what happened if they played each other. The first event was great success. Besides Marcus's disappointment, but it was a fantastic success, and we decided to do it again. And this is our 4th year. We couldn't be happier to be doing it. Some of the absolute best games that I have ever seen have been played right here in these events. I'm expecting to see more of that today. So the DBN Invitational is a multi-format event. So we have players from the extended deadline, also known as online or press diplomacy, face-to-face, and the new style that was invented during the pandemic, virtual face-to-face. We take qualifying events, we take those winners, we take participants, give them a score. The top 28 players are invited to participate in the Invitational, and that's what we get to see this weekend. So in the 2023-24 season, we had 359 players participate in the season across 302 total games. We had 26 countries represented from 5 continents. We had 18 events. The top 28 moved on. We can see 27% of our games were virtual face-to-face, 22% were extended deadline, and 50% of our events were in-person face-to-face. One of the things I like to do is at the end of every season, take a quick look at how our power stats are shaking out. And what you see on screen here on your left is the overall for every season that we've ever had, what is the top share? So this represents what percent of time this power has either topped their board or shared their board, what percentage of the top that power has had. So historically, Austria has had 12% in this season. Is on the right-hand column. They have also had 12%. England is 17%, down a little bit this year at 15%. France at 19% continues to be a dominant power. Germany has had a bit of an uptick this season, 15% as compared to the average of 12. Italy is not having a great year at 9%. Russia also down from the overall average. Turkey taking its place, moving up to 16%. So I want to give both of y'all a chance to take a look at this. What stands out to you from what you're looking at on these statistics?
Well, I'll jump in first on this. I think possibly the thing that stands out most to me is that low Italian score, right? You're going to look at that and you're going to think, Italy's not going to be a good country. You know, the person who selects Italy might be on the outs immediately. That is very much not what happens at the highest level of play, especially in these DBNI events. We've seen in the past people like Peter McNamara take it to the victory. So I think we'll see the reverse story to what we're seeing here in the games tonight.
Certainly. I'm personally very interested in the Turkish numbers and if that will have any effect on the Paris method selections. Because it looks a little bit high, but when you get on that top board, I think it's much more about the people than the placements and the positions, right? And so I'm like, maybe someone will be willing to drop down for a Turkey? Get a little bit weird.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that we do have like France, for example, standing out at 19% overall, relatively speaking, these powers are extremely balanced. And I completely agree with your analysis, Andrew. At the end of the day, this probably comes down to who you're playing with rather than what power you're playing with in most cases. All right, well, let's take a quick look now at our DBN Invitational itself. Marcus, can you walk us through what is this event structure like?
Certainly. So we have 28 of the world's best players coming into this event. We're going to have to narrow that down to 7 players into the championship game. We're doing that in 2 rounds initially. So first we have this first chance stage where all of those players are going to get to play in 1 game each. So that makes 4 games overall. Only 1 person from each of those games is going to progress. That is the person who gets the most centers on that board. By 1915, I believe is the end date. The people who top those boards will go straight through to the championship game. The people who do not top those boards, 3 of them will be eliminated immediately, the bottom 3 seeds on DBNI score from the rest of the season. The rest of them are going to go through into the last chance stage where they'll have one last chance, one last game to get onto that championship board. They need to top that board or they're not making it. We also have Paris method, which is going to be used to select the countries in these stages. Paris method, you will probably be very familiar with. It's if you watch DBN a lot. The idea of it is it gives players who have done well in the past the opportunity to select where in the power selection order they're going to choose their powers. And that's actually really important. You might think from the outset, well, I want to choose my power first because then I get the most choice. But actually, there's a very big incentive to going later in the order because you get to see where other people are. And also, if you're later in that power order and you end up on a tie at the end of 1915, or when the draw is called, then you will win the tiebreak against everyone who picked before you. So that's going to probably become a very important thing in these Paris method power selections.
Yeah, it's particularly important because these games do have a known end date. So we know that no game will go past 1915, which allows players to kind of plan their strategy. And those players who are picking low will have an advantage when it comes to the tiebreaker. People who pick first will have to have a higher center count than everyone else. Andrew, you've got some experience with Paris method, correct?
Yeah, a decent amount, having just and currently playing in the Olympus online extended deadline tournament. I had the pleasure of ending up 5th in Paris method. I'd like to think it worked out decently. I got Russia, and no complaints about that for me. Yeah.
And one thing that is of note to our viewers, a new rule that we've added for this season, you can pick any power that you want in the first chance stage, but in the last chance stage, you can't pick the same power twice. So that will be going through the minds of some of our powers. So if you pick France your first game, you won't be able to in your last chance game. So be something to keep an eye on to see if that makes any difference in the strategies that our players use. All right. Well, speaking of strategies, Marcus, I'm going to go to you first. We've got 4 games coming up this weekend. First chance round 1, board 1 and 2. That was played yesterday. First chance round 2 is going on right now, boards 1 and 2. Marcus, can you set up a storyline that you're going to be watching for this broadcast?
Yeah, so on that round 1, board 1 that we're getting, I'm going to be really watching for Ed Sullivan's performance because he's someone who has proved himself as a really, really solid player, really great results overall, won Regatta this year, but he didn't actually... He hasn't picked up anything like a DBNI victory or a World Championship victory, even though he seems very, very capable of doing so. I think he's going to be hungry for that. And second, on that round 1, board 1 board, I think there's going to be some dynamic of overdogs versus underdogs. We've got Peter McNamara there, who is a top player, someone who's won the DBNI before, and we've got Matthew Tatonci, who is someone who's very much a dark horse of the tournament coming in. He very nearly took the VDL championship and tied with Peter McNamara on center count with that. I think we're going to see a rematch of that here.
Yeah, watch out for Matthew Tatonci. He is definitely one of my dark horse picks for this event. Coming primarily from an extended deadline initially, has been picking up more and more reps in virtual play and was extremely impressive in the Virtual Diplomacy League championship game. Definitely coming in with some momentum. Andrew, can you talk to us about round 1, board 2?
Sure thing. So I think the first thing, the most important thing to know is Matthew Krill's consistency. And I just think sustained results. He's really just been a beacon of reliability and getting a good score and seemingly getting a bunch of allies from what I was digging through in the data. The only person that can even seem to match his consistency is Chris Brand, who, as I looked at a lot of the boards, also seemed to end up maybe having a little bit of an edge over him. I might as well throw Karthik's name also in the list of people that can just do well and consistently have done well. And I'm really interested to see if one of those 3 ends up with the odd one out somehow. But as far as surprises go, Doug Malloy kind of intrigues me. Not a lot of data to look at, but one of the games was named Peace, and that seems like a classic underselling, setting people up to underestimate you. So I want to see how he does here.
Yeah, Doug Millot coming in primarily on the strength of his performance in extended deadline play, which means we've not seen Doug very often on DBN. So really looking forward to seeing how he performs. All right, Marcus, this is the big one. Talk to us about First Chance Round 2, Board 1.
Exactly. This board, I'm looking at the lineup now, and I'm thinking, this could be a finals lineup for the DBNI. It's insane the amount of strength we've got here. We've got Brandon Fogel, we've got Riaz Virani, both of whom were in the DBNI final last year. Brandon won it, so he is the defending champion. Riaz came very, very close to pipping at the post. And then we have Jamal Blackerly, who was relatively unknown outside of Australia at the beginning of this year. Very much not the case anymore. He won the World Championship in Bangkok over Brandon again. And he's gone on to win the Virtual Diplomacy Championship as well. Absolute clash of titans, this match. And I'm talking so much about these people. There's also like Bradley Grace and Nicolas Taillet. Absolutely incredible players who just get a little bit overshadowed on this board by how many world champions and such like there are here.
Yeah, this game is a powerhouse. I think that if this type of game will either be one of the best that you ever see, or it's going to be a giant snooze fest. I am keeping my fingers crossed that we see some fireworks in this particular game. Andrew, to round it out, I mean, we're hyping that other one up, but this next board, round 2, board 2, also has some tremendous talent on it.
Yeah, if board 3 doesn't deliver the knockout punch, I think the stackedness of board 4 will. I mean, Collis, Saren, I've not encountered Delta, but seems to be excellent, and the single-digit seeds, right, as well, 3 of them, incredible. I think it's obvious to say that I'm looking at the Brits to kind of just one of the two to just end up with it. But my secret surprise here is going to be Andrew Koch, who excellent extended deadline player, won the last tournament, the press tournament, actually. I think everybody should know that. Like that's not easy.
No,
it's not easy at all. I'm talking about things that just claim people left and right. And I also had the pleasure of meeting him at Cascadia, where I don't think he put on his best performance, but I'm excited to see what he's learned from that, for sure.
All right. Well, it is time for us to move on to put our money where our mouth is. We're going to make some predictions here. So I'm going to go to each of you. And Marcus, I'm going to let you pick first for your board. And then I'm going to let Andrew pick. Who's your pick for round 1, board 1?
I think even with Peter McNamara on this board, I think it would be tough for me to pick anyone but Ed Sullivan here. The board seems set up so well for him to do well. There's people like Cedric Williams on it, who he's got an extensive history with in extended deadline. And of course, there's going to be that rivalry between Peter and Matthew there. So I think this will be Ed's one to win.
Andrew, what about you?
Can't count Ed out. I really think I got to double down on him. Especially, I think he's due. As much as someone like Ed Sullivan can be due, I think he might actually finally be due.
Well, I'm going with the dark horse. I'm picking Matthew Tatanchi in this. I'm going to predict that the other players cancel each other out and swing for the fences a little bit here in my predictions and pick the underdog. All right. Well, next up, we've got round 1, board 2. Who is your pick, Andrew?
I think I kind of gave it away in the highlight, in the preview. I think I'm going to go with Chris Brand. I think that like the consistency of Matthew Krill might draw a little too much attention, like I was saying, from the other people that are just that good on this board. And people might just forget that Chris Brand's just as good as the rest of them. And I think he just ekes out a little bit at the end there.
Yeah, I can't argue with that really, but I will. I think Chris Brand is an excellent pick here, but I'm gonna go and keep selecting first seeds here and say Matt Krill, you can't count him out of anything. He's an incredible player, and he's very, very good at getting that target off his back coming into a game. He's good at making you feel at ease, and I think that will take him through here.
Yeah, I will cover my bases and also stick with the safe pick here, picking Krill as well for that board. Next up, we've got the Clash of Titans there. Who do you like in this game, Marcus?
Oh boy, do I have to pick someone? That's so hard. I think Riaz Varane is probably the best bet to go through here. I think he's just really good at this kind of game with all of these huge personalities and players, and just making sure he has a solid ally who he can beat at the very end. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Nicolas Taillet come in and manage to take advantage of all of the big players being there.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Jamal Barkley. I was really impressed just getting to meet him and just talk with him at Cascadia. Definitely not intimidated that he wore the world champion boxing shorts the first day, right? But there's something special there. I think he just, the magic happens and the winds swirl and he comes out on top.
Confidence is not something that Jamal Barkley is lacking by any means. I'm going to go with Bradley Grace. Bradley, here he is, number 3 seed overall, and just nobody talking about him at all. Similar kind of thought with round 1, board 1. I think Bradley's got the potential to kind of take advantage of other players canceling each other out. But honestly, I think I could just close my eyes, throw a dart, and have just as good odds at picking this board. There's not a single player on this board that does not have a chance to win this game. Similar on our final one, Andrew, round 2, board 2.
Yeah, it's my turn to be boring, but I'm going to try to make it interesting. I brought some props with me today. Proper way to heat tea. An excellent selection. Where's the camera? There he is. And it's warm and ready to go because I do believe that McCallus is going to take this home. No offense to Saren. I think he has the edge here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to say anyone but one of the Brits will take this because the Brits are all, not only are they very strong players, they're also all very good at working together in my experience, which I think could take them through. If it's not one of the Brits, I think, which I'll take the risky bet here and say maybe it won't be. I'd put my money on Sahugate. You can never count him out of anything. He's an absolute professional at top boards and can take advantage of even the slightest crack.
Sahugate is one of the best top board performers that I have ever seen play this game. He is a multi-format world champion, and he would be my pick to come out ahead on this game. He just always seems to find a way. So we will find out. All right, well, all of that done. Let's make some final predictions here. Who wins the 2024 DBN Invitational?
I'll go first. I'll go with Riaz Varane. I think it's a very easy thing to say because I've said that he'll win that board of Titans. I think he has the capability of doing that, and I think he absolutely has the capability to take the championship game as well. He is just such a fantastic player.
I think in the spirit of February fever, which comes right before March Madness, I'm going to pick Jamal, as in whoever can survive the gauntlet, the fire, the cauldron, the heat, is going to come out forged and strong enough to slice through the rest of the competition.
All right, both of you picking from that same board, round 2, board 1. I am going to go the opposite route because I have no idea who's going to win that game. I'm going to pick a player that is on a completely different board. I am going to pick Ed Sullivan. I think this is Ed's chance. I think he's going to be hungry. He's been working all year to prepare for this. I don't know that he's going to win this round. I think he's going to win in the last chance and come out on top ultimately. We'll find out. If you've got predictions of your own, go ahead and put them in comments. If you're live right now, put them in the comments for the show. If you want to get it ahead of the, yes, thank you, Ed. If you want to get it ahead of the championship game next weekend. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our coverage of these games. This concludes our pregame coverage. Before we get to our games, though, I do want to ask you, if you are enjoying this coverage, if you'll go ahead and give this video a like, click the like button, subscribe to the show, put in a comment. All those things do help us, help the algorithm match players up with other people with similar interests, helps to grow the hobby, which is one of the primary purposes of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. All right. What do you say we get to our games? Go ahead and transition us over to round one, board one. Here we go. All right, so for round one, board one, our players are Ed Sullivan, Peter McNamara, Jason Bennett, Ruben Sanchez, Cedric Williams, Matthew Tatanchi, and Zachary Moore. We've just heard our predictions. We've heard some storylines. I'm going to just go to you, Marcus, one more time. What are the two main things you're going to be watching for in this game?
So, yeah, as mentioned before, Ed Sullivan going for that big win. I'm very interested to see whether he can pull it off. He's definitely capable. We just got to see if he can make his way past all of these excellent players. And the other big storyline is going to be that rematch of the VDL final between Peter McNamara and Matthew Tatanchi. Both of them lost in that game to Michalis Kamaritis, but they lost on the tiebreak. And they were right next to each other as well. So if they draw next to each other in this game, I think we'll see some similar situations coming up.
All right, well, we're going to do some quick predictions here around the Paris method. I'm going to have you each make one prediction. I didn't brief you on this. Doesn't matter which one. Marcus, you studied this board the most, so I'll go to you first. What is one prediction that you think a player will make for their power selection?
Should I take the easy one or should I take the harder one? I'll go with the harder one. I think Peter McNamara is going to pick Italy. I think that he's relatively confident with that country. He's not right at the top of the seeding here, so he might not be able to insta-lock that France. And I think Italy will be his next best pick there.
All right, Andrew, I'll give you one as well.
I think harder. Maybe I think Ed's going to end up with France. I think having recently murdered his Austria, I think he's going to try to avoid the South, and I believe that will result in success, as predicted.
All right. Well, one of the things I'm going to be watching for Ed Sullivan, his overall performance, he is absolutely one of the best players to have ever played in the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. Past few months, though, has been kind of in a slump. So for him to come out on top, he's going to have to overcome that recent performance. And then the opposite of that, Matthew Tatanchi coming in hot. Let's get to our Paris method, see how our power selection shakes out.
Thanks, Brian. We are on to our last board of the semifinal first chance stage. I'm going to bring the competitors here to the studio. Thanks, Brian. And we are here to start the 2024 DBN Invitational. I am thrilled to be welcoming on the first players we will see in this tournament weekend. Here they are. Congratulations. Excellent job on making the DBNI Invitational. Now it's your spot, your time to stamp your spot in DBN history. We have the highest seeded player on this board, Ed Sullivan. Initial DBN Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara. Number 3 seed in this board, Jason Bennett. Ruben Sanchez, Matthew Tatanchi, DBN's board member, Zach Moore, and Evan Valeris. All right, Evan, finishing as the 7th spot on this board. You have no spot other then number 7. Zach, where would you like to go?
Put me in front, Kevin.
Matthew.
I'll go before Zach.
Ruben.
Before Matthew, please.
All right. Jason.
Before Ruben, please.
Or Ruben. Peter.
I go between Ruben and Matthew.
Between Ruben and Matthew. Let's see if I got that.
No.
No, didn't think I got it. All right. We'll go. All right. We'll get the hang of this. Ruben goes to where's Ruben? 3. Jason is at 2. And Ed, where would you like to go?
Kevin, I don't want to confuse you any further. Okay, it's been rough enough for you. People don't even know that this is our second take. It's embarrassing. I'll go before them all.
Before them all, Ed Sullivan is my hero for making me not have to change that again. But Ed, now you have to make a quick choice. Where would you like to play?
What, I don't get Matthew Tatanchi time here?
Nope.
What do I do? What? I don't know. I think I'll pick France. How about that?
Jason.
I'll go with Italy.
Jason goes Italy. Ruben.
I will go with England.
England. Peter.
Hold on. I'll take Austria.
Peter will take Austria. Matthew.
I'll take Russia.
Russia. Zach.
Give me Germany.
Zach takes Germany. And Evan, that leaves you with
France.
Exactly.
Turkey. It is for Evan. So we have the board all set up. Congratulations again and best of luck.
All right, so we got some of our predictions correct. We had France going to Ed Sullivan. Peter McNamara taking Austria is the big surprise for me. I'm going to go to you on this one, Marcus. Can you kind of give your insight as to why you think that may have happened?
Yeah, I'm massively surprised. I mean, I saw him drop so many places, right? I was immediately saying, I'm like, okay, he's not going to get Italy because I think someone higher than that would take Italy. And we saw Italy get picked second, in fact. He must have just felt comfortable about the neighbors. That's all I can say on that one. Maybe he thinks it takes the target off of his back a little bit if he's in a slightly weaker nation as well. Although it's not that weak of a nation, he's still going to be able to do well with it.
Andrew, anything stand out to you?
I mean, besides the Italian job, I think maybe I'm interested if he wanted to work with Jason even after seeing Italy get picked up. Like, that seems like a pretty deliberate alliance.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be watching for. I assume by that choice, he was choosing a player over a power. And he either was trying to stay away from someone or trying to encourage someone to work with them. So definitely curious to see how that plays out. I did want to call out a couple things. One, we've got Cedric was replaced by Evan Balearis. Cedric was unable to participate. So Evan was one of our alternates. And I do want to shout out all of our alternates. Every single Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational that we've had have been a critical part of making this event take place. Life happens, technical stuff happens, so we've always had needs of alternates to come and fill in some spots, so we're really grateful for Evan doing that. And I'd also like to mention, running across the bottom of the screen, you're going to see some player names along with some percentages. We did a poll on our YouTube channel, and our audience made some predictions of their own. So what you're seeing going across the bottom right now are the audience's predictions for this game. Overwhelmingly choosing Peter McNamara, former Diplomat of the Year, to win this board with 47% of the overall votes, beating out number 2, Ed Sullivan, and number 3, all of the other players that were listed, Cedric, Matthew Tatancio, or Zachary Moore. Don't think any of us were in agreement with that, so we'll find out. Are our analysts or are our audience more correct on these picks? That's enough chatting, though. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at our players. Coming on screen right now. And we've got our first game is being named after every single year for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. We have tried to name our boards after the greats who have come before us. We would not be here. Diplomacy Broadcast Network would not be here without riding on the shoulders of the people who came before us. So this particular board, we are naming after Douglas Kent. Doug Kent is he's a pivotal figure in the diplomacy gaming world. He started as publishing manager in 1993. He rose to editor by 1995, skillfully guiding the flagship publication of the diplomacy hobby, Diplomacy World, into its digital age. His return in 2007 marked a significant shift as he led the magazine's transition to a digital-only format. Kent's vision has consistently aligned with the magazine's founding mission to unify the diplomacy community, bridging the divide between the different playing formats and geographies. Today, he continues to champion this cause, connecting players worldwide through engaging content. Doug Kent's deep commitment and innovative approach have solidified his role as a key architect in the enduring legacy of Diplomacy World and the broader diplomacy gaming community as a whole. Many of us have read Diplomacy World. It is the flagship publication for the diplomacy hobby. This would not happen without Doug Kent, and for that we're extremely grateful and honored to be able to recognize Doug for this game. All right, let's get to our moves. First up, we have first chance, round 1, board 1, spring 1901. The 2024 DBN Invitational is officially underway.
Okay, well, let's have a look in the West here then. We've got pretty standard openings from 2 of the 3 powers that I'm looking at around the lowlands. England going with the most standard one, Germany going with the most standard one. That French opening from Ed is very interesting, moving up to Picardy, holding in Marseille, making sure to not annoy anyone at all, just keeping Burgundy open, keeping the English Channel open.
Yeah, that looks like classic Ed. Don't worry about me. Everything's going to be just fine. In the East, I'm not sure everything is going to be just fine for Austria. That's certainly, the one Italian opening you probably don't want to see besides walking straight into Trieste. The rest is mostly pretty standard. I think I'm just curious to see what develops after seeing that the Italian has done this.
Yeah, I'd agree. Peter must be regretting that Austria pick immediately after seeing this, but he is the kind of player who can claw it back, and this is only one turn in.
Yeah, a lot of game to play. These games go to 1915. Peter McNamara probably hoping he can survive that long at this point in the game. In my experience, early conflict between Italy and Austria can be a little bit risky for both powers. So Jason taking a little bit of a risky play if he does decide to continue on with the attack. Let's take a look in the following turn. If that continues, no, it does not.
Okay, well, I'll take a look at the West first here then. We've got no bounce in Sweden, which is pretty expected at this point. Just no one being particularly aggressive there. But there is a declaration of an alliance here, which is the support into Belgium that Zach gives Ed. that's not a good sign for England at all, especially considering they convoyed. They were probably expecting some support there.
Yeah, in the meantime, it looks like all the trust has filtered down to the south. That's certainly an impressive kind of restraint from Italy, not to just go ahead and start collapsing Austria. But then Turkey have been taking some interesting hedges against Russia here. I'm curious how much there's going to be RT versus. I want to see what happens.
We have Ben Kelman, who was working on the sideline, taking some notes for us. We unfortunately didn't have enough players to be able to get video recordings like we typically do, but Ben was hard at work taking some notes. He said that Peter grabbed Jason right away. He had a very measured conversation. He said both of the players speak in calm voices, and this continued in this particular conversation. Basically, they discussed that Jason said, Peter, he will hold, and Peter floats the idea that Jason should take Trieste, put down 2 fleets, and go west, but Jason avoided answering that question. So spring of winter of 1901, we've got Ed Sullivan going up +3. We've got Zachary Moore +2, Ruben Sanchez at 1, Matthew Tatanci at 2, Jason Bennett 1, Peter McNamara at 2, Evan Bolaris at 1. Marcus, what are you expecting? Any standout adjustments you're going to be keeping an eye on?
Well, I think we're certainly going to see a fleet in Smyrna. That could, after the move to Constantinople, I think it could set up an RT. Be looking at that part of the board very intensely. I am also very much wondering what the Italian, maybe not so much what the build will be, but what the direction of that build will be after the build comes in.
Well, in winter of 1901, we do get double fleets from Ed Sullivan in France, building in Brest and Marseille. We've got the Northern Army build in St. Pete by Matthew Tatanci, and everything else pretty typical. Spring of 1902.
Well, I'd say there's a very interesting thing happening in the West here, which is the moment I saw that Army St. Petersburg, I was a little bit nervous for England on them keeping Norway in the first place. But it is better than a fleet, of course, for them. But this is much better than I would have expected anyway. Moving to Livonia, supporting England into Skagerrak, generally positioning to get rid of this Germany-France, or to counter this Germany-France threat by propping England up. I think Ruben's going to be incredibly happy about that, especially since everything is pivoting up north towards him.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the move to Silesia, given it looks like Russia's maybe not like friendly, but there's not a lot of support for that. And maybe he thought there was some kind of like an opportunity for a sea line. I'm not sure. I'm curious about that. In the south, that's a non-decision from Italy, in my opinion, which is fine. That's how Italy can certainly be played to great success. But I'm not convinced anybody's really made an ally yet. And it looks like it won't be a detriment, at least so far, because the north is certainly not settled.
Yeah, I'd go ahead and say that Cilicia possibly was trying to bounce Warsaw if he saw this coming. But yeah, because I don't really see what it could gain either. It's going to be something interesting to watch.
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, Ruben Sanchez, I think, is a player that does not get enough recognition. Ruben has consistently played extremely well in very high-level, high-profile games, including last year's DBN Invitational Super 7. So I am not surprised at all to see that Ruben is able to find his way out of what was initially looking like a potentially rough situation, or at least set things up so that he's got an opportunity. Between Zach and Matthew Tatanci, Ben said that Zach offered to support Russia to Skag, but Matt declined that after a long pause. Matt told Zach that Warsaw was going to Galicia. And then Matt's buying time to figure out about what's going on in the East. He said he can't take Norway right now. So basically, they just kind of talked back and forth about Scandinavia. Neither of them were very committal. Matt said he would not promise anything to Zach other than the Warsaw to Galicia move, which did happen. So the question is, was Zachary Moore taking advantage of this information that he knew? Did he think that he was going to get through and maybe have an opening, or is there some other plan that Zach has in mind?
Well, it seems that other plan that Zach has in mind is getting bounced out of pressure, which isn't the best thing that could happen with that unit, but at least it was keeping Warsaw from going there. Up in the north, we also have Skagerrak heading down, managing to take Denmark, and Denmark actually coming off the board, which is an interesting one. And elsewhere, Ed Sullivan is managing to make some progress, but also just donates Belgium to Zach. So going to be interesting to see what Zach does with that build.
Yeah, that feels like a very forward-looking move to give Belgium over. Munich cutting Tyrolia is not what I would have put in the cards here. I think it's also very forward-looking and delaying any kind of resolution of the South, especially with the move to Black Sea. It looks like there could have been some strong IT dealings here that got nullified immediately. But like, why? Like what is it? What does it do? Ultimately, you're helping Russia, who you made mad. Like, is it conciliatory? Are you trying to make amends? All in all, I think I'm actually most interested in what Matt T is going to get out of this. I think he's, oddly enough, in a decent position to maybe bargain back Turkey on side, or even Austria here very easily.
Yeah, another very quick thing to mention here is, in fact, I was going to say Romania didn't retreat up to Ukraine, but Ukraine didn't get into Galicia anyway, so it wasn't an option. It's certainly going to be interesting to see if this AT sticks together that's happening right now, because I don't usually count Peter McNamara as someone who would like to be in Austria in an AT. He tends to like to have a bit more power than that.
But I think Peter McNamara would prefer to be in an AT when he's got Italian fleets in Adriatic and army in Tyrolia and Venice.
Absolutely.
Some information from the sideline. Zach said he was supposed to be in Kiel to defend Denmark, but he didn't get his orders in. And Ed was not happy at all about Zach's set of orders. They kind of had some words, and Zach was saying, hey, they were provisional orders. I forgot to change them. They talked back and forth, made some big plans about taking the Channel and going to in North Sea. Zach would get Belgium, and then at the last minute, they changed in order to account for a potential North Sea retreat, which could be very dangerous for them. But after that conversation, our sideline reporters said that it seems like the two of them are pretty committed to each other. So maybe they are not, we're not on the same page, but perhaps setting up to get back onto the same page. And in the East, Evan suggested that he would make an aggressive move on Russia if Jason was willing to go to Adriatic. So that could be an explanation about some of this. Let's find out what happens in the winter. We've got Ruben Sanchez building a fleet in Liverpool, Zachary Moore building fleet Kiel, and we've got Evan Balearis building Army Khan. Moving on to spring of 1903.
Okay, so in the West now we're starting to see Matthew and Zach pulling away from each other, demilitarizing that border there so that they can, both better defend themselves. Definitely a good thing for Matthew here. Elsewhere in the north, Matthew is still propping up the English, supporting hold the fleet in Denmark, but obviously there's not much else he can do there. So Ruben very much on his own still. It is interesting to see that Marseille army being pulled up with support by Ed Sullivan. Is that positioning to take something, or is it just defensive? will be interesting to see there. I'd suspect it would be defensive because why give over Belgium last turn if you're going to stab right now?
Wow, I mean, you can give over Belgium and take it back when it's like, you know, the people are still friendly to you. They remember the previous ruler, and there's a little bit of abdication going on, which with Hongkong topped, defense looks hard. In the south, I'm a little worried about this attack on Russia and what effect it's going to have on just letting Ed run away with the game. And I think the convoy to Albania is some AI understanding that there's a lot of risk here if we just sort of let this get out of control. Let's keep Russia with a possibility of a good result, right? Of topping the board, which means, you know, 4 centers and not 3. I think most of the time it's definitely the reverse hockey stick effect for Russia is in deep effect. That looks like Turkey's going to have some problems in the fall.
Yeah, it does look like Peter and Jason have made up. Sideline chatter seems to indicate that as well. And in the East as well, Evan had apologized to Peter for missing about his build. They were not happy with the army. He said it would have been better if it had been a fleet. And then they agreed, though, that Peter would get Romania and that Evan would go to Ionian as long as Peter would help support him in. So we'll be watching to see if that happens in the fall.
Okay, so in the West here, I'm curious as to what that move from English Channel is. Can we get that up? Or the convoy Picardy to Irish Sea? Oh, okay, so a very clear misorder from Ed Sullivan there. And if he had actually entered the convoy going to Wales, he would have gotten an army onto the English mainland, which would have been huge. This is a real painful misorder. This is assuming that it is actually a misorder and not just Ed trying to keep his armies in position to attack Zach, which it equally could be here. And Zach, of course, going down Holland, as Andrew said, it's very difficult to defend once Heligoland gets blown up here. And Matthew seeming to come down as well to see if he can take a piece of the pie.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think Matt's gonna end up doing not too shabby from this position. E and F are certainly going to be looking to balance each other. I don't think that they resolve their problems anytime soon, and that actually means I think Matt in Russia gets a lot of leeway to just keep things rolling. For Jason in Italy, I don't mind just hitting Austria again, to be honest. I liked maybe collapsing against Turkey, but realistically, once someone else is dead, your odds get better. And that's what this reads like to me. I think it's a reasonable decision.
All right. Well, winter of 1903, we've got some tense negotiations going on. It sounds like the sideline reporters are definitely indicating that it's getting a lot more intense in those conversations, particularly in the East right now. Something to keep an eye on, there was an agreement to DMZ Galicia. So in fall of 1903. So I don't know, I'm assuming that happened after, or it would be a deal for this upcoming turn. So let's find out whether or not Galicia moves out in the following year. Winter of 1903, we've got Ruben putting down a fleet in Eddy, Matthew building an army in Warsaw, and we've got Jason Bennett building in Italy. Peter McNamara sounding the alarm about the Italian problem from Jason Bennett. Spring of 1904. Let's see what happens.
Okay, yeah, I do briefly want to say you don't usually see an England in this good of a position after an FG forms on the very first turn. Need to give huge props to Ruben for that. Unfortunately, he does get the fleet in Holland blown up here. A good guess from Zach on what was going to happen, and good counter to that, I believe. Trying to see exactly what went on, because I think that Denmark support should have got him in.
Round 2.
It was another misclick. Support Belgium to Kiel instead of supporting Holland to Kiel. A very, very painful misorder there. But yeah, Zach will be very thankful that happened. Although, of course, Ed just walks straight in behind him into Belgium, so he's not going to be gaining anything from that unless Ed walks back out again. Ed positioning up into North Atlantic Ocean as well, just getting that line of fleets because he doesn't have the army on the English mainland yet.
Yeah. Ed Sullivan definitely in a good position here. We've got if Ruben had gotten in, I think he would have been in great position to continue taking German dots. And now with Ruben not getting in, he's got the opportunity to continue working with Zachary. So definitely everything coming up Ed in the West. Andrew, what's going on in the East?
I think my biggest question, and I've been loving these little sideline notes, that like it's incredible having this insight into the actual mechanics of the games rather than just sort of thinking and guessing. What's the deal with Romania, right? That looks very intentional to me, and seems like completely planned and mostly understandable because Sev is vulnerable if you've just lied here. So I continue to be like rubbing my hands with anticipation about what Matt's going to pull out of this game, because I think there's a lot of growth to be had for him. EF is going to be locked up. Berlin seems reasonably on the menu, right? Maybe not this year, but next. Galicia didn't get vacated. Just going to put that out there, nor should it have been, in my opinion, right? I see a lot of potential for a lot of Russian growth, especially as I'm going to assume Austria is just going to do everything to not let Italy get anything.
Yeah, I do want to say I agree with you both on this. The two corners, Russia and France, both looking very good at the moment. And I will also say well done to Ed as well on managing to keep this Italian front we haven't talked about demilitarized after Italy did move a fleet into there into Tunis in 1901. It could have been a problem there, but it wasn't.
Yeah, so it looks from our sideline notes like at the West, Zach said his orders are bad. He's not winning. What can he do to help Ed win? So definitely some resignation from one Zachary Moore, and I guess choosing Ed over his other partners. In the East, it really seems like Evan and Jason are doing a lot of communication, and they both really seem to want Peter dead. So no big surprise there, but our sideline does confirm that. And then Matt and Jason seem to be having a lot of conversations, but they, with only 45 seconds left, had not solidified a plan. So Matt and Evan ran out of time on this particular turn. That's something I think that we often forget, or at least I do, sitting on the sideline. The time pressure that comes in games like this is so critical. Managing the clock, managing your communications. It's very often you may not be able to pick the best option because you just simply don't have time to communicate. So perhaps seeing an example here where Evan may not have wanted this result, but because of the time working out the way that it did, may have influenced that behavior. All right, fall of 1904.
Okay, so we do see actually Matthew making the gain in the north here instead of Ruben getting anything. Getting into Berlin, he's really doing quite well out of having propped England up here. And elsewhere, we see Ed moving into Ruhr, presumably to prop up Zach, especially if Zach is now throwing to him. And Ed manages to make progress on the English mainland as well with a fleet in Liverpool. Not as good as an army there, but it's still progress and it's still an extra build. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Absolutely. And I did want to say, as sad as Zach might have been about the outcome of this particular game, I think we have reached the point where you can start to not want to die first, which is also incredibly important if you want to have a second chance. And I think sticking with Ed through and through, Ed doesn't need Munich to top this board, I think, ever. And there's certainly, with Austria going down, not going to be a lot of pressure from the South in the next 2 to 3 years while Ed gets out of control. I think there's an opportunity for him to make sure that he's not the one that dies, and then Austria is, to an extent. Moving on to the rest of the South, that's a very clean slicing of Sev. It's just sort of like there's no more future problems between the two of them. I think it favors Turkey a little much, but with the Berlin pickup, I'm still looking pretty good about this outcome. I think it's a matter of what is the relationship between England and Russia, and when one of them inevitably ends up slightly less likely to top this board, are they willing to help the person that's been with them the whole time, or give it to Ed? That's kind of what I'm seeing here.
I've got a question from Daniel Scott. How do players communicate in these games? Thank you for asking. So the format, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, is a format called virtual face-to-face. The idea is we use similar rules and timing to a face-to-face game, but players sit at the computer, order their orders using a web interface. In our case, we're using Backstabber, and then all negotiations are done in Discord. Each power has a room. So Austria has a room, Italy has a room, and then players can just move between the voice rooms in order to have their negotiations. So it's not the same as face-to-face. You miss that being able to read body language, and it's a little more difficult to multitask. But at the same time, you've got the benefit of always having the board in front of you. So there's a lot of advantages tactically. It's proven to be really successful, and it's a way that we can help bring people from all across the world. We've got players from all over the world on this particular board, and we're really excited to have this new way to play. All right. Well, fall of 1904 is complete. In winter of 1904, we've got Matthew Tatanchi building 2, Evan Bolaris building 2. So our juggernaut starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Ed Sullivan, the counter in the West, picking up 2 as well, and the other Western powers both dropping. Jason Bennett building 1. We'll do some predictions here. Marcus, what are you expecting for Jason's build? And then while you're thinking about that, Andrew, I'll go to you. What are you expecting from Matthew and from Evan?
I think, well, fleets and armies and where you'd expect them. This looks like a perfectly good spot for them to run a juggernaut. Italy at most has 3 fleets, which can somewhat stall out in Ionian, but they've got the curve. They've got an Austria that's going to be willing to stay alive, right? This looks like a perfect time to just say, it's an RT. Whoever ends up, better off in 3 years, well played. I'll keep my eye on you, but they will absolutely both be much better off working together than trying to bargain with an Italy that will almost assuredly scoop up the scraps of whatever fight they get into if they choose to fight.
Yeah, in terms of Jason's build here, I think in this position I would always go for a fleet in Naples. It's tough to argue for another army, given that there might be a juggernaut on the way. And even if you manage to build an alliance with Turkey, and so maybe that fleet isn't necessary for defense, you can very easily just pivot up towards France and go and try and ruin Ed's game.
We'll do some predictions on who we feel like is in the best position to win right now. Andrew, starting with you.
I think Ed, right? Because like Marcus was saying, the only fleet that's going to threaten you is one that's in Naples, and that's certainly not that close. Not to mention the own issues there. I did have half an idea if Matt should maybe build something North Coast here and prop up England further. And that's the only threat I can really see to Ed just sort of slowly moving through, especially with such a popular, friendly, super cool looking, long-haired aficionado in Germany, in Zach Moore.
Yeah, I'm finding it really tough to say, but I think I'd agree that Ed probably has the best shot, not just because he's got a nice position. In fact, I think his position has some holes in it in where the fleets are. I think it's not ideal to have them in Liverpool and Wales right now. But the fact that he's got Zach Moore on side, if the sideliners if our sideline report still stands, is absolutely huge. If you have someone wanting you to win a game, that boosts your chances tremendously. Of course, not a ton that Zach can do for him immediately, but perhaps later on in the game, he can start feeding him more centers.
I am going to pick Matthew Tatanchi in this one. Matthew does not need to have the most centers. He only needs to, if he's in a race with Ed, Ed has to have more centers than everyone else with that first pick. So I think that tiebreaker could become significant. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on to see whether or not Matthew and Jason Bennett work something out. I could see a strong argument for Matthew to try to race a little bit, maybe prop up England. I like that idea a lot, but work with Jason against Evan before Evan starts to run away with this. We've got double armies, Moscow, Warsaw, so no propping up of England if that's going to take place. We've got a fleet and army from Evan in Smyrna and Khan. We've got the predicted fleet in Naples and Army Marseille, fleet Brest from Ed Sullivan. Marcus, what are these adjustments telling you?
I really like the Army Marseille in particular, just making sure that you have something defensive there, but not making it a fleet. Just try and make sure that the alliance with Italy continues, because that's going to be really nice in terms of just being able to do your own thing in the north without interference. I'm trying to think where the other builds were, but I'd be a bit surprised. Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of interesting in that we often see a big Turkey as like a massive threat at this point in the game. If someone's managed to get out of the box, they've got a great chance. And I think Evan's done an amazing job to get here, but those Russian builds, they're very, very scary. I think there's a very good chance that things could collapse in on him here, and he's kind of spread out quite thin with his units.
Yeah, I'm looking at since we had a moment, you brought it back up, I'm looking at the tactics of the situation, and it's an evacuation, right? Serbia to Bulgaria, Bulgaria to Aegean, and saying, hey, Italy, you can come in, but this looks like a good pivot to IR, more so than I expected to see. I think I'm just concerned about time, where this is going to put us at the 1/3 of the way mark, and Ed has made a lot of progress in North with North Sea popping. It's alarm bells here, I think.
Yeah, and I know we're spending some time on this point of the game, but I think it's a pivotal moment. I do feel like we're kind of transitioning out of the early game into the mid game right now. One of the big questions for me, if I were Matthew Tatanchi, is whether or not I want Jason Bennett to collapse, because I don't know that Evan he could build fleets and keep pumping them out, but is he going to be able to get to France to slow him down fast enough? What is Ed Sullivan doing next? Is Ed trying to move on up north, or is he going to try and move down south? It would be a little risky to me strategically to remove that Italian threat from Ed Sullivan. So I'd definitely be tempted to work with Italy in this situation. Spring of 1905.
Okay, so the West is not seeing anything out of the ordinary from what we were expecting. You're again seeing France trying to make progress against this England-Russia alliance, and England-Russia sticking strongly together. What we are seeing here is that Fleet Kiel getting blown up. We're also seeing Ed going ahead and taking Holland, presumably maybe to try and bounce Heligoland out. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes the build, stays there here. And we do see Zach managing to push his army back into Berlin, which is nice. But it means that Warsaw gets into Silesia behind him. And with Silesia, Prussia, Baltic, and something in Kiel, it's going to be very hard to hold those homelands.
Yeah, I mean, great tactics there. Tactics highlight. I saw the Prussia retreat. Do you want to try to do like a brace with supporting yourself in Silesia thing for a moment? But this is much, much cleaner, and also gets rid of that last pesky fleet, at which point England can actually maybe try to hold some kind of a defensive line in North Sea. But it's looking messy. Sevastopol, that doesn't seem great if I'm Russia. And that's the one thing I would have been worried about. And with these moves, I wondered if maybe an organized bounce might have been smart in Sevastopol. You've got what you want in the rest of the Turkish moves, but those are also just purely like Turkey wanted to do that anyway, right? It's if they don't trust Italy enough. And so I would sort of, like we were talking about, it looks like a good opportunity to squeeze and maybe an opportunity that got missed.
Yeah, I think Turkey jumps a lot in my power rankings from this turn. Just fantastic turn getting the army into Sevastopol and getting the army into Bulgaria without getting attacked by Russia.
Yeah, I want to see it in Romania. I want to see Italy and Serbia, and I want to see something that might slow down Ed. Finally, no offense, Ed. I did predict you.
So we've got on the sideline, Matt Tatanchi also is seeing that the upside for Evans Turkey is growing. There's some signs of tension between the two of them. Both of them seem to be talking about wanting to continue doing a juggernaut, but there is definitely some hesitation and some hedging of bets from the two of them, and they're both expressing some concern about each other, especially Matt towards Evan.
Okay, so let me have a look at the West here. We do actually see Ed passing up the opportunity to get into London to take the shot at the empty North Sea. I'm very surprised by that, because North Sea was a very easy thing for England to cover there. They could have gone in from Norwegian, they could have gone in from Heligoland. Excellent guess from Ed, I assume. Being North Sea is probably it's definitely much more valuable than just London on its own right now, especially considering Ed doesn't have any reason to have those builds immediately. There's no one attacking him directly. Germany, a bit more complicated, the situation here. Triple bounce in Munich, which leaves it German, which is nice for Zach. Berlin gets taken off the board, which I believe means that Zach is going to get to build here, which is he's still going to be on two armies there. And England gets knocked out of Kiel. Good coordination from Ed and Zach again there. Knocking England into a really painful position right now.
Yeah. Convoy, that shows a lot of trust. It makes me believe in RT again after sort of in not sure what's going to happen situation. Vienna's a build, and we'll have to see how the other games go, but that doesn't look great for Peter getting a second chance. The moves were there for Italy and Russia. As you can see, the supported idea from Serbia is also kind of interesting. I'm not sure if that looks like a time constraint. They probably ran out of time and want to negotiate that, because they are making the decision here, right? They're making the decision to race France effectively if you're going to attack Italy. And I'm worried that maybe the lack of just that Budapest move might be the difference between like having enough time to get there. But at least with Vienna, maybe we see that fleet build.
Yeah, I do want to jump in here. I think that the advancement to the second chance round is based on DBNI seed prior to the tournament, so their performance in this game doesn't end up mattering. But I mean, survival in a game like this is still a sense of pride. I'd be certainly, as Peter and Zach, I'd still be trying to survive, and of course there's always the chance to come back unless you get super towards the end game. I'm also interested here, the fact that Naples goes to Tyrrhenian. I think there was a good chance that Italy was about to jump on Ed or attempt to do something against Ed, and this is now not going to happen because of what Turkey and Russia have done here.
Yeah, it's there's definitely strained relationships between Matt and Evan, but it does seem that with about 2 minutes left, they came up with a plan to do that convoy swap and are back on that same page. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Andrew. There was a lot of change at the last minute in this particular order set. Winter of 1905, we've got Matthew Tatanchi building a northern fleet. We've got Ed Sullivan perhaps signaling intent to move into the Med, or at least deter Italy from doing so with the fleet build in Marseille. Zachary Moore does rebuild in Munich, and we bid farewell to our inaugural Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara. Peter will have the opportunity to play in the last chance round, so we may see him again if he accepts that invitation. But for the rest of us, we're going to continue playing in what is a really, really good game so far, spring of 1906.
Okay, so here we see Ed getting knocked back out of the North Sea over here and retreating to English Channel, which feels like a bit of a loss from the position that he managed to gain last round. But there wasn't really much opportunity for him to forward retreat. He could have gone to Skagerrak, would have put a decent amount of pressure on Norway there. But I think here it's quite nice to be in a more defensive position, especially without many units in France itself. That could be a bit nerve-wracking otherwise. Not much progress being made anywhere there for Ed. He guessed wrong in a few places or didn't want to make progress in the spring. And ultimately, nothing happens except for the North Seas exchange here.
Yeah, I mean, I think not making progress intentionally is an excellent thing. I've decided that my goal this year is introduce the phrase Wissensig to this hobby from chess, which is a waiting move. Sometimes you can just do things in the fall instead of the spring, and there's no reason not to just wait it out and see what happens. And that's what it looks like here. And even in more general sense, I don't think he's rushing to get to 9, 10 centers at this point, especially not until you see whatever the heck the South decides to do, which I believe it has decided. This is an excellent choice from Matt in Russia, in my opinion. I think you were looking at a Turkey that needed to grow from somewhere and wasn't going to try to grow from you because the game would just be handed to France. So they're forced to rotate fully towards Italy. And at the perfect moment that they leave the Black Sea and can't stop Armenia, this is excellent. I think this is an excellent decision. And also, this is what we wanted to see a year ago. Maybe him also waiting ended up being quite a bit better than doing it right then. So credit to him.
Joss, we've got these games will end in 1915. So it's a year limit. A lot of our games that we play virtually have a time limit, but this particular event, it ends in 1915. For most of these players, that means these games are running in the ballpark of 9 hours. So there's an endurance element, which we're probably going to start to see come into play around this point in the game. And it's just going to continue getting more and more significant. Yes, Andrew, I agree with you. This is a fantastic turn for Russia. And in our sideline, it looks like the rest of the board recognize that as well. There's a lot of negotiation right now between Ed and Ruben about whether or not they can keep Ruben on side with the West to try and slow down the Russian growth. So that's where I'm going to be focused for this next year.
Okay, so very good turn for Ed. That waiting move ends up paying off massively. He manages to get Edinburgh and London here. I was expecting him maybe to try and I was expecting Ruben to maybe try and use North Sea to hold one of those, but it would have been a guess anyway, so maybe trying to go for something in Germany was a better play. But that ends up just benefiting Matthew Tatanchi more, and he goes in for the stab on Norway. Probably a stab, could be agreed, but very possibly a stab here. And getting Munich at the same time. Absolutely beautiful turn for both Russia and France in the West.
I mean, I think Matt's just taking a page out of Ed's book here. He's watched him do it all game long. with Germany is just, oh, I'll cover it for you. You know, it'll be covered, it'll be handled. Yeah, this is a really good turn. I'm not sure if Ed wanted that bounce in Leon or not. If we had sideline on that particular negotiation, I'd be very, very interested, because I think you do. I think you want that secured. You build a fleet in Marseille, and then you can sort of force your way back in. You cover with Burgundy, maybe another army in Paris comes down. And that's kind of like game, because you're just going to Italy and saying, you're not getting anything from me. Russia's going to start looking to get something from you. Maybe we should reconsider things. And then it like shifts the South back towards the South, and rebalancing and whatnot, which is, suffice to friendship with Turkey is over. My new best friend is Russia, and I think there's a very high ceiling, especially picking up Munich here. That's really nice.
I'd lean towards saying that Ed and Jason probably arranged a bounce in Western Mediterranean here, with Ed thinking maybe that was a good, you know, there was a very good chance that Jason would go along with that, because otherwise it leaves Ed adjacent to Tunis, right? But Jason just goes, okay, I'm going into Piedmont and Leon here. You're going to be leaving yourself open with this. Ed's not as open as it appears, though, because of the double build.
Our sideliner saying that looks like Evan and Jason seem to be I'm sorry, it looks like Matt, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding what I'm reading here, I apologize. Basically there's a lot of conversation going on between Evan, Matthew, and Jason. Does not look like we've got the conversations between Jason and Ed, unfortunately, about what's going on in Lyon. But Matt and Jason are getting along well, is what it boils down to in the negotiations, and that does seem to reflect what we're seeing on the board here. All right, winter of 1906 +3 for Matthew Tatanchi's Russia. We've got +2 for Ed, and +1 for Jason and for Evan. And we have Ruben Sanchez surviving on 1 in Denmark, and Zach Moore also surviving on 1 in Kiel. So we'll do some predictions here. Big turn for, I believe, both Ed and Matthew. As lead analyst for this particular board, Marcus, I'm going to give you first choice. Which are you more interested in making predictions on?
Oh, as in which do I think he's going to take the win here? Or
in what are they building and why?
Oh, okay, right. Well, I think I'll go ahead and go with Matthew. I'll go in the East. I think 2 of the builds are fairly straightforward here. The third build is kind of an interesting one. I think that you could justify an army in St. Petersburg with the reasoning that, well, that's a little more maneuverable here. You can get it into Finland and then build another unit afterwards. Fleet North Coast feels like the more default build, like the more natural build, but I do worry that might just get stuck there long term.
Yeah, I'm trying to measure coasts here, and they both seem not great, but I think they seem necessary. I would actually even hope to see Moscow rotate up to St. Petersburg in the spring, because at this point, I was wondering if you wanted to try to leave Seb open, because presumably Matt foresaw that he would end up with at least 1 build. I don't think anybody goes, I'm getting nothing, and then just gets 3, right? So covering Sevastopol and not being able to put a fleet down there is really interesting from like a decision to me. And I think it says he's happy where he is in the South, and he doesn't want IT to further resolve too much, right? I think this is a game where Turkey escaped the box, gets put back in the box, but by no means gets finished off, or can be, because of the other dynamics. And so I think you're happy building a fleet in the north because you know that you're going to send more units there. And if you're going to try to top this board, like Norway, Sweden, maybe Denmark, maybe Kiel, Berlin, Munich is your line, and you need those no matter what.
Yeah, Doug Blatt calling for a wave. I'm a fan of a wave. I don't know that I do it in this particular situation, though.
My problem with a wave right here is that Matthew is reaching the point where he is like blatantly the board leader. I think that he ideally needs to keep one of Jason or Evan on side or get one of them on side. But he wants as many units as possible. Like at this point, you're pushing to make sure that you solidify your win. You don't want to show weakness. You don't want to allow any weakness.
And there's 3 on Munich, so you got.
All right. Well, we do get the Northern Fleet build, and we've got Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, spring of 1907.
Okay, lots of rotation here. I think maybe the biggest move here is Ed Sullivan managing to knock the Russian out of Munich, although maybe he's in position. No, Russia isn't in position to take that back again. They don't have enough units around. But Russia is still making significant progress, managing to get in St. Petersburg into Norway into Skagerrak. Bit of a risky move set if Ed had gone elsewhere, but successfully predicting that Ed would try and block the move into Barents and getting a huge amount of momentum from that. And then down on Ed's side of the board, we've got him not actually getting into North Sea here, which is he goes to make sure that he's in English Channel, which is presumably a defensive measure. And then he's also just pulling things around to make sure that he's got some defensive line against Italy, gives up Marseille to do it. But it doesn't matter that he's given up Marseille because Italy doesn't end up going for it.
Yeah, I think the thing that Ed has given is given Italy a great excuse to head back east, to be honest. Especially the fear of Tyrolia. I think often we'll see newer players try to cover like every single dot. And so clearly that's not what's happening here. These are decisions by Italy to say, I'd rather be in Venice and Trieste and Serbia and put my fleet in Greece, and I'll be positioned to get Bulgaria, which appears to have been promised to me. But these are development choices being like, all right, well, I need Ed now to balance Matt. And in the meantime, let me try to get some stuff off Turkey because it's going to be a pain to kill Turkey without a fleet in the black. And that's where I can see a path to some potential here for Jason.
Zachary Moore doing one of my favorite things that I've seen all game. He's choosing to keep the army in Tyrolia. As Chris Kelly points out, it's the one to keep for mischief. I'm always a proponent of mischief for our broadcasts. And in this case, there is some significance to this. I think that getting that army, assuming that Zach is still on side with Ed Sullivan, that could be pretty significant in his ability to build a line, defend, and perhaps maneuver more. So I like it a lot. This game continues to deliver a lot of fun. A couple things that were interesting from our sideline reporters. It looks like Evan and Jason spent a lot of time in negotiations, extremely worried about Matthew at this point. But towards the back half of negotiations, it looks like Matt and Jason started having more detailed conversations. Matt saying he's okay with Jason having all of the Turkish centers as long as he's pressuring Ed as well. For Matthew, I think that makes a lot of sense. Andrew, how do you feel about that for Jason?
I think that's a great deal for Jason. Having just been the odd one out between me and Riaz in an IR and in the very end of a game, you want Turkey gone. I think as either, but particularly Italy here, you take that deal no matter what, because the concern is just when else is it going to happen? And do I need my fleet somewhere else when I could have done this now in the meantime? And I also think Russia's suffering a bit from look big syndrome, which is the classic Russia problem where it's all your centers are big, so there's a lot of your color. when in reality, I like the French threat here is still like the threat, you know.
I think I'd take a slightly contrary position to that in that just I think that Italy maybe should be demanding a center from Russia in Austria in the meantime, because it's very easy for Russia to say, "Oh, you can have all the Turkish dots. That's totally fine." And so then look at Turkey not collapsing for the next few years and Italy getting nothing while Russia stays pretty large. I think as Italy, you have justification here to say, "You're a lot larger than me. Give me something now so that I can expand a bit faster and make that push more efficiently." But yeah, so looking at the West here, Ed is pulling back from Barents Sea. He clearly did not want to be there. It was just an attempt to bounce the unit back out that failed. And interestingly, Matthew is leaving the English fleet alive, which I think is absolutely the correct decision here. That unit already being in North and having some momentum is excellent for him. Elsewhere, people don't make a huge amount of progress on supply centers. In fact, I believe outside of Munich and Kiel trading, there's no difference in supply centers here. But Ed Sullivan, as a result of that pivot from the Italian, is able to pivot all of his fleets back and then loses Marseille, which may be purposeful. You never know.
I think it is purposeful. You made a really good point about Italy just needs one more build, which I hadn't thought about, but I absolutely, you've convinced me immediately. I think he did. I think he does. Like, that's what I was looking with. You want Bulgaria because you need something. You need one more unit to be able to do both, to do it all. So I think that's a really clever move from Ed. And again, Ed and Matt are reading out of the same book with the Romania thing over here. And also, like, you know, anywhere but Armenia, right? I think is the idea here. But yeah, I think maybe there's also some of the I don't want to be the person leading anymore from both of them. It's might as well, you know, feed a center and start to establish those strong mid-game relationships so that I think Zach Moore is going to end up in Munich forever. That is my hope. But it's only one center. So Ed might be like, I need a new friend, especially one in the South who's interested in my success.
Well, you guys are prescient, maybe the right word. That is exactly how the conversation went. The agreement was purposeful around Marseille. Looks like Italy and Ed Sullivan, they went to talk to each other first. They seemed to be on the same page. That was the price for going east. And we do have both powers talking about not wanting to be the big bad here. A lot of conversation about this being a very long game. And there's 8 years to go. And how is this going to shake out since we're starting to get into more established lines? Is it going to lock up? Is there going to be more movement? How do they each ensure that they're the one that ends up on top? Winter of 07, we've got Matthew disbanding the army up north, and we've got Jason Bennett replacing it with an army in the south, moving through spring of 1908.
Okay, so looking up in the west here, we do have a massive attack on North Sea from Ed Sullivan, which goes through, knocking that English fleet back into Denmark. And the attempt to get into North Sea from the Russian here or protect North Sea is unsuccessful. North Sea actually sacrificing its position. They could have held this with a double support hold. It didn't, to try and tap Holland so that they couldn't make any play against Kiel, which doesn't seem worth it to me. That it feels like with the support from Baltic to Kiel here, there wasn't really danger there. So I'm wondering if that was some kind of miscommunication, or maybe Ruben was asking, please, can you support me into here? Outside of that, no progress anywhere, and we see more evidence that Marseille, as we know, Marseille was agreed in that in that bounce in Spain, and of course, Marseille being a fleet means it can't really threaten anything else.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about what the South is doing here, because Italy remains sort of the only balance, Matt has secured what is not a stalemate line, but what is a reasonable line. But we're back to looking about the inevitability of France, right? This is sort of the thing you see in Gunboat all the time, where the power of you order all the units instead of who order all the units, right? It just makes attacks more efficient and lethal. And having to pull St. Pete, like he's going to need a build back at some point, and I don't know where it's coming from. You can't really ask England to die. You're not going to get through Munich. You're blocking Tyrolia, which is important. Chaos Gremlin yet again in Zach Moore. It's, letting Turkey back into the game, I think is totally reasonable. But who's to say Turkey doesn't just, say, hey, Budapest? And then Italy goes, oh, I mean, by all means.
Yeah, see, my thoughts on the South here was that maybe Matthew was just trying to keep them both at equal power, Italy and Turkey, so that neither of them would become a threat for the win, right? Because if one of them does manage to absorb the other, suddenly there's two powers you're competing against at the end of the game instead of one. But I agree. I don't think this is... I think this might not work out well. He doesn't have anywhere to expand, and Ed is clearly getting on Italy's good side. So if Italy has to choose someone to win the game at the end, at the moment, I'd say it would be Ed.
All right, moving on to fall of 1908.
Okay, so in the West, we see a lot of advancing from France, a lot of doing nothing from Russia and England here. Just protecting their position, which is completely reasonable. There was a threat against Norway here. But again, just Ed is getting into position to make some serious progress here. I don't think that's a stalemate line without St. Petersburg.
No, it's not going to hold. And I'm worried about the South. I'm worried about West. Like this looks like a path to 17. I'm concerned, especially with deciding to flip back. Like why is Tunis not going to turn blue eventually? Why is Marseille not going to get returned? There's questions that I don't see obvious answers to.
Winter of 1908, Matthew builds army in St. Pete. We've got Jason disbanding in Lyon, Evan building fleet in Smyrna. Spring of 1909.
Okay, I was doing some counting there to try and figure out if that did become a stalemate line because of the build in St. Petersburg. But as we can see, it doesn't. Kiel is taken. And with Kiel gone, I think there is room for progress for France and continued progress there. Not really any other stories here aside from the fact that they clearly saw the threat and Norway was trying to jump out to make sure that nothing was... taking some risks to make sure that nothing was taken here. But Kiel falls.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to turn to the mathematicians, right? I think at this point, we see Ed 9, Kiel's 10, Tunis 11, Marseille 12. After that, Matt's got good rotation up to Finland. That's defense. If anything, I kind of want to keep an eye on Turkey. I want to keep an eye on Turkey because if anyone's making progress in this game, it's going to be Turkey. Ed to get handed Italian dots in time because he can't build in Marseille. So I'm curious what happens there.
All right, big pick from Andrew.
Okay, so we're continuing here. It looks like Ed doesn't manage to make any more progress, but he still is going to get that one dot off Kiel. And Russia making no progress either in the north. It looks fairly locked up with Finland and St. Petersburg there. Kiel is able to tap Baltic, so maybe there'll be some room, but actually I think this might end up being stalemated. We'll see as we go forward.
An interesting point in the game. You've got 5 years left. This is winner take all. So if you are one of the powers who you're in this locked position, you're one of these powers who is not going to progress from this board position, do you take a risk? Do you make a move? Especially someone like Evan, who's in as an alternate, will likely be eliminated at the end of this round if Evan does not win. Do they take that risk, or are they satisfied sitting there? Our sideline says that Matt was kind of feeling dejected around this point of the game, and Evan noticed. He asked Matt if he would throw to Evan. Matt asked the same question. So I love to see that they are both still, or Evan is not giving up. He's definitely got his eyes on how he could stay in the game here.
I think that was exactly what I was going to say. Evan might, well, it was exactly what I was thinking Evan might want to do here, is his path to victory seems to be, if Matthew gets annoyed enough at other people or is upset enough, Evan can say, hey, I'm not getting a second chance. Ed will get a second chance. Please give me the win this round. So he just needs to get in a good enough position to be able to ask that.
Yeah, I also want to call out Ed Sullivan choosing to move out of Tunis into Tyrrhenian. So not taking that Italian center, keep those Italian units, continued coordination between those two powers. Winner of 1909, we've got a build of Fleet Brest from Ed Sullivan, and it looks like perhaps a wave from Evan Balearis. Is that how you're reading it?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Certainly.
So interesting decision there. How do you feel about that, Marcus?
As I said, I think his path to victory involves getting Matthew to give him dots. So if that was Matthew's demand for giving him dots later, then, you know, giving a little bit of room, then that's fine. Because really you want another army here, but you also don't want Russia to be angry at you for building another army.
All right. Well, Matt didn't want Evan to wave, as that could be used against him later. He wanted a fleet build. Evan was surprised, but agreed to build friendly to Russia with that build. So in the spring negotiations.
Okay. There's a bit going on in the north here, especially the support up into Tyrolia of the Italian unit there. Ed basically giving up a dot and saying, hey, I'm going to push powers who are friendly to me into these dots to get a better position with my fleets here and see if I can push. I don't know whether... I think he has the possibility to crack this Scandinavian stalemate line, and that might be enough for the win. But it's really tough to say. This is a very... If it isn't a stalemate line, it's certainly a line where they can guess to keep it the same.
I agree. Having to give it, because Tyrolia was threatened, right? So this is all just an ideal adjustment in that regard. And what I've been trying to think through and stew on is who could get thrown to, right, out of RT that would actually cause Ed to lose. And I think it is Russia throwing to Turkey. So it's anything you can do to stop the throw from being a viable win, right? You've got 2 in pocket, so you're on 12 effectively, and Vienna, Budapest, Romania, Sev would only put Evan to 11. And that's, I think, part of the math here is just what can we do to delay losing anything in Italy? I think you're just playing years. I think we just need to watch the years happen. Yeah.
We will continue pushing on through fall 1910.
Okay, yeah. I mean, as you can see here, there's not actually any progress made on the northern front against England, Russia, but Ed does manage to maintain his center count by killing Zach Moore. So we are going to say goodbye to Germany this turn.
Rest in peace, my friend.
So we've got a tight little tactical battle going on in the West, right there on the stalemate line in Kiel and Berlin. We've basically got Jason Bennett becoming the new Zach Moore, holding that important Munich spot. We've got, to me, a really big retreat or move there of Evan moving into Piedmont. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's nice. It's good. I'm definitely seeing the classic sort of not optimal defense, but making the right, like the quote unquote right moves from Italy and France. And I'm worried that when people make the right moves, generally you can walk around them.
So potentially an interesting thing here is Evan has shifted his fleets up in such a way that he kind of needs to build a fleet now. Not exactly needs, he could shift stuff back, but man, if Russia wasn't expecting a fleet build, or if Russia wasn't demanding a fleet build before, they definitely can now. And Evan having pushed that army all the way to Piedmont makes it just harder to throw to him, so much harder.
And that is what we see. We've also got the army build in Rome, which I agree with as well, spring of 1911.
Yeah, so actually we see Ed giving up at trying to crack that stalemate line now and just pulling back to defend himself, setting up his own line, in fact, and making sure that he has as many units around Marseille as possible, not actually trying to bounce the Turk out of Marseille, which is a bold move and something that pays off here, because Turkey did not, in fact, go for that.
I mean, this reads like an alliance flip, right? Because we all knew, like, Munich was vulnerable, you couldn't hold it. So I think that's dual purpose. It's giving Munich somewhere to retreat to, and then possibly put them into Marseille if Piedmont had walked in. But I think he's also trying to pitch Russia here, right? Because I actually think things have kind of flipped. I don't know if Ed's necessarily going to win this anymore.
What do you mean by that, Andrew?
Because they actually made progress in the south, right? Which changes the calculations, because Ed's still got his 12, but now Evan is approaching that 12 via throw or stab. It was, I think, honestly, the wave "no, I wanted a fleet" thing, it was the best diplomatic thing that could have happened to Turkey here, because tactically it made sense to build a fleet, diplomatically it made sense to build a fleet, and not only that, Matthew's going to be thinking, yeah, he built the fleet like I asked. I like that. Like, thank you. I like that. We're like, what, 6-7 hours into this now, however many, and you're just looking for someone who's just trying to be like the least aggravating, right? You enjoy talking to. The progress in Venice, I don't think can be rolled back, which means that slowly but surely, I think they'll get to Rome. Like I all of a sudden, I don't think Ed's in the driver's seat anymore, and I think he realizes it and is trying to adjust the diplomatic relationships to account for it.
Well, it is a really, really interesting point in this game, and something that unfortunately we don't get to see as often in our virtual play, because most of our games in 1910. So besides the fact that it's 1911, just the board layout, the way that it is, we've got a really interesting tactical battle going on here. Every single move will be significant. We've got some of the world's best players going at it. So pay attention, everyone. Watch these tactics, watch these strategic decisions. This is the kind of game where even the smallest decision could come out to influence who wins this game.
Okay, and yeah, in fact, yeah, it does look like France is still trying to hold the line against Russia in the north, which makes sense completely, and tries to support up Munich, which was really the best thing they could do there. It was taking a bit of a gamble that maybe Bohemia and Tyrolia wouldn't be used for this, but of course Matthew can take the center and actually leaves Berlin open to do so, just completely goes in with 4, which makes 100% sure he'll get in. Elsewhere, we see not much progress on the Scandinavian front, but Ed is going into Marseille now, making sure that Turkey can't get in there.
Yeah, I mean, I predict that we can sort of like cut the board, slice Fruit Ninja style, and just ignore the top half. I don't think any of that is really going to move, except maybe a play on Kiel. Galicia is interesting to me, because I would have thought that Budapest would have been the idea. Certainly Serbia, you're not asking for a bounce from your ally, but just, hey, I'm going to sit in Budapest. I think I'd much rather be in Budapest. So that shows a lot of trust, especially for at this point in the game between Russia and Turkey.
Winter of 1911, got an army build in Warsaw, army in Brest, army in Smyrna, armies all around. Jason Bennett had a very rough year, disbanding 4, keeping the 2 fleets in the Med. spring of 1912.
All right. Yeah, again, the West there's not really much going on here apart from the move back into Philip Berlin. This looks very stalemated to me up north. There's not going to be much shifting here. So over to you in the East.
Yeah, I mean, you can come hang out in the East. There's room for everybody because everybody except England is messing around down here. I think the question is, these Italians are eventually going to become French, or maybe it's split 1-for-1. And I think we're going to spend the rest of the game trying to guess correctly on if/when RT stabs the other one.
Yeah, it's such. I love this point of the game because you've got this tension that's been building through this whole game, and it's starting to percolate. It's not quite boiling, but you can see those little bubbles coming at the bottom every once in a while. It's heating up for sure. Fall of 1912.
Yeah, still not much going on in the north, so I'm going to take this opportunity to say, on the earlier statement, we were talking a lot about Evan potentially getting Matthew to throw to him, or maybe the other way around. I think that applies if Ed is clearly going to win. If one of those two doesn't, right? If one of those two doesn't, or at least Ed is going to win by default, even. But in this scenario, I think either Russia or Turkey could get the win by default here, by making a very good stab. So I think the question of throw kind of comes off the table, and it's more about, as Andrew said, when they make the stab.
The only thing I would add is maybe I'm starting to think about, if you're Ed, do you want the Italian dots to actually become Turkish? Because you walked out of Barents, right? Is this like, I can see a diplomatic thread that could continue here, where you just, by chance, Turkey ends up with one of the two, and that's how you cause the tension. Because if they're too close, neither will want to throw, and if neither throws, you win, and that's maybe how you find the path to the win here for Ed.
Oh, they were joking about an 11-11-11 here. But no, but the fun thing is that Matt and Evan were discussing, Matt's basically saying he doesn't see any more builds. He'd rather Evan have builds than Ed. And they end up deciding to flip a coin if they can't find a way to be unbiased. And Ruben volunteered. But nobody loved that, though, and they quickly switched back to tactics. Trying to keep it some levity in there, but yeah, you can see the pressure is building here. We've got a rebuild from Jason Bennett. Does it need to be another fleet, or is an army better here?
I mean, I like the army. I think at this point you kind of just want to be defensive. Yeah. And an army in Rome is so much more useful than a fleet.
And that is what we get. Spring of 1913. We've got 2 years left. We've got Evan Bolaris sitting on 8. Matthew Tatanchi at 11, Ed Sullivan at 12. Ed Sullivan wins this with 12. If Tatanchi can get to 12, he will win on the tiebreaker. If Evan is able to make a big enough move, Evan would win the tiebreaker over all of them. My question to you, Marcus, is there enough time from this position for Evan to reach that spot without making Ed's growth continue to grow?
I think so. I definitely think so. I think it obviously becomes a lot easier if he manages to get Matthew to agree to give him dots, which is going to be a tough thing to do. But even then, he only really needs to attack with those 2 armies he's got in reserve, and then start building and going in with as much as he possibly can. It does raise the question of, does Matthew throw to Ed? But there's some chance that he won't, because Evan and Matthew have worked more closely together.
Spring of 1913.
Okay. In the north, so interesting, there's actually some movement here, and Russia manages to push the English unit into Kiel. I wonder if this is guaranteed. I don't think this is guaranteed, right? He could have thrown a support hold on Kiel from Heligoland, and that's actually a really painful problem for him. I don't know why he would have tapped Denmark in the first place. I think Andrew might have some ideas.
No, you're right. I think maybe we've missed this. I don't think it's guaranteed. I think this was sitting around and waiting to happen, and we didn't notice because of the 3 on Denmark. It's more convincing Denmark to take the risk, right? Keeping Ruben engaged after being on one center for God knows how long was definitely the larger factor. And there's also, you can see this in Gumbo sometime, you get lulled to sleep because something is mostly frozen, mostly mated, but not stalemated. So this is a very interesting development, actually. This changes math a lot. Almost as much as the Armenia move, I might say.
And this risky move was Ruben's idea. So willing to take the risk. Ruben, again, showing why he is one of the top players in the world, even down to one center, making a potentially significant impact on this game. Moving into fall of 1913.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to hand over to Andrew to go first here because I think we didn't really talk about that unit going to Armenia, and suddenly it is moving into Sevastopol. That's possibly the most interesting thing that's happening right now. So go ahead.
I don't know. Rome ties to Rome is really interesting as well. But I'll start there. I mean, I think we all figured it would end up there. I mean, I'm not convinced. I think it could have been one of those where you do it in the spring and you're not sure if you actually want to go through with it. I think with the Denmark, maybe it's actually just an exchange of centers, and it like assume a Turkey. I'm always taking that if offered, right? There's no question. No, I think Tyrrhenian is actually much more fascinating to me because it shows that Italy wants France to top. Like that's what that is. That's 12. The problem is the tiebreakers now, and who what's, and does Seb go back? That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
Winter of 1913, Evan builds 2 armies. We've got the disband of the fleet in Naples and keeping the army in Tuscany. We've got a army build from Ed Sullivan in Marseille, spring of 1914.
Okay, well, in the north, we're still not seeing any progress from anyone, and I imagine it will stay that way. I mean, I said that last time, but I imagine it will stay that way for real this time, because that army in Denmark is not going to be able to push into north if it was a fleet there. We might see some difference because Heligoland would be under threat. But as is, it looks like that line is going to stay stable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just another version of the guesses, right? 3 on Norway versus 2 on Denmark, so Baltic has that. But if you're not cutting Tyrolia, I think that's where the like scarbs coming out of the magician's sleeve, right? That's where you end up. I mean, let's talk about, is this a stab? Sure looks like a stab. It's professional. Tell me, is this a stab?
So, I mean, yes, I assume so. I wonder if the move to Sevastopol wasn't agreed in the first place, but Matthew doesn't want to pull everything off the line, or he doesn't want to give up his chances here. So he's just, there's like this tiny war going on in the east, which is possibly the most important thing that's going to happen. It might well decide who wins this game, right? And in the end, it's going to be 3 units against 3 units there.
Well, in negotiations, we've got more conversation involving coin flips, and they're actually seeming to start to get a little bit of traction. There's no agreement, but they are continuing to go back and forth. They're talking about a 3-way coin flip. Ruben said he is not okay with Ed winning, since Ed was his main attacker this game. So that is something to keep your eye on as we move into fall.
I don't know how to flip 3 coins.
Well, actually here, yeah, still no progress on the line. I mean, Andrew did point out, as I think I missed, was there is some vulnerability in the Russian-English line here, but it does require the cut on Tyrolia, and that's not happening right now. I think I would have to analyze this board quite carefully to see, but I think the real key thing is Denmark versus Kiel. There's 3 units on 1 and 2. Well, versus Norway as well. But yeah, the Russian side guesses correctly and nothing happens over there.
The key is Turkey, actually. It's a great example of how every piece pulls another in diplomacy. If Bohemia has to be nervous, that's what opens up things for France. And so by settling the nerves here, it sort of solves the problem. And handing back Sev, I think if I wanted to know one thing, it would be the thought behind the whole Sev transition and knowing if Denmark was going to go to Kiel. Like, that seems very, very interesting. And if he's regretting it, and are these moves regret? Like, I'm gonna find these people and I'm gonna ask them.
These moves are the result of an actual coin flip. So we have Matthew and Evan and Ruben all participating in this exchange. Ultimately, it ends up that Matthew wins the toss, and I think that's why we see this set of moves.
Yeah, I think that's completely reasonable. Like, in a lot of, if you're watching like a tournament like this and you think, oh wait, it came down to a real coin flip, what? There's a lot of like disbelief there. But in this position, if you think about it, like Evan and Matthew were both giving themselves a 50% chance to win by going along with the coin flip. Whereas if they went for a fight, there's a pretty good chance that the other one gets annoyed enough at them to throw it to Ed and they don't get anything. So I think the 50% was a good call on both of their parts, but especially Matthew, given he won.
Yeah.
Who says there's no luck in diplomacy?
Sure. One thing we missed, I think, was the army for Jason, or maybe got disbanded. I'm not sure how much it super matters tactically, but it does like adjust how Naples can get handed over, if at all, I think, which is kind of interesting.
Winner of 1914, we've got Army build in Warsaw, disband in Smyrna, moving into the final turn of our first game of this tournament, which has been absolutely fantastic. We are going down to the wire. Before I reveal these orders, we'll get some predictions. Andrew, does Ed Sullivan have a shot at winning this game?
I think his pitch was when he left Barents, and seeing him back there makes me nervous.
What do you mean by that? I'm not following. Sorry.
It was like, sorry, you're right. 4 or 5 years ago, right? He rotated back out of the Barents to sort of solidify and get another fleet down into the south to end up in Tunis and Rome, like to great effect. But I think that was the pitch to say to Matt, hey, you or me, rather than you or Turkey. And I think being back in Barents means that pitch failed, unfortunately.
Marcus, same question to you.
I think, Ed very possible. Well, he could pick up Naples. It's a little bit dubious. He also has a chance of getting something in Scandinavia. But if this coin flip is being followed through on, there's nothing he can do. Russia has already won the game.
All right, spring of 1905. We'll just push through quickly.
Yeah, so he does go for Norway. He fails to get it here. In fact, I think, yeah, he potentially could have got Kiel in this situation if he tapped Denmark with North Sea, which may have been, well, it's all guesses on that front. But yeah, that is pretty much the only thing notable in the north here.
All right, Andrew, I'll go to you to call out our final turn.
Certainly. The only thing I was trying to look really close to see if there was like an army rotation to put something in Rome and then like have a play on Venice that forces Naples, but I don't think there was. So ultimately Kiel. Denmark? But Ankara and Bulgaria, so it doesn't matter. That's a coin flip. But I mean, respectfully, as you said, winners are not decided by coin flips. It's everything that gets you to the coin flip. So, well done to Matt.
So we do say congratulations to Matthew Tatanchi for coming in as the dark horse for this board, winning over Ed Sullivan's France with a 13-13 tie, winning on the tiebreaker, the very last turn. This was a game, from my opinion, that we saw a little bit of everything. Marcus, just summarize this really quickly for us.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. I mean, Ed was in a power position for a lot of the game. Matthew was in a power position for a lot of the game. I want to give a huge shout out to Evan, who was on the back foot for a lot of the game. Like, he did manage to make a good push early on, but then got pushed back and somehow managed to negotiate his way back into a position where if he'd have won a coin flip, he could have made it. And I also want to call out Jason, who was in a very chaotic East after eliminating Peter McNamara. Managed to make a pretty good deal of it up until that turn where he had to disband 4 units. And I think at that point, it all kind of fell apart. But yeah, it was an absolutely incredible game coming to an incredible conclusion. And this kind of shows that an agreed endgame between 2 allies can be a completely legitimate result in diplomacy. It's going to be hugely disappointing for Ed, but it was incredibly well played from Turkey and Russia, and either one of them would have deserved it.
All right. Well, congratulations again to Matthew Tatanchi. What a way to start this game. Fantastic start to this event. Let's go ahead and do it again. It's time for us to get to round 2, board 2. All right, round 2, board 2. Before we do that, if you are enjoying this broadcast, just give it a thumbs up, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, put in a comment. All of this helps the algorithm share this game we love with a wider audience. And we've had several players who actually found the game of diplomacy through this channel. So your engagement does make a difference. On to our next game. In this game, we are naming this game after another one of our hobby legends, Ken Lowe. So Ken Lowe is a seminal figure in the world of diplomacy gaming, renowned for his groundbreaking creation of The Judge in the late 1980s. This innovative software was the first widely used automated system for adjudicating and managing diplomacy games played by email. The Judge revolutionized how diplomacy was played online, enabling players from around the world to participate in games remotely and efficiently. By automating the game management process, it significantly broadened the reach of diplomacy, making it more accessible to a global audience and setting a standard for future online diplomacy platforms. Lowe's contribution through The Judge played a critical role in the evolution of online diplomacy and remains a cornerstone in the history of the game's digital development. So thank you, Ken Lowe. I have personally played on one of the Judge email servers, helped get me into the hobby back in the day. So extremely grateful for everything that he and others like him put in to make this game what it is today. For this game, we're moving on to round 2, board 2. A couple key storylines for Matthew Krill, Doug Malott, Jason Massbaum, Tim Crosby, Chris Brand, Karthik Konath, and Keith Worstel. Doug Malott being one of the big storylines here, coming in as a rookie, qualifying with a pretty high seed. Really, I'm looking forward to watching how Doug does in this event, in this format. Andrew, you'll be the lead analyst for this game. What are the storylines we're going to be watching for?
Absolutely. So we were watching for Krill's consistency, right? And then I was focused on, I think, Brand's to get a little bit more, but also just seeing out of all the experienced players here, who would end up the odd one out, and how would they, similar to we saw Zach Moore's, I would say, effectiveness as a smaller power, certainly, and then even Jason later, will people be able to form those relationships in this game as well and get somebody to help propel them to being in a real chance at topping the board?
And another story I'm going to be watching for, Jason Mastbaum is a former DBN Diplomat of the Year, won in 2022. Is he going to be able to reclaim his former glory? And then another player I've got my eye on is Tim Crosby. Tim has had some success in some smaller events, winning like the Tour of Britain, notably, but he hasn't won in any of the big games yet. So will Tim be able to take that next step in the evolution of him as a player, or is he going to get overwhelmed under the pressure? He has struggled in pressure situations recently, so hoping to see Tim be able to make that next step. Let's get into our Paris method selections for this board.
Thanks, Brian. We are here with Board 2, Ken Lowe. And without further ado, we're going to bring our competitors on to the broadcast. Congratulations to everyone. We are starting off first chance boards. This is round 1, board 2. We're starting off with the highest seed in this board, Matthew Krill, followed by Doug Malott, DBN Diplomat of the Year, Jason Mastbaum, Timothy Crosby, former WDC champ, Chris Brand, Karthik Konath, and Keith Worstel. Keith, as being the lowest seed on this board, you have absolutely no spot where you're going to be other than at the bottom of the level. But that doesn't mean others can't pick around you. So, Karthik, where would you like to go?
I'll go in front of Keith, please.
All right. Chris, where would you like to choose?
Definitely in front of Karthik, please.
I'll put you in the 5 spot for now. Tim, where are you at?
I will pick ahead of Chris.
Jason.
I will pick ahead of Tim.
Doug.
Well, just to make your job easier, I will pick ahead of Jason.
You don't have to make my job easier. We've got this tech stuff down pretty good now. Matthew, tell us where you want to go.
I guess I'll go first. Make it nice and easy.
I appreciate it. You guys like me more than other DBN personalities, and I will reward you by not making any mistakes in your country assignments. You tell me where you want to go, Matt.
I'll take France.
Doug.
I will play England.
Yes, you will. Jason.
I'll take Russia.
Russia. Tim.
I will pick Italy.
Italy. Chris.
Germany.
Germany. Karthik.
Turkey.
And oops, let's pick the right name there. And Keith, you will be Austria. Gentlemen, we wish you the best of luck. Any final thoughts before you get to the board?
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
All right, thanks, Brian. Back to you.
And thanks again to Kevin O'Kelly for all of his hard work all weekend running our Paris method and working behind the scenes as our producer. Again, going across the bottom, you can see the results of our poll on the YouTube channel. For this particular game, looks like the field was the bigger pick. Chris Brand, Karthik Konath, or Keith Worstel. My speculation is that Chris Brand is probably the player that people were choosing the most with that vote. Matt Krill coming in second with 17%. Let's take a look now at our spring 1901 games. We've got spring of 1901. Here we go.
All right. Jumping into the West. Well, if Chris Brand isn't opening to hell again, so I can give background on this. In order to fill out the boards for Cascadia just a few weeks ago, Chris Brand had to slot in, and I was the beneficiary as Russia to his opening and confusing the heck out of Brandon Fogel. So I am incredibly pleased to see it being used again. So there will now be exactly 2 games in history with this decision. The way it played out is that he ended up in Denmark, and I anticipate that that'll happen again here. On you.
Yeah, over in the east, it's very, very standard. We do see Smyrna holding in place to allow the fleet to go out potentially in the fall. Outside of that, I'd say the interesting move is Tyrolia on its own. There's a lot of places that could go, and I'm very interested to see where it does go.
Got Doug Malott. Single scariest thing I've ever heard on a diplomacy board is Chris Brand saying, "Oh, that's a new opening I've been experimenting with. Interesting." So, love the insight there. Fall of 1901. I'm going to step away just for a minute and fix the lighting while y'all do this.
We do need some orders though, Brian. Okay, thank you. So over in the east here, we do have the self-bounce. Well, not self-bounce. We have the bounce in Romania, which indicates that there's an Austria-Turkey alliance happening. Sad news for Jason Massbaum, who I think was expecting to get Romania here, who loses the Black Sea at the same time. Very, very unfortunate. But we do see Apulia moving up to Venice, which could be putting some pressure on the Austrian here.
Certainly. What we don't see moving is we don't see Tyrolia moving at all, despite Munich being wide open and despite Burgundy seemingly being willing to do something anti-German. So I'm a little bit surprised that something couldn't get worked out there. I do say, Doug, I echo your fear. That is certainly a scary thing, but it looks like you're doing all right, and certainly hoping to prove everyone who didn't vote you, which was everyone, wrong, that you can top this board.
Winter of 1901, we've got 2 builds from most of the board, or most of the West, it looks like. We've got 1 from Massbaum's Russia, Turkey, and Tim Crosby, 2 from Keith. Moving on quickly here, we've got double fleets from England and Army from Karthik Konath. Those are the standout adjustments for me, along with the fleet in Belgium. Spring of 1902.
Yeah, I think the Moscow is a nice decision, and I've got to assume that that's how we negotiated 2 fleets out of England here, and I think everybody profits from this. It looks like a weakness of this particular German opening is inability to do anything about Baltic, and that's certainly going to show here. So Munich's not great either.
So over in the east, we have a really interesting triple alliance by the look of it in AIT. We see a lot of AIR in these games squeezing out the Turk. AIT is not a common one as far as I'm aware. And it looks like it could work out quite well for all of them, especially in Italy being able to put that degree of pressure on France early on.
I would say the loser in this definitely Massbaum's Russia and Chris Brand's Germany. Man, if this AIT does stick together, they could be across the line fast. That's not typical for a top board kind of format. Many of these games, you end up with a slower paced game while everybody's trying to maintain a balance of power. Nice to see some people making a move here to try and make a tempo play.
Yeah, if I carry on looking at the East here, it's still looking very bad for Jason Massbaum, with Turkey managing to get that unit into Sevastopol here. Really, there's not much else going on in the East because all of the action is focused on that front with the West. I think possibly the weaker person here is... Well, the person in the weakest spot here is Italy, just because that Austrian unit is very well poised to just move down into Venice, and that would be an extremely painful stab if it does happen.
Yeah, I think moving faster, but of course I should have highlighted Holland moving to Belgium felt like a broken French promise here, especially with the move into Ruhr to prevent like a Belgium retreat walking into Munich. That seems like a pretty decisive, like, oh, I'll flip sides, stab, stab, I hope you die. So I don't think that the German is going to be long for this game. The rest of the West is working out pretty straightforward. With Russia being the odd one out in the South, there's sort of no reason not to help the only person that seems to have been nice to you in the North. And Germany just happens to be the recipient of the pain here. I'm interested to see how we get another fleet for the Italian. That's what I'm starting to think about.
Yeah, it's the risk with that particular alliance arrangement is Tim Crosby's Italy has to go through that deadland area where there's no centers to maintain momentum, trying to break through into the Med and Iberia. That can be really slow going without that extra build. Who is going to get that? It's going to be the big question. And then in the West, Doug Malott, who had 0 votes from our viewers, does seem to be in a very solid position from in England. Man, I personally would love to be sitting where Doug Malott is right now. We'll see our adjustments here. We've got the army build for Doug in England, signaling perhaps a move towards the center of the board or maybe up through Scandinavia. And the rest of the builds seem pretty expected. Move on to spring of 03.
Yeah, I don't know if I love the army build from France here because it sort of limits what you can do. I was actually gonna once again plug the Zwischenzug for Italia here, where you don't actually have to force Marseille. With Paris, you kind of do, but if it was a fleet build, you could try to play around and end up there in the fall because it can be taken back, that kind of a thing. But I don't know if you want to say, hey, Italy, it's war, when it's such a firm triple. I think you want to try to pitch and say, hey, Italy, England wins this game in 5 years if you come after me. There's no other hope. Like, you'll have game to play after this, but you will forever be smaller and behind where the AT are going to be, and eventually Venice is no longer going to be yours, and there's going to be a fleet in Trieste, and you're going to wish that, we had worked something out while I could still do something about England. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, over in the East, I mean, I'm really, really liking the Austrian position here. I think that the possibility, like, the fact that Turkey built a fleet had me raise an eyebrow because it could be threatening towards the Italian or the Austrian, right? They're just using its self-bounce here. But I think this is a very natural transition into an AT going forward with... At some point, Greece is going to move into Ionian, Tyrolia is going to move down to Venice, and then Italy is just going to completely collapse if they allow that to happen. And it's tough to see how they don't allow it to happen unless Austria lets Italy get this build off of Munich and put a defensive unit down, which may be a way that stabilizes the triple.
If I were Tim Crosby, I would be demanding that. And if that did not happen, I would throw everything that I had the opposite direction, because this is such a tenuous position for Italy. That has to happen to maintain some kind of balance.
This is almost why I'd expect the stab to happen right now in the fall, because if Italy is demanding that, Austria moves in right now. They get the jump, even though they don't get the supply center off of the fleet going into Ionian. It's still in a good position to just demolish the Italian. But it doesn't happen. So here, in fact, Timothy was well aware of this by the possibility, by the look of it, moves back into Venice and moves back into Tyrrhenian Sea, which I think were all correct moves, even though the stab doesn't come. And he gets the build off of Munich as well. That's really good. Elsewhere, 0 progress being made. I failed to call this out last turn, but I think Massbaum is doing the right thing by supporting Armenia to Romania. I think that is the best way to try and crack this alliance right now. You try and get Turkey to take advantage and go into a juggernaut situation. But Austria and Turkey still working strongly together, just not making progress right now.
Yeah, and credit to Mausbaum for bouncing Silesia in the spring as well. active defense rather than, making the quote unquote right moves. But yeah, I'm not sure how much you can do anything about it. He's negotiated for Kiel and then did not succeed in securing it. He still holds Sweden, so I don't think by any means he's out of this game. Russia on 4, game still has a chance. The rest of the West, not particularly interesting, except for negotiation for Holland here. It certainly gives France a little more edge than I think I might want as England here. Certainly, we didn't necessarily expect Italy to completely give up. I think that's like where this negotiation comes from. And so, if anything, I want to give some credit to Krill, I think, getting Italy to go backwards. I'm certain that he's been whispering that for over a year. And I agree. I think the defensive moves are right, but they do leave you wondering what's next for Italy.
Winter of 1903, we see one adjustment. We've got Tim Crosby building a much-needed fleet. What will he do with it is the question as we enter into spring of 1904.
Yeah, I think he does the right thing here. There's no real reason to ruin a good thing when it's still going. And so I think continuing to come after France. France also does the right thing, focusing on the West. I'm more interested in the decisions by England here, because it looks like Russia has decided that that's that, which I would hope to know that ahead of time if I'm England, because the power of being able to seal off the top of the map long term makes a game between you and France at that point, right? And you're running the board. And so attempting to Kiel is nice, moving into Ruhr is nice. But none of these are the kind of secured position that I would be hoping to see England have for such a solid, powerful opening.
Yeah, over in the east, the main story is Russia backing up towards the north. And I think that's correct. Once that unit was in Cilicia, there was not really much you could do to stop yourself from collapsing. So Jason does the right thing and basically backs off to a point where he can defend. At least from here, he can hold Moscow. And it continues in the east. Everyone pushes forward. Now, see, I was very upbeat about Austria early on. I feel like now I'd be more upbeat about Turkey just because that opportunity to stab Italy isn't there anymore. And Turkey still has a lot of units just sitting back behind the line, doing things like self-bouncing in Bulgaria, saying, oh yeah, these units, they're just going to stay here all game. Not going to go for you ever at all. I'm 100% sure. I think that Turkey's power has raised a lot, despite the fact that it's Austria getting the build here.
Yeah, I would hope to have at least one of those bounces negotiated to not have to happen, ideally. The moves around Moscow are nice. The Holland-Belgium exchange makes a lot of sense as far as balancing. I like that a lot. Getting it to Kiel, you still got Russia on side. I think I'm interested in what Russia pulls here, because at some point, I think England, you need to start saying like, hey, look, man, I'll keep you in Baltic as long as possible. Just give me St. Pete before they end up with it, right? It's a little bit of a pressure. Right? You're going to have a build here, which is nice. I think it's probably an army. And just start to say, hey, and then if you accidentally take Sweden in a year or 2 or 3, you go, wasn't your game.
I've had the opportunity to play with Matt Krill a couple times. He's very easy to negotiate with, very even-tempered, helps create calm relationships. I've found him. He will definitely stab if you leave the door too wide open, but can be a very good partner. And I feel like that's what we've got here is, hey, I've made a decision. You're my partner, England. Let's balance things out, get into a better position. The only question mark that I have in that alliance is the move to mid-Atlantic, but with Tim Crosby's fleet being where it is, I feel like that's a situation where, well, I had to do it. So I'm curious to see how Doug responds to that. Does he feel confident enough in Matt to not take advantage of that position? Or is this going to build a little bit of tension In the winter, we've got a army build from Doug Malott in England. That will definitely help relieve a little bit of that tension potentially. And we've got the army from Keith in Austria. And we've got a disband of the Baltic fleet. So that northern fleet from Russia having to, that's always a really, really tough thing. I hate when I have to get rid of that fleet because it's very difficult to get that rebuilt. Moving into the spring.
Yeah, the Russia move tells me that this is about not letting the East get away with what they've done to him, which I think is completely reasonable at this point. But it does make cleaning up Germany that much harder. Especially there was a support there, I think maybe from Munich into Berlin. There's some weird, I don't quite remember. We don't have to go back to it, but it just gets a little bit more annoying to clean that up. For the convoy, I'm loving this trust from EF. I saw Ruhr and I wondered who would go there because you do need someone to go there in order to challenge on Munich. But you know, I was like, maybe you move to Yorkshire just for the spring turn, just to make sure there's some insurance. It looks like good EF coordination, and I'm excited to see where it goes. They can support in the Baltic and not even force Russia down to one yet, which is great. It's good stuff.
Yeah, over in the east, I mean, there's maneuvering into Prussia, which is required to get Moscow down. I am wondering what happens beyond this, because there isn't a huge amount of progress to be made. It looks like they're going to run into a stalemate line very soon, and someone is going to have to stab. The question is, who is going to stab who? I think that Budapest hold is a good move on Keith's part. I think he should definitely be keeping a unit back. I'd even be tempted to put it a bit closer to the line, but if this is the closest he can get away with without annoying Karthik, then he kind of has to do that. Okay, and in the east, we are still seeing no stabs. They are slowly pushing things forward. For example, pushing Venice into Piedmont, getting into Moscow. In fact, it's Turkey taking Moscow, which is again increasing Karthik's power on this side of the board. But they're not really making progress that can be progressed upon. There's nothing more for them to take here. So they are going to have to figure out, are they just going to stand on this line for the rest of the game, or are they going to make some moves internally and destroy their triple?
Yeah, because Norway reads like a move that's going to lock up St. Petersburg, and then we don't have to do all that really hard thinking we did in the first game. A line is a line here. It's pretty clear. I think I was kind of wondering if there was going to be an IT stab on Austria this turn. Not to jump into your half of things, but I could have seen some potential there, especially because France is not where in the long term. He's kind of got enough going on defensively that it's just a mess in the med, and I don't really see anybody ending up great coming out of it. There's even potential to get into Livonia, Warsaw to Livonia, and this might legitimately be a stalemate line, and we might have to start looking at what the Paris order is again.
Yeah, so Matt, I feel like really, really wishes he had one more fleet. I wonder if there's negotiation about whether that could take place. But with Italy sitting in Munich right now, is that even something that could they do an exchange of Holland or something like that? Is that safe?
If I'm England, you're not getting another fleet. Right? Like, even the best ally that I would ever have, there's no reason for me, especially when it sort of weakens the exchange around Sweden. And I think you want to try to keep stuff maybe alive, because maybe you can keep Livonia and do something weird this spring. I don't know.
I would say, as England, I would definitely not want to let Matt get another fleet, because if Matt needs to hold a stalemate line and can't get enough fleets there, he is going to be forced to ask an English fleet to come down. And that is an excellent position for the end game.
Good points. All we've got a fleet in Ankara is our build. And we've got a disband from Jason Massbaum's Russia in Livonia, moving us into spring of 06.
I will say, I think Doug was quoted in the first game with simply the word wave. I'm wondering if Turkey maybe there was some reason he was like thinking about waves. I think a wave might have been nice. That's the fleet you were talking about, Marcus. North Sea to English Channel. It's going to come around the bend. It's exactly where you want to be. The rest of it mostly looks like a line. Pulled Livonia and then went back, which is fairly unsurprising. I think you could have just stayed there, to be honest, but it's not even a nitpick. That's just like I don't see much difference between keeping St. like popping Finland, because at this point, England, your life is in their hands. It's not really up to you. Yeah, I'm not seeing much else in the West.
Yeah, in the East again, there's a bit of movement happening. Smyrna moving back to Syria to reassure Austria that things are okay. Greece moving to Ionian is a bit of an interesting one because I don't think that fleet is especially needed for anything by Italy on that front. So, but it also feels a bit too weak to be a stab on its own. It is setting up that Venice-Naples move at the same time, which I think would be a good thing to go for if you can convince Tim not to cover either of them. And I would agree with Andrew that I really think Carthage should have waived that fleet. It may be nice for diplomatic purposes, but it's gonna be painful to do anything with.
Yeah, you'll want that opportunity to build that flexibility on what to build later in the game.
Yeah, and in the East, I mean, credit to Keith, he is sticking to this alliance through and through, regardless of the opportunities he has to stab it. He is standing on that line. They do lose Munich, which actually I guess is Andrew's sphere, so I won't talk too much about that. But like Carthage is moving things forward to Sevastopol, and then you look at that and you think, do they need that unit there? Do they really need that unit there? I don't think so. I think it's more of a positioning to be stabbing in the future.
Yeah, if anything, I'm sort of I wish Doug had taken a little more risk here. You don't need Livonia on the board. Sweden is always going to be yours. You're always going to stop them at St. Petersburg. Let it get popped. Tap Kiel, move to Ruhr, haul into Ruhr, backfill that. And then you have a much better, in the small chance out, you're doing great, right? That's the idea here. I don't know why Munich moved. It's no longer in the West, and thus it is no longer me to have to analyze and psychoanalyze. As far as France moving backwards, it's a line. That's a line. And you love being an English channel. And if you're England, you just start counting the years and saying, what can I do for all of you? And we'll go have a wonderful evening. That's it. That's it.
All right, winner of 06 to get Doug Malott building a army in London, and that takes us into the spring.
Yep. So Ruhr, there's only 3 in Munich anyway, so like it wasn't the end of the world. I was just sort of thinking through what it could be. The advantages of keeping Livonia, of course, would have been actually to try for Berlin in this situation and force a guess with Munich up into Berlin, and then you can try to break that part of the stalemate line, right? And that's like versus not being in Ruhr. That's sort of, there's ideas there. Mouseball moving backwards is not something I want to see as England. There's no reason for it. You're just making my life more annoying. And, like, I'm sorry you've got like had a bad game, but you're never going to live. And if I'm England, this only risks not having St. Petersburg, which is not what you want. So I'm kind of just wishing they'd taken Sweden or let Livonia get popped or something, just to completely, Black Knight, there's no limbs remaining. Nothing Russia can do to threaten you.
Yeah, and I will also point out in the West, I think the convoy to Belgium is probably going to walk right out again here. It's not something Matthew had any real say over anyway. The big thing that happens in the East is Tim turning around. And I think it's really tough to say whether it's the right decision because there's not much he can gain from this, right? He's kind of stuck either way. But I think it's right in that Austria just had too much potential to stab him there. He needs the game to change up in some way so that he has some shot at the win, because if things stay on this line, he is not going to win this game. Timothy. So I think he's probably making the right move and turning around, even if there aren't any immediate gains.
Yeah, Tim's position is why you don't often see this particular alliance structure. It just can be really difficult for Italy if they don't manage to break through in Iberia very quickly. That's just a really it's weird. It's very easy to get bottled up, just like we're seeing here, leaving you with no real good options. Speaking of options, Marcus, I'll go to you for this one. Why not, if you're Doug Malott, just stay in Belgium and take Brest?
I think it's to do with long-term win equity, right? In diplomacy, you're not just looking at how do I become the biggest player now, you're looking at how am I the biggest player in 1915. And England making the stab against Belgium and Brest, yes, it solidifies them as the largest player in the West, and they're pretty much completely solidified for the rest of the game as the largest player in the West if they do that. But it's not about being the largest player in the West. And Matthew almost certainly turns around and goes, I'm not letting you win. If you did that, I'm going to let someone else win because you've completely ruined my game.
Actually, if you wouldn't mind going back to Spring, I want to ask you the same question, but a different subject. If you're Austria here, why aren't you stabbing Italy?
I mean, I think Austria should have stabbed Italy here because I think that the big difference between France's situation here, England stabbing France and Austria stabbing Italy, is that Austria can make a painful enough stab. Well, assuming that Italy doesn't turn around like they did here, they could go into Naples and Venice and then just completely demolish Italy's ability to throw the game to anyone. You have basically taken them out of the game at that point. They have a few units, but they're not going to be enough to give someone else the win.
Yeah, agreed. Although I think T2 here with bouncing Venice, the move has to be to Tuscany to prevent losing two centers as Italy.
All right, follow 07.
Okay, so in the East, we're seeing a lot of nothing. Tim, he turned around to try and change the dynamic, I think, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go, and it shows. He's not following through. He could have gone into Adriatic, which would have probably been, well, it would have been the most natural continuation of this, but I think he's scared of a French retaliation. He wants to see France doing something else first. And we see Karthik taking advantage of the Italian turnaround to say, hey, you need my fleets out here now. Suddenly they're mobilized.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a move from Matt Krill that says, hey, things are settled and we've been great together, but I got to come after you. Is Irish maybe a bounce? Like maybe I could see some potential here where he's setting up knowing that Karthik's going to move in, right? And Italy's going to get squished and he might have an opportunity to pick up Tunis and then move into Piedmont and maybe get another Italian dot and then have a real chance at the game that doesn't involve attacking England, which is certainly not an easy path forward. So I could see a world where Irish is actually a bounce, especially since we know that North Atlantic is sitting right up there. My regret continues to be that Sweden is not English.
All right, spring 1908. We are over halfway through this game. Things are, if there's no change diplomatically, we are not quite locked, but we're definitely moving in that direction. This is a very different kind of game than our last one. I think that most of the action that we're going to see for the next few turns is going to be happening behind the scenes diplomatically. I'm sure there's furious negotiations going on. I don't know that we're necessarily going to see it play out on screen. Let's just keep our eyes open. We're going to move quickly through here. If something catches your attention, keep your eye out, and if there's any specific things you're going to be watching for that might be an indicator that there's been a diplomatic shift, go ahead and call that out as well.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll try to focus on the highlight of what I can see. I think the highlight is Irish certainly looks like an organized bounce. Please take Sweden. Please take Sweden. That's the West.
I'd like to say on the East, nothing. The only thing to say is that fleet in Ionian is experiencing a whole lot of love right now. And in the east, we do actually see Venice moving back to Piedmont, which I'm not too happy about, as I think Italy should be holding. I think they shouldn't vacate that spot. But Keith has really proven that he's not taking advantage of Italy previously. He had a few opportunities to stab and he didn't do it. So maybe Tim is just taking that in mind and thinking, okay, I'm gonna stick with him now. Or maybe he thought that France was going to come to Piedmont, but I think that was unlikely.
Yeah, it feels like a spot where Carthag's got it. I don't. The West is the West. I'd rather see Spring.
Yeah, so this is from a couple turns ago, but this is Keith saying he wasn't moving against Italy because Turkey was encouraging him not to. So I think that just kind of shows you the kind of control that Turkey has in this situation, waiting patiently, but with this kind of position and pressure, perhaps has a little bit of diplomatic leverage over the rest of the board.
Well, that's moves. And that's movement, although there's no explicit adjustments. I will say this is a reason to keep Russia on 2, is he's willing to take risks with St. Petersburg, maybe a little bit more so than otherwise. But I mean, if they'd attacked St. Petersburg, it would have got disbanded. So I don't know. Prussia leaving doesn't mean much other than Berlin is more at risk, but you still kind of want that to be an army, not a fleet. It's still a mess thing, but it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, nothing happening in the east except for Piedmont going back to Venice again, which indicates that the move to Piedmont was anticipating a bounce last turn, I think, and Tim really wants to be in Venice. And of course, the huge rotation of French units towards the Italian front.
Followed up by Irish into mid-Atlantic. Does that feel agreed upon?
I want to say yes. I think you look at this realistically. If you're England, you always want that. If you're France, you don't have the fleets, and you didn't have the fleets because of that Army Paris build, right? To ever successfully take on England in a way that super matters. Because Russia is not going to do something that rotates and gives up St. Petersburg, right? He's not a fool. So the war was never viable unless you got something from somewhere for some reason. So I think Mao is just like, maybe, I don't know. It's all right.
I should say I missed this last turn, but Bulgaria went in because, well, Black Sea went into Bulgaria because there was a wrong coast bounce. Greece ordered to the wrong coast of Bulgaria here. I actually think it's not a bad thing for Austria for Turkey to be in Bulgaria. It's actually, Black Sea is arguably a little bit more threatening of a place for the fleet to be. In the east here, we have a lot of movement, actually. We have Italy responding very actively to this French attack on them, and actually just the Turkish fleets gets pushed in behind them. So I guess maybe this French move triggered Tim to just go, no, you're not getting anything off me. Suddenly I'm going to give up position to, I gave you this amount of space. I went back in the other direction. This is how you repay me? No.
In the West, we say goodbye to Chris Brand. This looks like a move that says, I'm hungry and it's time for dinner. I absolutely respect that, because there was maybe some diplomacy to be had, especially with tapping Munich. It's not a guarantee, but it's guaranteed if you walk out. So, GG's. The rest of the West, I mean, I think it's maybe needlessly fancy regarding Tuscany. That comes off harsher than I mean. We all do these things. We're like, oh God, I mean, they're smart. I'm smart. Like they're gonna think. So I gotta go this high, and then I gotta go here. And this reads like one of those where it's like the simple play is to guarantee that they don't get into Western Med and then go from there, because this is just another series of guesses, and it just looks like AT is going to be the benefit.
All right, so if you are the AT, the interesting question to me, you've got Tim Crosby, who's aggressively responding against the movement from the West into the Mediterranean. you don't really have the fleets to replace those units, but you got to get your dots from somewhere. Can you risk taking those Italian dots at this point in the game?
I think so. I wouldn't be entirely shocked for someone who enjoys having fun, like Karthik, to go Syria, Apulia in this coming year.
Well, let's find out.
Close enough. But that's anyway for the Sweden, good Lord. Oh, I'm so happy. There's no reason for this not to happen. I even kind of like freeing up the fleet, right? Because long term, as we get into the approaching almost the last third of this game, you need to keep an eye on France. That's the only real competition that you have. Slim chance that he does actually turn around. But if Italy gets stabbed, then he's going to be thinking about what to get out of this game, right? It's only reasonable. So putting the army up there and army the middle, I like that.
Yeah, and over in the east, I mean, Andrew was completely correct. Karthik is setting up for a convoy into Apulia, or even Naples if Tim is so angry at Matt that he's just letting them into the centers at this point. There's a big question about that still now. But Austria and Turkey are certainly going to take these Italian centers. They might, if they're 100% sure that Timothy is with them, then they might leave them alone for a little bit longer to allow those Italian fleets to push the Westerners back. But honestly, I'd just take them in this position. Okay. Oh yeah, so something else interesting that I failed to mention there was Bulgaria moving out to Constantinople. One of the interesting things about that failed bounce in Bulgaria that turn is it means that Karthik doesn't have a reason he can give to go back to Black Sea, right? It's a really nice spot for him to be in because it means if he ever stabs Keith, he can then convoy armies straight over. But once he's out of there, he's got no reason to go back in except saying, oh, I'm setting up to stab you later, which he presumably doesn't want to say. So he has to bring the fleet out the other way. There's not really a diplomatic reason why he can't do that. And of course, the convoy to Apulia happens. And interestingly, Tim turns around completely. So I think Tim was not, in fact, throwing to them. He was just attacking Matt with the understanding that they wouldn't attack him the moment he sees them coming after him. He's like, okay, well, I'm going back. I'm going to defend myself again now. But I think Matt bouncing him in Tyrrhenian is certainly not something Matt would have wanted. So there was some kind of miscommunication there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a bunch of potential, though, from France. So let's go to builds.
All right, winner of 1910. We've got Army in Budapest. We've got disband from Tim Crosby in Western Med, and Army from Doug Malott in Eddie. Disband from Jason Massbaum in St. Pete, keeping Finland. Spring 1911, we are moving towards the end stages of this game. Only about 4 years left. Doug Malott's England, commanding lead for this game, only 2 centers, but it feels like quite the gap at 10 centers. We've got Keith Worstel in Austria with 8, and Karthik Koneth and Matthew Krill lurking in the background at 6.
Oh, darn. I wanted to call a shot. I was going to say move to Baltic here. And the idea is that it's precisely you're saying we need to keep stock of where people's center counts are and how things are going to eventually resolve. And at some point, AT has to resolve. Losing Berlin is not the worst thing in the world to force conflict earlier and give yourself more time to benefit from it as England. Especially, this looked like a move where Jason was maybe saying, I'm mad you took Sweden, so now they're going to get St. Petersburg and they'll have 3 around it, and you have to figure out how to get a 4th unit into Barents. That's going to suck. But if you go to Baltic, you can cut Livonia, and you still have the 3 from guaranteeing Finland. And again, you've solved the northern problem, and you free up a unit, if not units, because you are going to have to figure out how the heck to secure it later. ignoring things that didn't happen, I think these are perfectly reasonable moves from England. You've got an ally you trust. He didn't even move. He left Mao, and Krill didn't even move there. I think the real negotiations is what we're seeing around Rome. Actually, pass it to you, Marcus.
Okay, well, I was looking at more at the Warsaw, Galicia, Budapest moves here. Just an absolutely magnificent stab from the Austrian. They've guaranteed themselves Bulgaria to some degree. They may lose Greece in the process. Maybe this isn't as good a stab as I thought. The main thing that they guarantee Moscow, but it's only guaranteed if England lets them do it. So that's a little bit of a painful thing because England is probably going to support whichever side is going to end up weaker in that conflict. And that ends up passing a lot of the power over to the West. If we look at what happened in Italy, what you highlight here, Austria actually supports France forward into Rome. I think that's a really good move. I think so. It's a little bit counterintuitive because it's saying, okay, we're giving the West more power, but you're giving the weaker power in the West more power, and that's exactly what you need to counterbalance this England.
Yeah, I feel like with this particular setup, I don't know that I love this move for Keith in Austria. I don't know if it's going to pay off, but I mean, the argument is, if not now, when? This is a move is going to need to be made. It wasn't going to happen continuing as they were. I love the move of supporting Matthew into Rome. If you're going to win this thing, I think you need somebody to help hold back Doug, and that's the only player on the board who can. Really, really smart play, I think, by Keith, and we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, so I think to add to what you were saying, that if not now, then when, Turkey was about to become quite a lot stronger. I think it might not have been the last chance to do this, but it was certainly approaching the last chance to do this, and so I respect taking the shot now. He does end up losing Greece in taking Bulgaria, but on the plus side, Doug allows him to get into Moscow, so he does get the extra center there. Unfortunately, it looks like it doesn't end up being a build because Venice is lost. Oh, wait, it will end up being a build because Venice is force disbanded, but it's not a +1. And sadly for him, France is just maximizing their gains rather than trying. Well, I think France would probably have been willing to support hold Venice there, but they decided to go for the self bounce in Trieste instead. That's an interesting tactical decision. I'm not sure you need Tyrolia to still be there at this point. I think I would have preferred to pull Tyrolia back, but it's completely respectable to keep it near the English units so that you can work quite closely with your French ally.
I am just seeing things that could have been for England here. And I think there's a huge missed opportunity to work with Austria. St. Petersburg's not doing anything. Put them into Moscow. Romania bounces Sev, and Galicia tries to force Ukraine to disband. And then all of a sudden there's this seal counterbalancing your seal of St. Petersburg, because I think everybody can understand that Turkey is going to have it out for Austria after this move. And your problem is not that Austria gets too big because of it, but that somehow France is the beneficiary of Turkish help in the end, which sort of is what's beginning to happen here. Likewise, I think honestly, maybe support West into Tunis and play a friendship game and be like, look, you finally have your chance. You stay loyal to me. I'm still loyal to you. Get that fleet a little bit further away. No build in Brest, right? And because that's what you need here, right? The problem is if this turns into a gunboat game where you're fighting gunboat France's gunboat England, and I let me tell you, you never really want to be doing that. You never really want to be, even with there's that you have here and no pressure on Munich. He's already he's looking at 3 from the Med. Tunis is going to fall at some point. AT is going to be a mess. You want France focused on trying to win through the south and not trying to come through the middle. And I think there were some chances here that the time pressures probably took care of.
Well, Doug Malott has to be thanking his stars that he's got a build coming from St. Pete. Otherwise, this could be lights out. Matthew Krill setting up for really good position here. Andrew, I'll go to you for this one. If you are Matt and you
rest in peace to Jason.
Oh,
sorry,
yes. Yes. Jason, our 2022 Diplomat of the Year. We say farewell. Hopefully we'll see Jason again in our last chance round. Andrew, the question I was going to ask you, do you risk it here if you were Matt Krill for moving against Doug Malott?
How opinions change when you actually see how the board. I'm honestly, I was talking up an opportunity that I don't see. I have to immediately backtrack. I think you have to try to wait here and say, hey, can we please build an army? Please, Doug, build an army. We've been great. Let me hold my things. But having finally sealed the North, who stops England? Except you. But do you win by stopping England? Sure doesn't look like it.
All right, winner of 1911. We've got Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Fleet London. That spells hostility to me. We've got Karthik Konath building an army, and Keith trying to hang on for everything he can with the army build in Trieste. We say farewell to Jason Massbaum. Move towards the last years of our game. Things are heating up. Spring of 1912.
Yeah, I immediately started looking at the force, but the power, I said maybe put him into Tunis. I think either way was sort of the same result here of, you're fighting for Mao, that kind of a thing. The fleet in Marseille would come to Spain. It's all kind of a wash. Realistically, this is an English position that nobody can challenge effectively. Covering Prussia is nice, but St. Pete's already locked up anyway, and realistically what you're doing there is just hedging against any kind of AT sorting things out. This is Doug's game to lose.
Yeah, over in the east, England's offering support to Turkey into Moscow is interesting, showing that he's trying to balance the powers there. But really, Keith didn't have a choice here but to play defensively on the Romania front. He couldn't really go for Sevastopol. If he does, then Sevastopol gets into Romania and just wreaks havoc in his homeland, which is... It's a really painful situation because both of these players, you look at the center distribution between the East and the West, right? The West, both of the players there are kind of already in contention. The players in the East, they have so many fewer supply centers between them. One of them is going to have to convincingly win this war, and this doesn't look like a war that's going to be convincingly won by anyone.
Yeah, this is the kind of game where you could see someone potentially throwing to an ally to make a difference. But with the kind of relationship we've seen between Keith and Karthik the past couple of years, that does not seem likely at the moment. So if one of them's going to probably have to win it outright, and I just don't know if the unit mix and time is there. I think it would have to be Karthik to do that. So fall of 1912.
Okay, well, in the East, actually, we see Keith pivot somewhat back towards the West, going into Bohemia to try and counter this English threat, I assume. It looks, in fact, yeah, he even takes the convoy into Naples here with Turkish support. So basically, completely going on board with Karthik again, and Karthik just goes, yeah, okay, I'll take your centers behind you, that's fine. There's a big question here whether was this Keith saying, yes, you can have my centers, or was this Keith saying, we have to work together right now, we don't have another choice, we're both going to lose, the analysis that I gave last round, and just taking a bet that Karthik wouldn't go for him and losing said bet. Certainly looking good for Karthik now.
Yeah, completely agree. There's definitely situations where you do the stab and then you look at what happened and you go, well, I'm really sorry. Let me make it up to you. And you turn around. Speaking of turning around, leaving Belgium is a curious choice when it's guaranteed like that. this feels like maybe there was some inside knowledge about how things were going to sort out in the South, and effectively you're just trying to keep France as happy as possible to eventually hand you the centers that you'll need to win. Brian, I think you made a really good point about unit mix, unit composition here compared to the first game, where what was effectively the juggernaut in the East had a line through Munich and Berlin, and so those what are here Austrian and what were there Russian armies had something to do and reasons to be somewhere else. But here, the middle is already kind of locked up, and all those armies have nothing to do, and we don't have Evans 5 fleets. Turkey needs 5 fleets in order to balance the way that Marcus is talking about. The West just has these centers to be able to say one of us will win, and the East simply does not. And it's, I think, a good point is about the. It's really hard to change that around. So I'm impressed by what they've negotiated here. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and Doug Malott said it's my game to lose. Here's me trying. So, winner of 1912, we've got Carthagona taking advantage of this situation, putting down an army and a fleet, moving us a little bit closer towards our final turn, spring 1913.
I mean, I don't love that foreshadowing, Doug. But realistically, what I'm seeing is, yeah, it's immediately about, it's back to diplomacy, and it's about the negotiations. It's about telling Austria, look, I know he was your ally. Why does he deserve to win? Is there anything we can do here? And going to France and saying, I know you're my ally. You know I deserve to win. Is there anything we can do here? And just trying to figure things out. Tunis is a great point around that. I think the biggest concern, this will be my last point, is time. England, you got to make sure you have time. Leaving the English Channel is safe, but not great. Krill at this point knows, I don't think he knows he can't top this board. I think with 3 turns, 3 years, it's close, but I think you can make a convincing argument by just taking Belgium forcefully with an army and saying, look, here's a coffin. I can afford flowers. Let me set up your funeral, make it lovely, and make me give the speech so that I'm the most important one here.
Yeah, I completely agree in every respect. This is all there is to talk about in the East is Karthik is getting thrown to right now. Keith has decided I'm going to focus on attacking the West. What reason for that? I guess maybe he didn't get the support that he was looking for. Maybe he just realized there's no shot for me to win this game right now, and Karthik has been nice to me through the game until I stabbed him. So really now it's between Karthik and Doug. It's a battle of negotiation.
Followed 1913. See if the commentator curse of me saying we're not throwing ends up continuing.
Oh, we do see Moscow moving into Sevastopol, so it's not, and Trieste and Bohemia are attempting to cover Vienna. So Austria is kind of defending as well as they can from the position that they're in, and making sure that they claim some centers here off of Karthik. So it's not really a complete throw, it looks like. But yeah, unfortunately, Karthik does still have, unfortunately for Keith, Karthik does still have a massive amount of power in here. I think he'll be able to push Keith back out, but that unit taking Sevastopol is actually kind of big because it means that nothing Turkish can really push close to the Russian front in time.
Yeah, I think I'm interested why St. Pete left instead of moving to Livonia, because I could see if you're negotiating that, and there's Berlin, Austria wants some centers, but you also should be there, in that last year and be able to walk into things that are given to you. A similar sentiment. For the West, I also want to say I wasn't saying Matt Krill was giving up on his chance to board top in a negative way. It's merely a practical of where the units were on the board in the spring, and I think that shows in the fall. Not much else to say.
All right, winner of 1913. We've got Karthik. The witches are both growing. Doug Malott puts down an army and a fleet. Karthik puts down 3 armies. Man, if I were trying to win this, I think I would have put down a fleet in Khan or Ankara and just like a convoy. So Keith probably appreciates that, I think. But man, I don't know. Spring of 1914.
Wish I had like 30 more seconds to look at it, because I do agree with you, but this slipping into Sevastopol is exactly what you want to see, basically. I think convoys really just sort of slow things down, and with 2 years, you just need to figure out a way to get to the middle, because that's where the dots are. Serbia is only 1, and Vienna is a maybe, and the rest is locked up. I think we haven't really been looking at center count, but that's the second question here. But now I'm looking at it, in England on 13. I don't think there's much to do here, really.
I mean, so I think I would have preferred to see the fleet from Karthik, just because I think it's a bit more guaranteed than what he's done right now. You know, you don't have to play the risk game of, I'm going to bait him into arm. Is he going to go there? Is he not? If I fail this, then I lose a ton of momentum, right? I prefer guaranteed momentum that's a little bit slower. But his play here absolutely worked out. The play going for the risky move and getting into Sevastopol a turn earlier is brilliant. So well played to him for that.
Yeah, if Karthik does come back and win this game, it could very well be that this decision and guess could be the key factor. Fall of 1914.
Okay, well, in the east, we're seeing Karthik still running into a fair amount of resistance here. He does actually leave Ankara open, which was quite a bold decision to make, but worked out perfectly for him. And he gets into a better position around the Austrian units rather than continuing to try and bounce Serbia, which I think is correct on his part. Just trying to make as much progress as he can in the time that he's got.
Yeah, I certainly think that the spring moves also show that he hasn't completely just given up on Keith. There's still alliance and negotiations going on. Otherwise, he would have just convoyed to Greece, let him get into Serbia, Budapest to Galicia in the spring. Moves that maybe it's better to get to the what is the new line sooner. I don't think you can beat England here. England's got Portugal now and a compliant, willing, friendly France, and I think that's just the game.
Marcus, do you see any path forward, including dot throwing, for Karthik to win this?
Sadly for Karthik, I think the answer is no. I agree completely with Andrew. The fact is, in this position, usually your best bet would be, okay, I need to negotiate for my life with France. Basically, go, please turn around, please stop England from winning. You know, you don't want this game to be a throw. You want this game to be, I'm having to fight Austria, and I think I've deserved it. But the way France is set up here, there isn't much they can do to stop England taking those centres, even if they did turn around. So, yeah, I don't think there's a route here for Karthik. I'd be very surprised if he manages to overtake.
The only way is if the English units just aren't close enough.
That is very possible to... If you do get the French to turn around, you can have them block Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Brest here, which means that only one French centre goes, which puts it within reach. So I guess we'll see if that happens.
All right, spring of 1915. This will be our final year for this game. Both of our analysts predicting Doug Malott will manage to stay ahead of Karthik Konath, win this game. Does it happen?
Yeah, I was looking at the guesses around, or the tactics around Warsaw and Moscow and seeing what could be guaranteed. England does willing to bring Livonia in, and that should basically seal that, because Warsaw can't be the mover to Moscow because it would remain Austrian. Broly was the other thing that I was curious about because it makes defense harder. And if you needed Ruhr to end up in Paris at the end of the year, it had to go now. And so where is that other army coming from? And that's where I was like, are the units there? Are the units there to pick up enough things? But it looks like the units should be there. It looks like this should be +3, and Vienna and Serbia are only +2, and with a buffer of 1 should be good.
Yeah, the only path to Karthik's win right now is if Western Mediterranean and Brest were bounced, and that's not happening. Sorry, Spain and Brest. Yeah.
Doug Malott says he called for a draw, and I think that's probably what happened here based off this end date. So congratulations to Doug coming out as the player who received 0 votes on our YouTube poll, unknown to many of us, proving that our extended deadline player who earned his points from a big win in that format deserves to be here. A lot of players who play extended deadline primarily they struggle to make the transition for the shorter time periods. That not an issue for Doug Malott, who we will see in our championship game next weekend. Congratulations. I'd like to give, I'll say, Marcus, why don't you give commentary first, and then Andrew, why don't you close us out for this game?
Yeah, I just very briefly wanted to say for Doug on that front, the problem we often see with extended deadline players is they tend to be a bit more stabby than in these kind of games. They tend to be much more active and ready to stab than the people who play exclusively virtual face-to-face or face-to-face. They get into the big tournament and they think, okay, I need to take my shot right now. You know, I've got this chance to get to the top board and I need to get it. And I think Doug absolutely mastered doing the opposite of that in here. He got a very strong position and he kept that strong position without going overboard, without going for Matthew too early, without going for Jason in such a way that might turn Jason around. So I've got to absolutely applaud that.
I pretty much agree. I think he was, to the extent that somebody can be, like, quote unquote, handed a good position in a diplomacy game, he was handed a good position, but you have to finish, right? And I think he did finish. There were certainly points where I was like, I wish you did this, I wish you did that. But ultimately, Russia doesn't make a fight, lets him get St. Petersburg. He made the right closing moves in the end game years to guarantee that it couldn't be thrown to Karthik. If anything, I'm really curious to see how the 3 people in the triple will feel about it, because most triples have a decent amount of success. This was an unusual one, and so I'd be curious about their post-game thoughts. But congrats to Doug. This is very well done.
Yeah, let's talk about for this game. Another really, really entertaining game. Really appreciate our players showing why they are the top 28 of this season, why they belong to be here. There's a lot of directions that could have gone, and really, really impressive to see how that all played out. Very well-rounded play. We saw tactical, strategic, and diplomatic aspects of Doug's game in order to win that one. All right, well, next up, we are going to transition on to our next game. So the 2 that we just watched concluded last night. We're going to move on to the ones that are playing or wrapping up right around this time. So our next game is going to be our first chance round 2 board 1. Our players are Jamal Blakarli, Bradley Grace, Riaz Varani, Nicola Taillé, Brandon Fogel, Johnny Gillum, and Cameron Higby. Some were calling this the Clash of Titans. Marcus, what are the storylines we're going to be watching for this one?
Yeah, so it's partially all about those 3 huge names in there. Brandon Fogel, who has previously won this very tournament. Riaz Varani was a virtual diplomacy champion. Jamal Blakarli has been a virtual diplomacy champion and a world champion. And they've all, in those same tournaments, been basically neck and neck with each other right to the end of it. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they repeat it. It's going to be very interesting if one of them thinks, is my game easier if I take out one of these players, or if I if I try and work with them? You know, our strength together can probably take over this area, but is it worth the end game troubles with them? The other interesting thing about this is we have players like Nicolas Taillet and Bradley Grace. And when I was talking about extended deadline players earlier, and the fact that they go a bit too all out sometimes and too early, I think last time we saw Bradley Grace in one of these tournaments, he was very much that. I'm very interested to see if he manages to play a more slow-paced game here, try and take more of an advantage of the big players maybe going against each other.
All right, well, today's game is named after Simone Siekman. Simone is one of our hobby greats who we would not be here today without. Simone is he's renowned for his analytical and strategic insights, particularly in the 90s and early 2000s. He was a prolific contributor to the Diplomatic Pouch, where he penned articles that merged game theory, mathematics, and diplomacy strategy. He's particularly noted for his involvement in addressing the complexities of the convoy paradox in diplomacy. Beyond diplomacy, Siekman boasts an impressive professional career in technology and government. His academic background with a PhD and Master of Science from Carnegie Mellon University underlines his capacity for sophisticated analytical thought, evident in both his professional endeavors and his diplomacy writings. Simone's contributions to the diplomacy community combine strategic analysis with an understanding of game theory that marks him as a key figure in the evolution of diplomacy gameplay and strategy. So once again, honored to recognize Simone's contribution to the hobby by naming this board after them. We've got these players, we've got the board of death. Let's get to their power selection.
Hey, thanks, Brian. We're excited to start the next set of games here. We've got round 2, board 1, and we're going to bring the players to the board. We've got the highest seed on the board, Jamal, coming in first. Bradley here at second pick. Riaz is at third. Nicolas in fourth. Brandon's in fifth. Johnny sixth. And Cameron, sadly, being the seventh pick on the board. You have no other alternative but to pick seventh unless someone's going to be friendly to you. Johnny, you going to help him out?
Well, funny you should ask. There was discussion of actually letting Cameron, being the only person not a Viper or a champion on this board, pick first. And I'm just saying, if you guys want to do it, I'll take the first hit and I'll drop.
Yeah. Sounds awesome.
Yeah? Yeah? Anybody? Yes? No? All right, let's try it. Cameron, do you want to pick ahead of me?
I mean, if you would like me to, I was not aware of this plot.
Nobody, this plot that was hashed in a Discord joke. I will pick behind Cameron, Kevin.
All right. Brandon.
I have less courage than Johnny Gillen.
Oh, that's no fun, Brandon. Come on.
Before Cameron.
All right. Nicolas.
It's no fun.
I will pick ahead of Brandon because I'm even less courageous than he is.
Riaz.
I would have, but Nicola and Brandon said no. So
They ruined it.
I'll go up top there.
There you go. Bradley.
Sorry, guys, I'll pick first.
All right. Jamal had something to say about that, though.
You're all terrible. You're all terrible. Well, I mean, as much as I would love to go below Cameron, I will go below Nicola and above Brandon.
Above Brandon. How does that look? Does that look good?
No.
You always think it looks good. Bradley gets the first pick. What country would you like?
I'll take Italy, please.
Italy. Riaz.
I will take France.
I'm sorry, say it again.
France, please.
Great. All right, thank you. Nicola.
Do I go for the record from Matt Totonchi for waiting and hesitating? I'm not sure I have the courage to do that now. I'm going to take Russia.
Russia. Jamal.
Sorry, 1 second. I'll take England.
England. Brandon.
I'll take Germany.
We've got
Really
Germany.
had to think, though.
Cameron.
Well, I will take Austria.
Austria it is. And Johnny, that letter down there says Turkey
I
is
would
left for you.
gladly play Turkey.
There you go.
Thrilled.
All right, gentlemen, best of luck today, and we will see someone at the finish line.
Cheers, Kevin.
Good luck, everybody. Have fun.
Good luck.
Good luck, Joe.
Holy moly, what a loaded board, what a loaded West in particular is where my eye went to. We've got the two rivals from the world champion in Germany and England. We've got Riaz Varani, who soloed in last year's DBN Invitational semifinal weekend as France. And that's just the West side of the board. Whew. Andrew, I'm going to you. What's your takeaway after that selection?
My takeaway is that I think each of those players did a better job introducing their own play styles and personalities in how they reacted and chose not to go for the bit in their own special way than any could have filmed. Just such a perfect. No, I can't. Well, now it's not. Well, they didn't do it, so I can't do it either. Just delicious. I'm very ready for this board.
Marcus.
I was cheering and booing throughout that. I loved it so much. I will say, Brandon has solidified himself as the villain in my eyes of this game by not going behind Cameron. I will be rooting against him for the entirety of this. But more importantly, Johnny has solidified himself as the hero for trying to make it happen. And actually, diplomatically, he's right next to the person that he tried to boost in the order. He got a head start on the negotiations. Absolutely amazing.
And at the bottom of the screen, you can see our ticker going by, showing the results of our YouTube poll on who would win this game. Riaz Varani, the winner of the poll, audience pick at 34%. Brandon Fogel, Johnny Gillum, or Cameron Higby as the second choice, coming in with 30%. That's the predictions. This is the board of death. Round 2, board 1. Here we go, spring 1901.
I will say very quickly before I talk about the orders, I forgot to mention this. Brandon spent so long trying to figure out where to go. This was because he could either be in this West of Death or he could be in the East. And I think the reason he chose the West of Death is that he knows that if he can get someone on side there, the West will probably be the side that takes the advantage in this game. Just because of how strong the players are there. And we see some interesting opening moves here. Munich bouncing Tyrolia with Venice. So there's some kind of agreement between Bradley and Brandon and probably Cameron as well there, just to guarantee that nothing is going to happen, nothing unusual. And then outside of that, it's all fairly standard moves in the West. I think we're looking to see what will happen beyond this.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's like trying to put a finger on the scale. Oh, well, if it's not agreed to, then Jesus, what is happening already? I was gonna say a finger on the scale just to pull Germany's shirt from behind, right? It's, you get called for the foul in footy, soccer, but ultimately it's more about killing momentum early on and controlling the pace of the game and just encouraging maybe a little bit of a lockup in the north, especially if you were worried about an EG being extremely quick given the amount of thought put into the power selection. The rest is fairly straightforward. Love to see Smyrna to Ankara. Big fan of that becoming popular rather than just holding, that kind of a thing. Let's see fall. Okay, rotating out to Khan. Interesting. Because as you were saying, right, the negotiations started from the moment the power selection started. I don't know how much I read this as the AT that I might have expected. Galicia doesn't seem agreed upon is my bet, but it also maybe doesn't have to be if Austria is worried about an Italy that's so confident and also willing to move to Tyrolia in the first move. Interested to see what develops next year.
Yeah, up in the West, I mean, I'd love the position for Riaz off the bat with the bounce happening in Holland. This is a very bold move from Jamal going straight for Holland, and it kind of puts Riaz in the power position, being able to pick and choose who he wants to work with. I suspect he'd want to work with England in this position just because, I mean, it's so good to get Brandon out of the game early on. We've seen what he can do. But we'll see what comes of this.
Winner of 1901, we've got a Northern Fleet build from Russia in St. Pete that is always delicious and often seen as bad news for England. We've got Southern Fleet build from Riaz in Marseille. Frequently, that sets up for a Western triple-ish kind of move, but it's very easy and just as likely, in my experience, for that fleet to swing around. So if I were Jamal, I would definitely be on watch for Riaz perhaps trying to sneak behind my lines. We've got an army build from Belgium. Brandon only getting one, Berlin, only getting one build and choosing to put down an army. I tend to prefer a fleet, but in this case, that might be the right play. And then everything else is pretty standard. Turkey building that southern fleet from in Smyrna. There we go. Spring of 1902.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing from Riaz. I was kind of interested in what exactly Riaz would do here, just because Riaz is generally a player who's happy to sit back if he's in a powerful position and let that power just continue to grow by itself, right? If you've got two neighbors who are coming up against each other, why jeopardize your relationship with one of them to get a dot when you can keep your relationship with both of them intact and hopefully get them both to throw you dots further down the line? I think that might be what he's doing here. He's staying out of mid-Atlantic and he goes for this move to Ruhr that gets bounced. Riaz is definitely someone who has a habit of making these arranged bounces with people he's supposed to be at war with. The winner in the West at the moment, though, looks to be Nicola, given that Jamal is just letting him go into Norway. I mean, there wasn't much he could do to stop it anyway, but he's moving all in down to contest Brandon in Denmark.
And with Russia coming out well in the north, I'm seeing actually what I was hoping to see in the south. This looks like a board where IT or even IRT might be a pretty good decision to just pull the trigger on, especially if you're seeing France be patient, not even willing to move to mid-Atlantic. You're not worried about the fact that you convoyed to Tunis, which is didn't mention in the fall. It's like, I mean, if there's an EF, how soon are you going to have to worry about fleets on your doorstep, similar to like the inverse of the second game today. But I'm kind of hoping that they just take out Cameron. No offense, but it's turned out decently well in the past couple of games, and I think it might happen again here. Sort of, not quite. Black Sea feels very arranged, and I wondered if, like, why they didn't just bounce in the spring. But I guess there's risking Bulgaria, and you want to build some trust with Russia. Is this a rat then? Do I want it to be a rat? But then there's Greece. It's kind of hard to figure out who's coming out on top here. I think besides Russia, I guess, in the north, and I'll pass to you for that.
Yeah, Russia doing great in the north. I mean, there's not another center immediately available to them, but they're very quickly gaining momentum up here. Something interesting again that happens in the north. There's again a bounce in Re. What a coincidence! I would again think this might be an arranged thing, going from what I know of Riaz. And he's putting England into Holland, yes, sure, but this is probably just to prop England up against the Russian rather than to make any real progress forward.
Moving into winter of 1902, net result is +1 for Nicolas Taillet. We've got +1 for Bradley Grace and Riaz Varani. We say Cameron has to disband 1 unit. We get an army in Marseille for France, army in Moscow for Russia, and army in Rome for Italy. We've got Albania being disbanded by Cameron Higby's Austria, moving into spring of 1903.
Okay, so up in the west here, actually, we see another bounce in Re, and this one nicely prevents an English army getting into Belgium. Oh boy, what a coincidence again. I obviously do need to ask Riaz afterwards whether these actually were coincidences or not, but I would be very surprised if these were not arranged at this point. No real progress being made here, except Riaz moving things slowly forward into Picardy and moving into west now, seemingly making his decision on where to pull the trigger, potentially going for Tunis.
Yeah, and that move to Tunis is why I was sort of hoping to see more quick momentum. I think Ed has saved me in the chat by saying, yeah, it's an IRT. You're not confused. You're just, confused. What needed, I think, more trust and progress immediately, or happens is this feels like a Riaz move where it's like, well, I can't move against my ally. Let's just bounce in Tunis a couple of times. But as Italy, we've seen in the first 2 games that this sort of conflict is immediately going to put you on the back foot, and like potentially you just won't recover at that point. I doubt Austria is necessarily going to want to work with you in this fall turn. Maybe you can start recovering from there, but I think they can guarantee Serbia, and after that, I don't know.
Oh, my pick of Bradley Grace, not looking too great at the moment. There's definitely time to turn around. Italy can be resilient at times, but not how I would want to start the game if I were in Bradley's position.
Well, they didn't go for Serbia, so that's definitely a choice. Highlighting just excellent to outguess. That looks great, and losing Greece. There's no reason that a juggernaut shouldn't form here and do very well. There's nothing diplomatically preventing Johnny as Turkey from building a fleet here. Even Italy will go, I get it, right? There's no amount of pressure that Bradley can exert that's going to prevent that from happening. And once that happens, that's that. The only peculiarity is the Black Sea move, which is a little bit, do you really need to be there? Did I ask you to come there? So I want to see where that ends up, because there's certainly room here for Austria to an Austronaut. There's like, without really Italy coming after you anymore, certainly be happy to make peace with Riaz there. And then Russia would definitely benefit. So that's what I'm going to look forward to.
Yeah, and up in the west, bouncing Re. It's bouncing Re time again, as it has been for the last few turns. I do want to Well, of course, first I'll point out the Russian does make progress, manages to take the North Sea. Jamal takes that off so that they can choose where to rebuild that. But which is a huge move forward. But I really, really want to point out here, this is what makes Riaz such an amazing player, right? In 1901, he took the centers that he needed to, right? I think he may have left Spain open and taken that later. But this is kind of the default position around France where, you're saying a France who's got to this position is doing well, but they haven't actually made any progress. They've got Belgium, Spain, and Portugal. Those are default French centers anyway, to some extent. But despite not taking anything else, Riaz's position is so much better than the average French player in this position is. He's been slowly advancing and, most importantly, not making any enemies. He didn't attack anyone in the north. He's been bouncing with Brandon and not getting anywhere. He's been keeping his alliance with Jamal, saying, hey, yeah, you can take Belgium behind me. Nudge, nudge. But yeah, this is just the part of Riaz's play that I absolutely adore. I think he does this incredibly well. You're on mute, Brian.
Would not be a DBN broadcast without that. We've got Fleet Ankara, a little spicy build there. We've got a build of an army from England up in Edinburgh, pushing into spring of 04.
Okay, yeah, and in the West, I did say last turn that Riaz has no enemies. He does have an enemy in Italy, but that's kind of not a true not someone pressing at his border. But now he does maybe have a minor issue in that this Russian fleet has ended up going rogue. It is now in the English Channel. Where does it go from there? Well, Riaz doesn't have a unit to defend Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So maybe it gets into there, and it doesn't really have any supply centers to attack immediately. So, very good question here of what happens. Important thing to note here as well, Germany did support the move from Norwegian into North Sea. So there's some kind of England-Germany thing going on here. And Germany does get into this time around. So as much as I was praising Riaz's position, maybe it's turning around a bit.
I think this is top board excellence showing itself immediately, right? The slightest idea of an edge, the moment that we see it, they've seen it and they're reacting to it. God, I love a chaotic Russian fleet in the West. That was one of the joys of Cascadia, was someone getting an award for ending up in Tunis and not from the southern path. So I'm excited to see if that can be replicated here. The pivot to AT is interesting. I do really think AR was a reasonable option, but as was foreshadowed in the Paris method, the diplomatic relationships have always been there between Johnny and Cameron, and I think this is really paying off. The one thing I might have liked to see from Riaz, support Tyrolia into Venice. Help take down Italy just a little bit more. Because you're going to pick up Tunis, like that's not going to change. And I think Italy's probably going to be more mad at Austria and never going to like come back and never recover. And then maybe you're not, risking whatever the heck is going to happen with this Russian fleet.
In our first game, we saw on the sideline a lot of chatter between Ed Sullivan and Matthew Tatanchi about being the biggest, not wanting to be the target. And here, I think you're seeing the effect of that. Nicolas Taillet has had considerable success with Russia throughout his career on DBN covered games, soloing with that power in one of his games. So the board definitely recognizes that threat and is responding. Fall of 1904, do they continue?
AT does, at least. I also want to say it was an excellent negotiation to have Black Sea be disbanded. Russia could attempt to continue the attack there, but they need Austria on side. And I think the way that played out shows that Turkey had confidence in what was actually going to happen that turn. Sometimes you think you know what's going to happen, and sometimes you know what's going to happen. and it really pays off here with Seb. This is a viable AT, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
Over in the West, we do have Russia not going into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Russia goes for Brest. I think that the reason for this is likely because they thought that Picardy would support hold Belgium or do something of that like, just to try and just guessing that the Russian fleet would go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So good guess on Riaz's part, and it's actually a fantastic guess because it ends up meaning that he can build a fleet and defend that. He did lose Belgium, but the unit came off, and he's gained Tunis as well. But yeah, we see the German-English cooperation continue, and they are able to push into the French homeland. So suddenly, even with that good guess on Riaz's part, it's looking a lot worse for him.
Yeah, is this a shift? Do we see Brandon and Jamal working together against France? Is that your read?
Yeah, 100%. I think that this is a big sign of why these three players are champions, right? Because Riaz's strategy of not attacking people works on most people, I think. But in this situation, they're looking at it and they're going, we need to make something happen, because if we don't make something happen, Riaz is just going to wait until the end game and then win. So they make the thing happen, even though it looked a bit suboptimal at the time.
All last broadcast for these first and last chance games last year, Andrew Goff just rallied the diplomacy community to not allow that particular French meta to continue. And here is the first time in a while that I've seen our top players are responding to that. They recognize the threat of allowing France to just kind of sit and wait. They are reacting to it. Winter of 1904. If there was any question before, that has been eliminated with these builds, extremely hostile builds between Brest and Liverpool. Then we've also got Cameron Higby building the army in Vienna. We've got Bradley disbanding the army in Rome. Spring of 1905. Oh, and we've got Nicolas Taillet. Guess he didn't have a disband. For some reason I thought he did, but he gets to keep that English fleet, which is going to make the West quite interesting. What otherwise could be completely locked up, Nicolas' fleet down there could be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, so it actually presents the fact that Nicolas' fleet that is there is actually super important going forward. As you see, at the moment, it can continuously attack Mid-Atlantic Ocean, just bounce there, right? And make sure that French fleet can't get out. But once the second English fleet is there, it's in Wales. The fact that that fleet in English Channel is from a different power means that it can just hold, right? And then North Sea and Wales can attack it together, and then it can choose on the retreat where to go. And that means that Riaz is forced to cover both Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Brest with units in order to defend against that possibility, which at the moment he can't afford to do. He's got too many armies in his homeland. So I think he is going to fall, and that is going to be an essential tactic that comes in and speeds that up a lot. Although the fact that Tyrrhenian Sea got knocked back this turn is actually a huge relief for Riaz, because it means he can defend against this without pulling an army up. Elsewhere in the north, I mean, they're all still working together.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing for me was the army in Ankara. I would have thought an AT would want a fleet there, but this turn I think reveals why. Italy's on board, which is very interesting. And not something I would have expected, and clearly got sorted out in the winter, which is super cool. I'm sort of excited to see an AIT work this time. So let's find out.
I think we saw a little bit about this in the fall of last turn, just with what happened around Tunis. There was a little bit of coordination between Turkey and Italy just on trying to get that back. So it was very possibly then that it was decided.
True. Sometimes you just don't want Riaz to get away with it again. And I mean, I think that shows here to an extent, right? it's a little bit locked up in the east part of the East, but at least this other part seems all right. I'm a little curious why not send Tyrrhenian to West for the cut. NAF comes back in, Naples moves to Tyrrhenian. That seems like something that Turkey would certainly want. But not ultimately too concerning, I don't think.
Okay, well, in the West, I mean, I love this and hate this at the same time. They realized, hey, Riaz is on the back foot, but if we put someone into a center now, it's going to be Brandon. He's going to get an extra unit. Do I really want that when Denmark is just sitting there open? No, let's pivot around and take it. So they've let Riaz back into the game here. And I think it really will be let back into the game because his position isn't very weak right now if those units back off, which they have done. So Jamal and Nicola basically said, let's work together to kill Brandon. I think we've got this little bit of an edge that will make us beat Riaz in the long run. And you got to give it to them. It's a bold play to make.
Yeah, Jamal the one, I think, playing with fire a little bit there. We've got all the risk for him. Nicola kind of playing with a free unit. Why not make that choice? I think it could pay off. I think all of it's going to come down to what is Brandon and Riaz's relationship going to end up like? Are they going to go back to a 2-on-2, or is everybody going to gang up and eliminate Brandon here?
It's a very interesting question. I guess
Marcus,
this one is going to be answered soon.
Marcus, what should Riaz pull here? But
that's the list.
I mean, it's kind of tough. I almost, because I like Riaz's general strategy of just sitting there and not letting things resolve, right? Brandon's going to be annoyed right now, so you've potentially got him back on side again. I kind of actually would have liked to see an army go because you can start pressing up, but I think Riaz's play style matches up more with what you see here, which is taking the fleet off and sitting back again.
All right. Well, I think something to point out. We've got some feedback from our players. Jamal was supposed to blow up Nicola's fleet. So not on the same board or not on the same page here. So, all right, is that going to influence what happens here?
Yeah, that's a super interesting thing to hear because that means Jamal made this move entirely by himself, which means that the only person he can have got on board with that would have been Riaz himself. I'm not sure I like that move as much anymore. But yes, in the West here, you see Jamal pulling Belgium back, knocking North back into Skagerrak, and actually giving Denmark back as well. So and convoying back Picardy. I mean, I really don't see the point of the stab anymore because he's lost everything he's gained and he's now going to lose even more. Maybe he has some very deep negotiation strategy here or balance of power strategy, but I would have much preferred to see a continued push on France in this case.
I pretty much agree. I'm searching. You could get support in Berlin, but still he's just helping force Ukraine in Warsaw. I think the AT remains tight. I think Italy stays generally on board. There's some potential for some change in the East, but I wouldn't recommend it. And I hope they stick together for at least another turn, if not another two. Or that. I mean, I think the stab is, well, is it a stab? Let's rewind. Romania doesn't look particularly voluntary, but it also doesn't look like it could have been resisted. I think the bounce in Ionian is nice, and I was wondering if there was a good way to sort of take out Austria while not taking out Austria, and this is I think a really elegant way to do it. There's nothing to be done here as Cameron after this turn. Because you're successfully in Ukraine, which is a shame. So Serbia is always going to fall, Trieste is always going to fall, and now you're forward units at this point, I think. So really well done to the IT here.
Yeah, and over in the West, we do see Russia and England collaborating. Actually, when I said that England knocked Russia out of North Sea, I think it was probably still them working together last turn, because Russia had attempted to backfill Denmark for him. And he does manage a successful convoy across to Holland with Riaz's support. So it is flipping back to Riaz here, although ultimately the consequence of Jamal's stab ends up being that he has the same number of centers as he would have had otherwise, because he loses Denmark and Belgium here. So, in fact, I think actually he's one less than he was before. But perhaps he likes this alliance configuration more. Perhaps this is carryover from the World Championship and going, Brandon was the most dangerous player on that board. Perhaps he is here too.
Well, net result, winner of 1906, Jamal loses 2. We're going to have some tough disband choices here. Nicolas Taillet and Riaz Varani, the winners in the West. And then we've got Johnny Gillam going up 1, Cameron Higby dropping 1. Get an army build from Nicolas Taillet. We get disbands the fleet in Norwegian and English from Jamal. Got an army build in Paris, disband army in Ukraine from Austria, and army build in Cannes by Johnny Gillam.
Yeah, so if we look at the West here, we are seeing Riaz pivot entirely around to defend himself, which makes complete sense, making sure the Eastern powers can't take anything off of that front. And since he has a good alliance with Jamal now, he's not got any pressure from the North. For the moment, anyway. Brandon seriously coming under threat now. Jamal's push into Kiel works. Although taking the last 2 centers off of Brandon is going to be a difficult. I wonder what do the Western powers do after that's done. They can't all stick together forever.
I think they wouldn't mind accelerating the death, though, with a little help from Austria. I want to highlight Turkey again. I think this is a really good bounce in Sevastopol, because suddenly the game looks like it could be heading to getting locked up, especially with Riaz having time to rotate in the West. So then the question becomes, what next? But keeping Russia not only alive, not only viable, but powerful and possibly friendly to you, I think is a really smart choice here. I could even see giving Sevastopol, if you really wanted to, and trying to bargain for a promise of like another northern fleet and having some play in the north to keep moving things, especially as it looks like England might be successfully negotiating for some stuff in the center.
I'll say suddenly my pick of Bradley Grace, along with 2% of our YouTube audience, looking a little bit better here. I am definitely not counting Italy out from this position either. I definitely see advantage Turkey, but depending on negotiation, there's some room there as well.
Well, and then he heads right back. Adam, you're correct in the comments. Mao's not, but it's Riaz. There's like an extra unit hanging around all the time defending. You just can't convince yourself to attack these things sometimes. I'm happy to see the Sev exchange. Like I said, I think that really improves the viability of things here. Support holding Trieste and following through on it. And the fact that Italy seems to have trusted that, also really nice. Walking backward, obviously, is not great. And as Turkey, you're not going to have a build to really deal with that. But I mean, I don't know how much I like that from Italy as a decision. You did have some guesses on Mid-Atlantic and some other guesses lying around, and maybe you could have convinced Austria to move to Piedmont and like make some plays there or something. It feels like there was opportunity lost here.
Okay, and over in the West, I mean, you're gonna get sick of me singing Riaz's praises at this point, but he takes Holland with Brandon's support. Don't forget that he was the person who supported Jamal in against Brandon before, but Brandon is now happy to give it to him. He's very, very slowly making progress as before, but he's making it without while keeping people on side and while getting the best position that he can get, and flipping back and forth a little bit along the way. Although, of course, Jamal is not going to be very happy about what's happened here, and he does get a rebuild at home, so we'll see where that goes. Nicola pivoting down into Baltic, although Nicola also made the move against Jamal, so there's a question of who is he more angry with?
In the green room last year for our broadcast, Andrew Goff asked all of the commentators after watching Riaz Varani play. Andrew Goff, 3-time world champion, widely regarded as one of the best players, if not the best player to ever play the game, said he thought Riaz Varani may be the very best player in diplomacy right now. So we're seeing why that is the case in this game. Don't know whether or not Riaz will come out on top. I believe Riaz will need to win against most other players, but it's looking good right now. He puts down a fleet in Brest. Jamal puts down a fleet in London. Nicola puts down a fleet in St. Pete, North Coast. We're definitely going to see some action in the West in those naval, in the sea spaces. Then we've got disbands from Cameron Higby in Bohemia and Vienna, and an army from Bradley Grace in Rome. Moving on, spring of 1908, we're at about the halfway point, moving into mid-game. Feels like the game shape is beginning to change a little bit. Now I think we're going to be starting to look at who can get across lines and things like that. But this game is far from locked. What happens in the spring of 1908?
Yeah, even here, I'm not so sure that in the West it's about who will be getting across lines anytime soon, because all of these players seem to be playing balance of power to some degree. Jamal gets back across into Holland, and this is apparently agreed with Riaz again, looking at the moves here. So Riaz managed to make a little bit of progress, kick Jamal back a little bit, and then said, hey, we're good again, right? And advances his position at the same time. Perhaps there's still some bad feeling there. I don't know. Given the moves up to English Channel and Mid-Atlantic Ocean, looks like Riaz is gearing up for attacking Jamal. But yeah, he's still making progress and still doing the diplomatic work. And Nicola shifting a lot of fleets onto that North Sea front. So beginning to make his push, and it looks like he's going to side with Brandon.
Yep, that's what I was most curious about, was with that Northern Fleet build, is he actually looking to get past Scandinavia and potentially achieve growth there? Because the offer is giving Brandon a possible back into this game, and he'll take it. In the South, I think the only thing I want to say, missed opportunity around Romania. That looks like a double support from Galicia into Romania. That I like saying this, that reads like time crunch, because that would have been an excellent move for Russia specifically to have happen. And then this is also the counterbalance of it is you can't protect Serbia. Also, it was a great tapping Turonian and bouncing Ionian, which is even what allows for retaking Serbia here. Just a really advanced tactical war in the South. I'm curious to see what Cameron is seeing as far as what he can have happen in this game. Because I might say South right now, because everyone wants him to help and kind of want his centers, but can't quite take his centers, which is interesting for an Austria that's on 2. Typically, 2 is a path to 1 and a path to none. But I could see negotiations next year around Trieste that wouldn't be completely unreasonable.
Yeah. And over in the West, sorry. But yeah, there's not that much to talk about in the West because ultimately very little moves. Important thing is that Riaz makes progress into Munich here. There was a bit of a question here over the fact that Riaz has positioned himself in Mid-Atlantic and English Channel means that if Nicola does successfully push out into North Sea, Riaz can just pivot into attacking England and get those centres first. So I feel like Riaz is in the winning spot either way here.
All right, winner of 1908, we've got Jamal putting down a defensive army in Liverpool, Nicola building an army in Warsaw, helping to defend his soft underside while he's got all those northern fleets. Brandon gets rid of the fleet, or the army in Berlin, and Johnny has to get rid of that forward fleet, which has got to be a little disheartening. Spring of 09.
Yeah, so, well, we kind of see what I was talking about in the West, in that Riaz has moved his Mid-Atlantic fleet up now to North Atlantic, purely to help the English defense, of course. It does keep Norwegian Sea out of getting there, but it also means that Riaz is in a very good position to take those centers should Jamal want to give them to him, which it seems like it could be a possibility considering Jamal is giving him Holland immediately here. And Riaz just advances with everything on the German front as well. Works out really well for him. And this is, again, remember, Brandon had the choice on this turn. I think it was an army in Berlin or a fleet in Heligoland. He could have disbanded there. Went for the disband on Berlin, presumably because he wants to be able to have some influence on Holland or wants to be able to push into the North Sea. But now we see, well, that was a very pro-Riaz disband because now Riaz can make some progress here, some significant progress.
Russia's made a commitment that I don't think he's realized. I think he has to help take out Austria here because by trying to actually seriously compete for northern centers, or at least make appearances as such with the army in Norway, it's handing Riaz the game. The South is locked up, and I wouldn't have anticipated. Have things changed every year in this game? Yes, absolutely. It's fantastic. But Italy's decision to turn around felt, and this is helped by Johnny being in the YouTube comments, very disheartening and possibly like game relationship warping. And I don't see that, I don't see a threat from just holding RT, putting Turkey into Budapest here, and making sure that you end up either with Vienna or you'll end up with Budapest. I think you got to look at where your growth is actually going to come from. And while you can sort of challenge Munich, Riaz will always have another center. He'll always get another center here. He's enclosing around England. And so I think you actually need to try to make serious juggernaut progress in the South. And I'm sad not to see it. And then it's three on Munich. It's like, yay, it's 3 on Munich, but it's going to be 3 on Munich forever. Cameron remains the most important person in the South, deciding, actually, no, you don't deserve centers. But didn't I say Trieste was the idea? So, I mean, credit to them if this was planned the whole year. Credit to y'all. But yeah, and then not being in Budapest, all of a sudden, Turkey goes back to being a little bit scary.
And yeah, over in the West, we actually see Jamal being given Belgium or just taking Belgium, but I think it was being given Belgium given the support from London. And, you know, maybe it is kind of the keeping the person on side so that they might throw to you later approach. Might not have been the best approach looking at the Italian moves in the South, because I think Riaz might end up needing the build. So will be interesting to see where that goes. Important thing here as well, Nicola did not, deliberately didn't try to advance into North Sea, just double tapped it, which I think is saying he's playing a pretty defensive game in the North right now.
I think the question for me for Italy is going to be how do they react to Cameron being in Trieste? Because if they decide that Austria or the East is the real enemy, then everything's looking good for Riaz. If not, we maybe have a little bit of more of a game here. Puts down the army. Congratulations, Cameron, on surviving and talking your way into getting another build. 3-center Austria is much more viable. Spring of 1910. We got 5 years left. Here we go.
I just want to point out we had a wave. We had a wave from Turkey. Anyway, I'm supposed to be looking at the West. Interestingly, we do actually see Bradley continuing to put the pressure on Riaz here, which is something like he got knocked out. A lot of what has happened to Riaz in this game is he's been put under pressure. Someone has stabbed someone else. The pressure goes away. Here, he got put under pressure. Someone stabbed someone else. The pressure didn't go away. We'll see if this, but I mean, so Riaz did read the situation correctly, that the pressure wouldn't be going away, so retreats North Atlantic Ocean to deal with it. But it is still a spanner in the works for him. Up in the rest of the North, not a huge amount happens apart from Nicola making that progress into North Atlantic Ocean. Once again, getting a Russian fleet on the other side of the board. We'll see what comes of that. Everything else is a bit of a deadlock here. Or a lot of bounces.
Yeah, in the East, I mean, slipping into Vienna is sort of interesting. Again, it's like, don't you wish you just had one of them last year? Don't you wish you just didn't have to worry about this Austria coming back and being a problem? Serbia feels like another nice, enticing offer of giving Austria another good game. And it really, what I'm trying to think about here is it's so well balanced. Is it just 1915 comes and whoever's got that slight edge at that point? Like, how do you end up being the one that the scales are tipped towards? And I think Turkey here has done a lot to not wrong people generally over the last, 9 game years. And I think putting Austria back into play here, especially with such a strong Russia that maybe there's not real potential for an Austrian top, even with, 6 game years left, that's a strong diplomatic move. Well, goodbye. This is the Austrian pop. Yeah, it's their own flavor. It's a fizz and a bang, and then a hint of lemon and lime, right? It's not entirely unexpected, but it's well executed in the South. Spain. What do you think of that, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, I love the tap from Nicola here. I think that was an excellent move, making sure that Bradley can take something off of Riaz and lessening the biggest competition that Nicola has in the game, which is that French player right now. Bradley also means that Bradley absolutely made the correct choice to keep that pressure on. He ends up getting a double build this phase. And Riaz everywhere suddenly looking less good here because he also gets attacked in Holland by the English player with German support. It's questionable whether that may have been something that they somewhat agreed. Maybe he said, okay, you can backfill Holland because I'm going into Kiel. But Nicola, it looks like everyone in the West is kind of coordinating to make sure Riaz doesn't make gains here. Makes losses, in fact. And it's working.
What a difference a year makes. Fall of 1910, Russia looking to be the power to beat, jumping up to 10 centers. The board responded to Riaz very strongly. Can they respond to Nicola from this position of strength? I think these are interesting adjustments. I'm going to ask for your analysis. I'm going to go to you, Marcus. What does Nicola build here?
Ooh, well, that's a very tough one. I did want to say before I answered it, Andrew sent a very amusing comment in the private chat right here, which is that Jamal's support into Holland was because he was finally sick of Riaz going, oh no, my unit didn't move last turn. But yes, so Nicola's build, I mean, I feel like that kind of needs to be something It's really tough. I would like to see another Northern Fleet. I feel like he could take advantage of the situation here to get something in England. But at the same time, I could equally just see him going armies and going for the middle, trying to carve out that place in the board where there's three powers competing now, England, Germany, and France, and hopefully you can just take advantage of that to get something. Honestly, I'm very unsure.
I'm praying for IT builds. I think they both benefit. I think you finally have like the smallest amount of a hook into Riaz's centers, which is nigh impossible. Army Venice, Fleet Rome, Army Ankara. Pretty please.
All right, let's find out. Do we get it? Army Venice, Fleet Naples, and Fleet Con. So from this position, before we move on, Andrew, is there a path for the rest of the board to catch up to Nicola? And if so,
well, I mean, let's work our way through. Cameron's been eliminated, so that's easy. Brandon, it's not 0. I'll tell you that. It's not 0%, but you think you needed Rur to get pulled here, so unlikely. Jamal, there's just a lot of fleets around that aren't yours. I'm not sure how confident I feel in being able to pick up anything. Brandon certainly, I don't think is going to hand you things. Nicola is not going to hand you Brandon centers. It feels very stuck on 5 flavor to me, looking at 6, 7, maybe from France. Italy now. Italy has an interesting opportunity to actually commit west and I think make a pitch to England. That's what I see there. Turkey sort of built a fleet and maybe it's good insurance. I think it's definitely good insurance, but I'm not sure how, like where the next, you're looking at Trieste, you need Russian help. I guess that's what that fleet is telling me. And then Russia, I'd maybe pick Russia over the field to top this board at this point. Yeah.
All right, well, let's push on through, see what happens in our final years for this game, spring of 1911.
Okay, so in the West here, we see Riaz kind of turning around and just turtling up at this point, trying to get Spain back and making sure that there's a unit in position to cover Marseille, should that happen. Of course, if he did push out Spain here, there would be the retreat to Marseille, and he wouldn't be able to dislodge it, but that's still a nicer position to be in than having an enemy unit in Spain. Up in the north, looks like actually Nicola ruined Jamal's plan of trying to get into English Channel here by cutting North Sea, and it wasn't even a supported cut on North Sea, it was just an offhand cut. So I'm not entirely certain what the reasoning for that would be. Looking at Brandon's support, it looks like they may be going for Holland together. I'm also kind of curious what the support of what Holland supported there. It's a bit difficult to tell. Supports Berlin to Kiel. Oh, okay, so that was either a misorder or a... Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't a misorder. What am I saying? They were anticipating that Kiel was going up to Baltic or something.
I think the target was Denmark.
In just having Kiel slip up there while...
Kiel, Baltic, Berlin, Kiel, give Brandon a way back into the game.
Yes, yeah. In the fall. That makes sense. And I would have liked to see that happen. But yeah, it certainly seems like the West still has a lot of interesting play in it here.
I mean, yeah, likewise in the East. I'm impressed by Italy and Turkey seeming to work things out yet again. I don't think I have much else to say. This was a lot of tactics, and I'm curious to see who diplomatically manages to get something in the fall.
Yeah, when I saw those builds, I did not expect to see Bradley and Johnny working together. So good on them for doing that. I think strategically that probably is the right play. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. That's the question. But good on them for the convoy. I will be honest, I did not expect that or see that. So good vision by the IT.
Yeah, McCullis makes an excellent comment around great work for Johnny not having Armenia get covered. Which I think, if you're thinking about it, I think one of the beautiful things about this game is it's very clear people thought about something the turn before it happened. And I think the Fleet Con build is yet another example of that. Interesting to win a guess around Sev. That's not what I would have anticipated here. It mostly looks like not necessarily waiting moves as I've liked to shill, but sort of the I'm content with where we're at moves, which I would agree with from Turkey here. There's no reason to get the attention while the attention is on Russia. Keep it on Russia. So swapping to Marseille is interesting and I think good, but we'll see.
Yeah, over in the West, things not going very well for Jamal in this phase. Getting convoyed into Clyde, getting Nicola convoyed into Clyde. It is something he can defend quite well against, primarily because the convoy into Holland failed. But it's still really not ideal, especially having that isolated army in rear now. And Riaz takes Belgium off him at the same time, so he's down another unit. Riaz looks like things generally worked out a little bit better for him here, but keep in mind here that the switch to Marseille means that there is some possibility that Spain then falls.
Winter of 1911, we've got army in Paris. Nicola having to disband makes a painful choice to disband in Clyde. So definitely something Jamal probably liked to see. And then we've got an army build in Smyrna from Johnny Gillum, spring of 1912.
Okay, so looking at the West again, we see Nicola, of course, removing Clyde there, so not having that pressure on the English homeland anymore. But it wasn't really going to work anyway. He didn't have a way to slip into Liverpool because the army was there in Yorkshire. So instead, he rotates around and just goes for a Scandinavian approach again, which is completely reasonable. It looks like he's going to get Brandon's support into Holland potentially, but whether that will work is another question. This is something to mention at this point. It seems possible that Brandon is now rooting for Nicola to win, but at the same time, he's getting Italian support into Munich, so he is making making the moves he needs to get back into the game himself. I'm not sure 4 years is going to be enough for him to do that. And then we do see Bradley take out the French unit in Spain again, but actually France has the units to knock him back out.
Yeah, with Tyrolia being busy meddling in the middle, it doesn't have a chance to move to Piedmont. But on the other hand, I think you want to stay in Tyrolia, given Russia seems pretty intent on continuing the war. Interestingly enough, this feels like one of the very first turns where the same alliance has maintained over a year south, right? Like this is the same fight that was happening just like 30 seconds ago, right? Just want to make sure. But I'm a little worried for Russia in the north, actually, because it's defensive guessing. You've got beautiful economy right now, 3 units guarding 4 centers. That's what you want. But are you pulling yourself back into Denmark with support? Are you going to try to bounce Eddie? Like, it's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable, and there's not a lot of potential in the south. And suddenly I'm not feeling so great.
Andrew, the alliances in this game, it's not that they're happening every turn. It's that it's like fashion. It's cyclical. So we're just returning back to the cycle we had at the beginning of the game. So fall of 1912, we just have a couple of years left. We do see on our slope here a downward trend from the leader. Will that continue in 1912?
Well, 7 rum exchange. Tactically, I'll wait till winter to decide if that's good or not. Losing Vienna, I guess that's the other choice, right? Besides a scissor cut. Interesting. But then Spain getting popped. is sort of the definitive move here. If not for Vienna, I think Italy starts to question if they want to stick with Turkey after this. And I think Vienna forces it in a way that is sort of is accidental, but I think it's the most important thing that happened in the East this turn.
In the West, I mean, I've got to congratulate Riaz on a good guess here. It looks like Bradley, seeing that he was going to lose Spain, decided to go all in trying to get his unit into Mid-Atlantic Ocean so that he could make, well, some progress, have a really threatening unit there that could even go and affect the other side of the board if it goes up north. And Riaz read it and made the exact moves that countered it. And not only does that get him back Spain and stop Italy getting into the Atlantic Ocean, it also means that Italian unit comes off the board. So suddenly there's so much less threat there for him. He's free to turn some of those units around. And at the same time, he even manages to get Holland with Brandon's support. So this is an absolutely wonderful turn for Riaz. And Brandon goes up a build as well. So good for him as well.
Winter of 1912, we've got Fleet Brest, Army Berlin, Army Venice, setting us up for spring 1913. Looking to the east, I'm going to be watching to see how the Italians react with this adjustment.
Well, I mean, I'll cover the West quickly first, which is that Russia and Germany are working together against England right now. Russia gets into North Sea, and actually North Sea goes off to English Channel, so they have Edinburgh for free, and that is huge. Unfortunately for them, cannot convoy a unit into it. That would be absolutely fantastic if they could, but it's still a free supply center, and when you're this far ahead, getting even further, well, I say this far ahead, 1 center ahead, getting that extra center can be super important. And elsewhere in the West, perhaps an interesting move here, Jamal just walking into Belgium, going, okay, Riaz, you're expecting my support into Munich. Nah, I think I want to center more than that. And it combos pretty well with the move to English Channel.
Yeah, this reads like either not enough time or a deal cannot be struck, right? I can feel, I've played a lot with Riaz. He was making a strong pitch of let's get you into Munich, let's get you into what it looks like Kiel. And I think Jamal was insisting support back into North Sea for the exact reason that we see here, and ultimately had to make a decision and decided that this was the lesser of the evils, is what I'm seeing. I'm popping over there because the East is pretty much just like solid IT work. They're both giving themselves a good chance to proceed. Yeah, and let's see how the fall. It's just good moves. It's just good moves in the East. And covering Greece is fine. You could have bounced there, Italy, maybe. Not a critique, just like I don't think anybody would fault you asking for that as the Turkey here. Yeah, build a fleet, Rome, like I asked, head west. You might top this thing. You might make Brian proud.
Can I have a quick look at what that Belgium order was, what that supports? Support Holland to Kiel. Okay. I guess it was a misorder or just a lack of order that they didn't want to, that they were just happy sitting in Belgium, not doing anything. Overall, bad turn for Riaz this time around, losing Holland and Belgium in the same turn here. Riaz does try and regain some momentum by going for Liverpool, by making that play into Irish Sea. Of course, he's not going to get the unit this turn. He doesn't get there fast enough, and having to go down a few centers is going to be quite painful for him. Do want to say congratulations to Brandon now being back up to 4 after what looked like an incredibly lost position.
On 4 and slips into Burgundy, while we've got a couple of, I think, yeah, we're going to have at least 2 disbands from Riaz Varani. This is definitely a momentum swing away from Riaz. He is moving into England, but I don't know if he'll have the units to sustain it. Man, this game is balanced. It's a mess. It's delicious. We've got 2 years left. Who do you like, Marcus?
I think I have to say Turkey. Just in a position like this, in a game like this, everyone being super balanced, the Turkish position of being in the corner is that edge that you need to have to go just a little bit above everyone else. And I think he's in a great position to do this. I think he's done really well. Although, of course, I think it's far from decided. I think literally anyone could win this game. It's
anyone,
okay, maybe
Jamal?
not quite. Maybe not Jamal, because of the situation around England. But I'd say even Brandon has a slight shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it becomes a game of who has been slighted and who's done the slighting. I actually would pick Italy here. And my reasoning is the line of Russian armies. For all of the back and forth and the reforging and the remaking and the breaking, I don't know if I necessarily see a world where Russia goes and decides that Turkey having a chance to beat out himself is the right choice, diplomatically or tactically, especially having secured Edinburgh. So I actually kind of like Italy here, particularly with the build. Presumably Ruhr's getting pulled, but presumably Brandon has not given up. And it's almost certainly going to be an army in Munich, and it's going to put pressure through the middle and the center, and probably negotiating with Jamal yet again. And so many complications, right? I shouldn't even be thinking about them, but I think my pick here would be Italy.
I can assure you, having played with Brendan many, many times, he is definitely not given up. The question is going to be Fleet Berlin or Army Munich. I can see pros and cons for both. We get Army Munich, get Army in Liverpool, Army in Ankara, Army in Venice, armies all around as we move into our final phases of these games. Spring of 1914, we've got Johnny Gillam's Turkey sitting in with 8 centers in the lead. And then we've got Bradley Grace, Nicola Taillé sitting on 7. Orders in the box. Here we go.
Okay, so looking at the west, Jamal tries to get his convoy back into the British Isles to make sure that he's just got as much defense as possible there. Doesn't go through, and he gets knocked out of Belgium at the same time. But he has managed to, with that build, stop Riaz from gaining anything from him. So he's got, and he's retreated into a position where he can potentially take something off Riaz, although there is a question of would he want to at this point. Outside of that, not really a lot to say. Brandon gaining 1 supply center there, and Nicola, I don't know. I feel like there could have been some better maneuvering here, but again, it's really hard around the British Isles when you don't have an army to convoy.
Surprise. But I was going to say, I think Brandon needs to figure out a way to open up Kiel here if he wants to have a chance. A couple people in the comments saying they wanted Fleet Berlin, but Fleet Berlin just bounces Baltic forever. You can't win with a Fleet Berlin build there. I think you can clearly with this and some more advancement through France and maybe some luck in diplomacy. In the east, it's a line, or not a line in the traditional sense, but a Congo line, and yeah.
Well, if you didn't see it before, it looks like the game draws. So we can say congratulations to Johnny Gillam for an 8-center top over the board of death. I know that was not any of our predictions for this game. First, I want to say thank you for all of our players. That was a fantastic game. I really enjoyed covering it. I'm going to go to you for this one, Marcus. Summarize what we just saw.
Yeah, I do very quickly want to say here, Johnny is the hero for having dropped to last place on the initial thing and winning from that last place. Absolutely beautiful, incredibly well-played game. And this was just I mean, the name of the game was balance of power. There was balance of power everywhere. People constantly changing alliances, and you can see that in the power graph right there. Just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and managing to pull Nicolas down to the point where Johnny could then go just above him. I think the game over at this point was probably correct. If the players accepted it, then diplomatically it was going to be a Johnny win no matter what. An absolutely excellent play from him to get there.
Andrew.
Yeah, I would like put italics, bold, and an underline around diplomatically. If the game drew, and that's more than we could add on commentary. I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised because, like I said, I really thought Italy tactically had an opportunity around attacking Riaz, and from that perspective, I don't see who would challenge the top. But you know, if he looks at that board and he says, "God, I don't really want to fight Johnny. We've come so far in the second 5 hours of this game. We've really got something here, and look, you've got the edge on me, and maybe Russia's willing because Russia's the wild card there. I want to bring them all in a room. I want like the survivor after the game, you know, and just talk about the draw here." Wow,
Nick's DBN show. Not sure if it'll be a survivor after the game or it'll be like one of those daytime talk shows where everybody's fighting, but it would be entertaining. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. We are having a blast here on air. Thank you all for watching. If you're enjoying this, go ahead and give the broadcast a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't. And we've got one more. This will be our last game of the weekend. Let's pull up our next game. It is round 2, board 2. We've got Mikalis Kamaridis, Saren Kwok, Yelty Kuiper, Andrew Koch, Craig Mayer, Nicolas Sahuguet, and Christopher Ward. Andrew, this one is yours to lead the call. What are our storylines we've got an eye on for this game?
Yeah, so I think the biggest storyline is which of the two powerhouses are going to come away this game, right? Mikalis and Saren are known for their successes. We can all see the seeds, right? It's there. But they've achieved that success with different play styles, which is impressive. Saren has a lot of strong alliance building. I don't know, I lost there. And then Mikalis really has like the tactical advantage to come through and just win out on the thinnest of margins, as shown in the BDL game, for example. But the rest of the board is no slouch. Particularly, I'd like to highlight Andrew Koch, or Koch Animal, share a first name with me, so obviously I'm going to be on board. And people were complaining about extended deadline. Let's just call him an excellent press player, right? Won the final or the most recent season of the Nexus Press tournament. I think it happened about a year ago or so. Had been in the finals before, I believe. Is like done well. Showed up at Cascadia and seemed to have an all right time. No wild successes, but it's like, I mean, transition is hard. I really want to see what he can pull out here. I believe in him. I believe in him.
All right, and a couple of the things I'm going to be looking for are going to be Craig Mayer. Craig can sometimes have a little bit of a wild card nature in these games. He uses that to his success, and I don't mean that as a knock. He is a really fun player to play with, always makes the games exciting. And then, man, we've got Saren Kwok, Mikalis Kamaridis, Nicolas Sahuguet, all top tier players. To me, Saren is a player who has kind of transformed this game a little bit. I've never seen a player play with the kind of negotiation style that she does, and does it so well. In Survivor, the TV show Survivor, there's a longtime player, Boston Rob. He would lock his players into alliances and just had this amazing ability to kind of control the game. And that's what I see when I watch Saren. And to contrast that with Nicolas Sahuguet, who is just a master tactician, knows exactly what he needs to do to win the game. And then Michalis Kamaridis' strategic read of these boards, just one of the greats at being able to understand how one little move can influence things on the opposite side of the board. There's a reason that he's the #1 seed coming into this game. Really, really looking forward to this. This will be our last game of the night. What a way to close out. If it's anything like the quality of play we've seen in these other games, we are in for a treat. But before we do that, let's learn a little bit about our board, who it's named after. So we have First Chance Round 2, Board 2 is named after Lucas Krauswijk. Lucas is a key contributor to the diplomacy board game community, particularly recognized for his work on the Diplomacy Adjudicator test cases, first published in 2001. His efforts were crucial in standardizing and improving the quality of computer programs that adjudicate diplomacy's games, including modern websites such as WebDip and Backstabber, where the games on today's broadcasts are being played. Kruisvik's work include detailed test cases and resolutions, ensuring that adjudicators can be systematically tested for correctness and fairness. Kruisvik's dedication to resolving ambiguities in diplomacy's rules and enhancing online gameplay has significantly impacted how diplomacy is played and adjudicated in digital formats. His contributions are widely respected in the community and have set high standards for future developments in online diplomacy platforms. Extremely honored to be able to name this board after Lucas's work for this community. Let's get to our final power selection of the night.
Thanks, Brian. We are on to our last board of the semifinal first chance stage. I'm going to bring the competitors here to the studio. Congratulations, everyone, for making it here. We've got someone going on to the final board. Let's get started with our first chance and selection order. We have Michalis, Saren at number 2, Yelty number 3, Andrew 4, Craig 5, Nicolas 6, and Gordy. Because you're in 7th, you have no other alternative starting at the bottom, unless someone helps you out. Nicolas, is that going to be you?
No, I will pick before Chris.
Right. Craig.
I'll pick before Nicola.
Andrew.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'll stay where I am.
All right. For Craig.
I would like after Andrew.
After Andrew, and before Craig?
Yes, indeed.
All right. Just confirming that. All right. Saren.
I'll also pick after Andrew.
And before Yelta?
And before Yelta, that's right.
There we go. All right, Michalis.
I will pick after Saren and before Yelta.
All righty, that is how the board looks. Andrew, locked into the first pick. Who would you like?
France.
France it is. Saren.
Germany.
Germany. Got it. Michalis.
Italy.
Italy. Yelta.
Russia, please.
Russia. Craig.
England.
England. Nicola.
I will play Turkey.
Turkey. And Morty, the A says you will be in Austria, whether you like it or not. This is how the board plays out. Best of luck to everyone, and we will see someone at the winner circle.
Have fun, everyone.
I love these Paris methods. They give you such a quick insight into the personalities and the approach that players have to these games. Andrew, what stood out to you in that power selection?
I mean, that's Saren making an offer, right? Similarly to how we saw the previous game end. In the Paris selection, I think my biggest open question is, does Andrew take it? And I don't know. I don't know. We haven't seen an incredibly efficient, pure start to end FG yet, right? We haven't really fighting. So I think there's an opportunity here for that.
All right, well, let's get to the final game of the first chance weekend, or first chance stage of the semifinals weekend, spring 1901. Take it away, Andrew.
That is Russia opening north, which I find very interesting because there's no fleet in the English Channel from either side. And I think maybe if you were entirely reading off of feelings, the feelings were FG, and I could see an argument for Russia being like, oh, well, I might as well get on that while we're all doing it, while it's fun. If you're to think that's like the right approach to take in the game. I don't know. What are you seeing, Marcus?
Yeah, well, in the East, we have Michalis going into Trieste behind Wardy. I feel like, given what I know about these two players, that may well have been agreed. Like, it is one of those exchanging Trieste. Who knows? Maybe it will even be the very rarely seen at this level Kilo Ponto. I think probably not, but given that there was a northern opening from Yelta, it's very possible. It's actually possible for once. And of course, we see this bounce in Armenia over with Smyrna and Sevastopol, allowing that Turkish fleet to move out immediately. So both sides here, it looks like they've kind of decided, okay, who we're going to work with. They're just seeing who can get that momentum faster.
Yeah, we've got the Venice to Trieste swap, in my opinion, transformed the game of diplomacy, shifted the meta away from the old school juggernaut having the dominant performance, and allowed the AI to be able to get some momentum by bypassing Tunis for a turn, moving to Aegean. The hard counter to that, though, is the Armenian fist bump that has developed recently, where Sev and Smyrna bounce in Armenia, allowing Turkey to move Ankara into Khan and block that move from taking place. So if Nikola and Yelta knew that was going on, they've definitely set up to try and delay that IA from taking off and getting that jump. Man, it's going to be, I'm really curious to see if this continues or if somebody decides, oop, not worth it anymore, and we start to see a shift of alliance there.
Yeah, so continuing in the east here, we see a Russian fleet getting put into Romania here, which was their only option given what had happened. That's really not ideal for a juggernaut. You don't really have any ability to push anything further while there's a fleet there, so it's going to be interesting to see how they try and deal with that. We do see Trieste ending up holding, no Kilo Panto, so it is just going to stay there and get used to presumably build an extra fleet, and Constantinople coming out to Aegean, so advancing this AI versus RT very quickly.
West playing it pretty safe. I think one thing of note was the potential to put the fleet into Spain, but 3 builds are still 3 builds. No real complaints there. Greg playing it safe re Norway. Yeah, interested to see what gets put down in St. Pete.
Interested to see what France puts down with their 3 builds. This is an area where sometimes I would consider a wave. I don't like being ahead as France. I definitely don't like it on a top board. So Andrew taking a very different approach to how I tend to play France. I also don't play France very well, so we'll see if this ends up being the right choice. We do see Army St. Pete. We've got double fleets from Andrew, does not wave. We have a game, my folks. Spring of 1902.
Yeah, playing a game of Kill Craig Mayer. I think they're gonna win this game. There doesn't seem to be a lot of resistance from anybody. Even moving Sweden is a lot of leeway for Germany here early on. But maybe interestingly enough, the pitch is who stays friends with Saren after England is gone, and Russia might be saying, why not me? You know, certainly going to be less of a threat given, you know, Russia always has a hand in two pies, and then you can focus on fighting France by yourself, and maybe you just sort of hope that they fight forever and see what happens. So that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, over in the East, I was actually kind of curious as to why Yeltsin didn't build anything down south. It's still looking like it is looking like he's not actually on side with Turkey after all. He just took the advantage to get that fleet out of Black Sea with the agreement, and then immediately goes down south himself and makes friends with the Austrian. I think that's a very good play, especially when you've got someone as good as Nicolas Aguet down there in Turkey. And Wardy in Austria is trying to take advantage of the situation to kick Michalis out of Trieste, maybe hoping that Michalis was doing something else with those units, but doesn't end up working out. So things stay pretty solidly in place there.
Moving into the fall.
Yeah, so we're seeing some interesting stuff here. It looks like Yelta is now supporting the Turk into Bulgaria with the fleet. Maybe some alliance pivoting here. It's kind of difficult to tell because really not much is happening here, apart from the French units coming down into West Mediterranean and North Africa, forcing Italy to respond. And of course, that move into Galicia is now threatening Warsaw, but Yeltsin has the unit there to counter it.
This feels like a game more of dominoes, setting up dominoes specifically, not like throwing bones. Because there's a lot of like potential energy, but nobody's really struck yet compared to what we've seen in all the other games where there was fur flying right away. You know, gonna get to rebuild as an army, obviously, and I think it's interesting moving two fleets to the Med right away from France. I don't know how much I love that, because you're somewhat abdicating what you'll earn from taking out England and just saying, all right, you two, just, you know, at your leisure, and also with your units ending up in Norwegian and North Atlantic and a lot of stuff much too close for my tastes. But if you think the game will just be a long alliance, this could be good. This could be good.
Doug Malott, I'm right with you right now. So we also don't know. That's the beauty of this game. We're going to find it out together. Michalis, not pleased by these French moves. I wouldn't be either. I would in particular not be pleased by the combination of the Austrian and French moves. Seems like bad for Michalis, but questionable for me whether it's good for either of the attacking powers. Winner vote 2, we get Army London, Army Warsaw, and what happens in the spring.
Oh, what happens in the spring is a good guess, and this is what I would expect from Andrew Koch. Is don't overthink it, but also overthink it, but also don't overthink it, and you're in Edinburgh, and it's great. I think rotating back is also the smart move. If anything, maybe I got fooled into thinking that he was really thinking about attacking Italy, and maybe it was useful to fool the board as well. So that's well done.
Yeah, so over in the east, we have a kind of interesting situation with Black Sea. Now, Yelta has managed to pull his fleet out and put an army there. So finally, they can advance as the Juggernaut, except now Turkey has a fleet in Bulgaria instead of an army, so there's no advancing there after all. Maybe he can make something work with the Italian, or push. I mean, possibly the best thing to do here could be to just push on Sauge, but there's a bit of a problem there in that Sauge has those two armies in the north of Turkey, and that's going to make it very, very difficult to crack. And Wadi actually does manage to get into Trieste this time around. It looks like Michalis let him that time.
So I'm going to ask Andrew, this East is extremely, I'll be polite and call it balanced. How, like, if you are, let's just pick a random one, Russia. If you're Russia, what alliance structure do you want here?
None. I think I want things to maintain, to be honest. I think the only alliance is the one where Galicia is empty, and whatever like makes that happen is my immediate priority, but there's sort of no reason to want anything else at the moment that I can see, because you know, everything else just makes you a threat, right?
Well, let's find out.
Okay, yeah, looking forward in the east here. Yelta does manage to push the Austrian army out of Galicia, which gives him that extra level of safety to do what he wants to do. And at the same time, Wadi, having just finally gotten Trieste, walks straight back out of Trieste again, leaves it to Michalis, which I think actually may be the right decision here. It's a bit hard to say, but it looks like Michalis is very much on board with Wadi right now, putting in that support hold on Albania, and he's got those fleets there as a defensive measure against France, which is always nice to have. And Nicola guessing very well on Eastern Mediterranean there.
Yeah, if anything, that looks like an organized bounce as much as a guess, and that gave me the idea of like, well, why not bounce in Western Mid as well? I think France might have gained something from a little like forced push and pull, and just making sure you know where those Italian units are moving, because you've let them be alone, but now Spain just looks a little vulnerable. I think it's a really good move from Michalis to let Wadi hold on to. Or the balance that they did is good. He didn't take it, but it feels like he kind of like gave it and then got it back. Like they no centers literally exchanged hands, but diplomatically it feels like it exchanged hands, and I really like that. Failure at convoy to London is kind of sure. It's all like one of the things work, one of them don't. Doesn't particularly matter. I don't think Craig's getting out of this one.
Yeah, we're seeing, in my opinion, Saren doing what she does best. Found an ally. They are making all the right moves. I can see this being mutually beneficial for both of them for quite a while. Winter of 1903, Craig disbands fleet in London, and we've got Saren building an army in Kiel. Spring of 04.
Yeah, I mean, this answers my question, which is what's the transition, right? Hearing and seeing Saren's alliance successes, I think what I haven't had explained is where it goes from there and why she does keep winning these boards, because at the end of the day, you can have an ally until the end, but you still need to be the bigger one. And I was curious to see how that would happen, but it does seem like it has not quite happened with losing the North Sea. Burgundy seems arranged, so no issue about that. But it also does answer my question about what's Yelta's goals here. Because if you let FG just take out England, then what? South's not going anywhere, which I did think was nice, but then what? You have to try to win the argument of like, please not me. And it wasn't terribly convincing at the time.
Yeah, I'm super confused by what happened in the East here, because it looks like what was arranged here, Nicola wanted to get that fleet back out of Bulgaria and get a convoy happening from Ankara using the Russian fleet, so getting that army to the front line, preparing to attack Austria. But Russia doesn't do that. Russia instead tries to convoy Romania to Ankara. But if they'd made this agreement, then Yeltsin knew that Ankara wasn't going to be moving. So there's a bit, it's a bit questionable as to why you would enter this order. It makes me think that maybe they were left, maybe they were, kind of left in negotiations and Yeltsin left an older set of orders in or something. Because if you knew this was happening, I feel like support to Bulgaria or going to Armenia is just the correct play. But yeah, it looks like all of the Eastern powers, apart from Turkey, trying to move together onto the German front. Wardy doesn't actually go. He stays on his line. A question there over whether he was meant to go or not. I guess we can maybe have that answered by the comments from Michalis. And yeah, in the fall here, we do see a continued attack against, well, I was going to say a continued attack against Turkey. Turkey does lose Bulgaria, and Yeltsin tries to convoy over to Armenia. It doesn't work because it's blocked again here, and Nicola basically makes the best defensive moves. Interesting move here in attacking Greece because Michalis has gone in from Aegean Sea, which doesn't seem like an agreed upon thing to do. Usually I would like wave this off as something, maybe it was a trade between them at this point, but Aegean, it feels like if anything, maybe, no, I really don't think moving in from Aegean works. That was a trade there.
I mean, well, but I would pick your brain because all of a sudden France is looking like Ed's France, and that did pretty darn well in the first game, and so I could see an argument for this is like, hey, I need a fleet, and the only way to guarantee it is with these moves, and I'm really sorry. If anything, it's the support into Trieste where I'm like, you didn't trust me, you didn't trust me, Wardy. How could this happen? What's going on here? Because the spring, I think we all got put under the Saren Great Alliance diplomatic spell, and I think the board did too. It clearly moved in that direction and is now being like, oh, whoops, that's not what was happening. All right, well then we'll just see ourselves back to the south then. Yeah.
Well, if that's true, we should see a build, probably fleet in, I would assume Naples would be my guess. And we do. And Andrew knows what he's doing, puts in the defensive build with the army in Marseille. Nicola disbanding that fleet in Aegean, so maybe on board with this plan as well. So spring of 05.
I forgot to mention that I saw that Picardy was the mover to Burgundy instead of Gascony, which it didn't feel like a super necessary hedge given there was nothing in any part of the Western Seas, but now there is. So, you're quite happier to have 2 units messing around down there instead of just 1. It also could have been an organized de-escalation with Saren, just trying to figure out how do we reorganize things here. If anything, what I'm seeing is this is what happens when you try to make it an FGR and, you didn't win the negotiations. I don't know how much there is to do here for Russia after this. This is pretty much where it was always going to go. Credit to, I think, Andrew for ending up coming out on top out of this. But there's still a lot of opportunities. Saren to throw down a 3rd fleet, and then it's just going to become a mess.
Yeah, in the east, we see Michalis moving full scale towards the west, making sure to counter that French threat before the French get there, which they are coming to. And on the other side, we do see Yelta make it into Armenia, but it's a hollow victory because of that Turkish position. Turkey, such a tough nation to crack if they just have those armies there conglomerated in that space. And at the same time, Wardy makes a push against Yelta, so it looks like Yelta is going to have to back off. Nikolai is going to get his way and maybe, well, he's definitely going to survive and is maybe going to be able to push back out of this box in a bit.
Moving into the fall of 1905.
Yeah, so we do see Yelta back off into Sevastopol here. Nikola chases him out just to be sure. And Wardy makes it into Warsaw as well as Romania. So really painful turn for the Russian, especially looking at what happened on the north of the board. Michalis convoying his army back into Greece and taking Vienna. So making sure that all of those gains that Wardy just got go straight into Italy's pocket. Well, okay, no, that's only one of the gains that Austria got, but the army there is poised to take even more. I think that is a beautiful move from him.
Yeah, I think I see that, and as France pulling the trigger, it's time to try to just race. Like, why not race Italy here? It's pretty clear that diplomatically Turkey's the only one on board. You've gotten back into Picardy, you've got London, you've got to worry about Lyon, but you've got to build for Fleet Marseille, so it's not like the end of the world. I mean, why not? Just try to take out Germany. Maybe you can sell some stuff to Russia, but otherwise, I see you as getting caught up in a war that ultimately it's gonna eat up all of your time and resources, and not gonna get anywhere.
I do want to make a quick comment about that comment that just came up on the bottom of the screen from was it Wardy or Michalis? One of them said Vienna was agreed. What? Why did you agree Vienna, Wardy? That is not something you should agree. You have two home supply centers left, right? You do not want to be down to one home supply center left. Where are you going to build? You're condemning yourself to building one unit for the rest of the game in return.
That's why y'all are better at this than I am. I was about to compliment Christopher Ward on his board vision for being able to get Michalis the unit that was necessary to go stop the board leader. So my read on it was very different. That's probably Michaelis's pitch, and I would have bought it.
I should say also, I think Turkey should have pivoted to RT here. I meant to have on that. I think Aegean's wide open. It gives Russia a chance that they don't otherwise have. This reads as being mad versus being opportunistic from Nikola, and I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Winter of 1905 got fleet from France in Marseille, fleet Naples, disband of the Russian fleet in Black Sea, and Austria builds an army in Budapest.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do as France here. I think I would have preferred to slide into Portugal or support myself into Spain and then just compete for Gascony like that. Because having the fleet stuck in Marseille and Spain just means that you're a fleet short for covering mid-Atlantic, and that's like tactically that's just much more awkward. Burgundy seems assured. The question is like who ends up, because this is what I'm talking about, right? It's now Sweden is going to probably become German unless you're like convincing Craig like don't do this, and there was been some collaboration in the previous game year between England and France, but I don't know. This seems like a tough one. And then like what happens when Fleet Keel goes down?
Yeah, and over in the east we have Michalis going in both directions at once, kind of with minimal units, which is really nice to see. Like, as in the minimal force on both fronts that he needs to be super effective on each. He gets the guess wrong on Vienna and Trieste, but it doesn't really matter because he can pick up Serbia for free on this coming turn anyway. And yeah, Wardy making nice progress against Yelta, but I'm not sure that that's going to make up for what he's going to be losing in his homeland. And now we see Michalis slip into Budapest and Serbia at the same time, which leaves Wardy with Trieste just as his last home supply center there. I think
he got it back.
He did indeed finally get it back. This is all looking very nice for Michalis. Of course, Nikola still alive in that corner, and you can't count out a Turkey that's still alive in the corner. But having that Aegean fleet right next to it is a bit dangerous, especially with a second fleet that can pivot. And I mean, we also have Saren making her way into the east here with Warsaw, but Wardy is holding those Russian supply centers firm.
Yeah, in the West, this is what I'm talking about with the difference between still being in mid-Atlantic versus being in Spain and Marseille, because now Italy doesn't have a reason to like let up the pressure. Because if Germany is going to attack you, which so they won the diplomatic conversation, sure, whatever. Germany doesn't have a reason to let up the pressure because there's no other viable growth, and they've got a good thing going with like 2 Janissaries, it seems. And Italy no longer has a reason to let up the pressure because you're way better defended against Germany than against Italy. And I think picking to defend against Germany without trying to actually like stab Germany is the problem here. It's a hard decision. I'm not saying it's not a really hard decision to make. But ultimately I think you're gonna end up losing Iberia, and that might be the game for you.
All right, fall of 1906. We see Saren picking up 1 build. We've got a disband from Christopher Ward upcoming. We get there's your 3rd fleet for Germany in Kiel. So as predicted, this will open that side of the board up again. And then our disband is, I'm sorry, that wasn't Wardy, that was for Yelta. That comes from the army in Sweden. And we've got an army build in Venice for Michalis, something I love. Italy's one of my favorite powers to play. I don't feel like I play very many very well. Italy's one of them. And the way I play it, there's lots of ways to do it, but the way I do it is as few fleets as possible. And that's what we see here. We've got just enough fleets to maintain the pressure, but if you're going to win, my opinion, it's those juicy centers in the Balkans, and you need armies to do that. Spring of 07.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a doomer, but this game is looking closer to over than any of the other boards that we've looked at tonight. And the winner would in that case probably be Michalis. Ed made a reasonable comment about France maybe being willing to give up Marseille. Oh, we saw that in Ed's game even. So I wonder why that's on his mind. But it's a good idea. The problem is, like, where does the balance come from the rest of the South? I think it was decided once Turkey's fleet went back to the Black and not to Aegean, and not to decide it's like an RT or even like threaten the Italian position, because there's just, where's the balance? It's going to be Germany or Italy. It's going to be France walking backwards the whole time and trying to, like, you know, parry every angle. And ultimately, I just don't think it's going to work out. I mean, Italy's made a nice choice here to not actually force anything, but.
Well, there was a draw proposal in spring of 1907. It was openly vetoed. I don't know which power it was that openly vetoed it, but I think your sentiment was on at least some of the players' mind here. Someone is not ready to give up at this point, though. Game continues in fall of 1907.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I would, as most of the powers here, veto, just because there's still a chance. And there's a pretty, like, it seems like Michalis has a very strong edge, but there's still a lot of things can happen in 7 or 8 years of a game. There is no way I would give up my shot at the championship game this early. And we, in the east here, we're seeing Michalis pulling back from the Western Front, bringing everything back to try and solidify gains here. But Wardy is pushing back into his home supply centers. He has realized that they're quite valuable, actually. And so he's taking that Vienna-Budapest line. And Nikola still has the Turkish position. He is going to hold for a while, although he does kind of need an extra unit there to hold properly, I think. I might be mistaken on that. I need to, with Romania, maybe not, with Romania and Bulgaria and whatnot.
it's gonna turn into guesses around the convoy to Syria, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, which I mean, you can make them, you can not make them, but as you said, you need another unit, and there's no hope for progress. Certainly this maybe like I felt a twinge of, oh, was I wrong? But realistically, where does the South go from here for the rest, right? I think it depends on what France decides and when it gets negotiated in the North. So I think I'm looking to see how flexible the West can be and like what can get sorted out here as far as moving and growing in directions that aren't towards each other.
Winter of 1907, we have Saren Kwok's Germany jumping into the lead. Won't quite say out of nowhere or sneaking up. It was been a slow and steady march. Really, so we kind of glossed over it earlier, but there was some deal making that was going on. You could see it in the orders amongst some of the smaller powers up in the Scandinavia area that kind of set Saren up for this position. Man, this game is extremely well balanced at this point. We've got a couple of tough builds here, I think. I'm going to go to you, Andrew. What are the adjustments you're looking for in the West?
I mean, this is pretty easy for 2 and hard for the 3rd. It's Pont Marseille. I'm going to count Tunis as far enough west to say that's got to go too. There's no reason for that to be around. It's early to go all out as Saren here. I think I've done a little bit of neglecting of Germany, but that's just because as a central power, I don't see this as super static. And even Norwegian tried to go to Eddie, assuming being like, I'm moving. France, you better support me in. Why not? It's not yours. You're not getting it back anyway. I think it's probably a 4th fleet though, because even if you're gonna do, as all these top boards have, there's going to be ebb and flow, and there's going to be shifts, and Munich might get attacked, but Munich, you can come back and get Munich back late. Gone forever, especially with the strength that France and Italy both have. One of them is going to want you to have it again later. I think if you can secure Norway and maybe St. Petersburg, akin to Doug's game, where you sort of seal off the top, that's how you really give yourself a great chance at victory here.
It's such a defensible position in Scandinavia. You can defend it with so few units after you've taken it. The problem for me is that that's going in the wrong direction from where all the other leaders are. So you'd have to be racing, and I just don't know whether or not that a race pace is something that Germany is going to be able to sustain. But we do see the fleet and the army as predicted. We get the disbands in Marseille and Greece instead of Tunis. And then Wardy is unable to build home centers occupied. Happens to me. Well, actually, I never build as Austria, but in those rare times that I do, that's what happens. Spring of 1908, we're about halfway through.
Yeah. I forgot Craig. Apologies, Craig. Pulling Norway makes sense, and this is the precise reason why forcing the disband of Edinburgh is just generically good here. And I mean, I think it's also generally tactically good for Saren to bounce the channel. Like, this is all stuff that you would see during the winter and decide, okay, this is how this is going to sort out. Support into Norway is kind of fun, to be honest. I wasn't sure what Russia would get up to here. Excuse me. I think people have definitely had a chance to come back in games, and I wouldn't honestly completely rule out Russia at this point. But this sort of seems like that might be that. And that massively changes my opinion of Saren's opinion. I was already high on it, but leaving Ukraine as well. Now there's no competition for Eastern thoughts as Germany. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the East, that is just the story is Wardy just moving everything back, which is kind of necessary. He does need to take back those centers, and he is making excellent progress around there. Mikhail is suddenly very much on the back foot down here. But it is leaving Saren to just grow and grow. And I have a feeling if that keeps happening, this game might end up being a foregone conclusion.
Well, we said that 1 year ago, and look at the difference of where we are now. So this game is, like the others, delivering on the entertainment factor.
Yeah, so looking at the East here, well, I guess I'll change what I was saying. Wardy moves straight back into Sevastopol, into Romania, into Galicia, just making those moves against Saren, presumably, with these. And he does get that Serbia unit there, so he is actually going to be able to build 2 because he waved last turn, not voluntarily, but he did wave. And at the same time, Michalis manages to take a center off of Nikola with Wardy's assistance. So it looks like the AI has seen the threat of Germany and has made up. I think if they do manage to coordinate and take down this Turkey quickly, this could very much put them back in the game.
Saren walking out of Moscow is very interesting, because it's a build that would have been evened out by Serbia, and they're trading Edinburgh and Norway, so it's not an issue. It's strictly a build, and with presumably soon 3 armies bordering Munich, you know, do you want to try to force things? And I think no. I think this is the right decision. That's where I'm going with that. But Russia, buddy, you could have had something. You could have had a moment. Always be ordering.
Could have been a contender. So there was a fall 1908 draw vote. It was not openly vetoed, but it did not pass.
I'm curious about this Norway move here as well. Like, Saren did not only move out of Moscow, she also initiated this Norway-Edinburgh swap and then failed to take Norway, like went out. I'm wondering if that was unrequested support for Edinburgh. I think actually more likely she decided that she could tank the destroys if she thought that Wardy was going to continue attacking Michalis. But I think she needed to take one of the 2 here just to offset Edinburgh.
It sounds like Andrew Koch admitted to being veto, and Christopher Ward also saying they vetoed. I agree. This game, it's too fun. You can't stop here.
Yeah, and McCall presumably did, but didn't admit. So yeah.
Winter of 1908, we've got double army builds from Christopher Ward's Austria, now looking pretty good at 7. We've got Saren Kwok once again, the board responding to the board leader, knocking them down to 8. Spring of 1909.
Eddie got popped, so the disband was already off the table. So there's no reason not to just do Norway. I realized that. Let's see, what are we seeing here? Got some shifts. Went back to Belgium because of the awkwardness. See, and when I saw the moves originally, I was like, why would you let them into Picardy? And then this is like, well, the fleet in Belgium's actually kind of really awkward. So it definitely halts movement. I mean, I don't know. This is why I felt like things looked really good for Michalis, and it like felt really good for Saren. I'm glad to see Russia making a move. Yeah, I don't know. They just seem really tight. I don't see it resolving in a way that works out for France, but I don't see a way out. Do you see a way out, Marcus?
I'm not sure I do. It's really tough to say what the route is. I don't know. I feel like Italy and Austria will have to fight each other at some point, right? And Germany is coming under significant pressure from the south, so maybe France gets some something from that. Yeah, I do want to say this is what Saren does so incredibly well as well, is just using the units of other powers, especially smaller powers, as her own. With Yelta's move from St. Petersburg to Moscow here, with Craig moving to Yorkshire and giving her Edinburgh. Her moving out of Norway is what allows this, because Craig is not risking his own survival to do this anymore. So excellent on that front. But in the south, this Austria-Italy alliance is holding for now, and is going full steam into that central board position.
So I've got the devil on my shoulder telling me, Wardy, go for Trieste. Like, go, like, Italy's weak. You don't need them to hold back France anymore. Go get your dots. But on the other side, I've got the angel saying, well, you're working together against the board leader right now. Why stop a good thing? Andrew, which camp are you in?
I don't think he needs to stab, but Terenian needed to hold. That's actually where I feel the momentum sort of move here is Terenian. I'm like, Italy should not be moving against France here. That's surely, like, we can all agree on that. But seeing it back in Ionian doesn't make me more comfortable. And realistically, I think Wardy's best chance to get somewhere is to continue to work with McCallus. I think there's a lot of growth potential. You're getting Warsaw, you're recovering Munich. You actually might have a play on St. Petersburg, excitingly enough. Like, there's just sort of enough going on that might accidentally happen. Especially, oh right, yeah, you can't even, Norway would get captured, but then you're giving up North Sea. And that English, there's weird things here that could work out. But I think you don't want to see that fleet back, because I'm seeing Bulgaria to Con, Greece to Bull, and Ionian to Greece, or Ionian to Adriatic. And then armies are pretty far from home.
Well, fall 1909, what decision do they make?
Yeah, I just do want to say, in diplomacy, it's not usually an angel and a devil on your shoulder. It's a devil on one shoulder, and then it's a devil disguised as an angel on the other shoulder saying, hold back, don't stab them yet. We can do it later on instead. But yeah, so here in the east, we see an excellent convoy from... Wait, I was going to say an excellent convoy from Wardy to take Ankara, but it looks like it was just agreed at this point. Nicola saying, okay, I'm out. I'm just going to concede at this point, which is reasonable. Get ready for that second chance game. And actually, this does mean that he doesn't get to go full... Wardy doesn't get to go full out against Warsaw and Moscow. Which is kind of interesting. Just goes for Warsaw. I wonder if that was very much on purpose to try and get Russia a little more into this game. Maybe if Russia builds a unit up north, that can go and interfere with Saren's plans in some way. I think it might be a little misguided to think he'd do that, given that Saren was the person who got him back into the game in the first place here. But it's worth a shot. And elsewhere, it just looks like the Austria-Italy alliance is holding right now.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's a build, and Russia not building would be absurd here. And it just is a build in St. Petersburg. I think it's a very prescient move from Wardy. And if he negotiate, like, whatever got negotiated for Ankara, he gets credit, even if maybe Sahoge was just like dinner calls and I'm done, that kind of a thing.
Well, I think he definitely gets credit, because this is absolutely a thing. I am guilty of this sometimes. Sometimes just being the person that's showing engagement, recognizing that person that's sitting at one or two centers is a part of this game. They can make a difference, can be all the difference. So good on Wardy for engaging that conversation.
Yeah, good. Toot your own horn, Wardy. Good job. Yeah, other than that, Eddie's open. Let's see what happens there.
All right, winner of 1909. We get two armies from Christopher Ward. We get army from Craig Mayer. We get fleet St. Pete North Coast from Yalta. And the disband in Clyde. Spring 1910, we've got 5 years remaining potentially. Let's see where we go from here.
I don't love pulling Clyde. I can't quite explain it, but it feels like maybe actually pulling Mid-Atlantic or even no, probably Mid-Atlantic, because the argument you're making, I think, to England here is just like, please don't do it. Please. I will give you like a better resource, a better outcome than if you work with Germany against me. But maybe Clyde is part of that pitch, but no Clyde, I feel like it's just inviting losing Liverpool. And Germany is going to be happy to put England in the centers, because by the time that England decides, wait, I this board again, Germany will be in a defensible position in the north. And so it sort of more comes back to, I think we're asking, is 8 enough again? But not having Norway be yours, kind of nice.
Yeah, so if we look at the East here, I mean, there's clearly a stab that's happened here on Michalis from Wadi. I think the moment Nicola was out of contention in that side of the on that side of the board, it's tough to say, you know, we're going to stick together when Michalis is clearly not going to attack France. Right? So are those units just going to stand there? You don't really want to advance the other direction while they're doing so. But this is going to give Saren a really good chance again, like even more of a really good chance, because now Bohemia is blown up and Italy, Austria fighting. There's not really that much of a threat against her anymore. Although Wadi does have the possibility to gain a lot of centers right now. Well, Moscow, for one, can he gain that much more than that? I think actually it might be tough for him to gain more than Moscow, but he can at least pick up Moscow.
Well, I think the answer to your question, Andrew, 8 will not be enough, in my opinion. I think the winner of this game is got to be somewhere around 10 at least.
Yeah, so if we look at the East over here, things actually settle down a little bit. Wadi does take Moscow, but unfortunately is not going to have anywhere to build. I was going to say it doesn't look like he gets a build anyway, because he does get Vienna taken from him. Again, down to one home supply center. It's a painful situation to be in. And he was trying to pivot back against Saren by the look of things. So did Michalis talk him down from what he was doing? Did he realize that Saren might be more of a threat to his win than she initially appeared? These are questions he will have to answer in the comments, I guess. Oh, I see. He said Vienna was agreed. Okay. Right.
Nice.
I guess as a peace offering, it's okay. I'm always upset to lose 2 of my 3 home supply centers. But he's doing well enough in this situation that he still has a great shot at the win, even without it.
I think my concern, though, is I need more immediate concessions from Italy here as part of that deal. Because all that happened is 3 fleets stayed where they were and 1 got closer. I was also kind of hoping that Warsaw, jumping on your side, Warsaw would take Moscow instead of Sev, because it allows for a pivot for Saren to help you against Italy, right? Because, you know, is Italy going west here ever? Like ever? We're waiting for England to come back on my proper side, looking at the west. We're waiting for England to come back and eventually go, like, yep, I'm playing a balance of power game, and I got rebalanced, and now I have to balance again and attack Germany, right? That's like the idea. That's the eventual outcome. But when? Lost Norway, right? That was always going to happen. It's like, I don't think there's ever time left for France to become big enough to pull Italy back west in a way that is legitimate. And so this just feels like giving up enough ground that Michalis is going to get away with some center stealing eventually here.
Winner 1910, Michalis going up 2, Andrew Koch going down 1. We get a wave from Michalis, an army build in Venice. We get a fleet in Eddy. It was around this time on the board that Craig Mayer said, I'm exactly where I was when the game started. And there we are. So well done, Craig. Thank you for the entertainment. We've got to disband the army in Wales. So things not looking too hot for Andrew Koch right now. It's an interesting point of the game. We've got Wardy with the win at the moment, sitting at 9. McCallus moving upward on our graph, sitting at 8. We've got Saren at 7. I feel like any of the three of them have a shot at this still. Craig Mayer could be the difference maker. McCallus, I'm going to go to you for a prediction here. Who do you like on this board?
I don't think McCallus is here, unfortunately.
McCallus. I'm in the chat. Come on, McCallus.
But yeah, so I would go with Saren still right now. I think that the numbers are a little bit deceptive because Craig he's been put back into the position that he is because of Saren. So if we get into an endgame state where someone has to make a decision on who is going to win, I think Craig's centers count as Saren's in that scenario if she can get the units there, and she's tactically adept enough to get the units there. So I would absolutely say Saren.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. I probably would have picked McCallus even before seeing this, because I think, I mean, negotiating Wardy into that position is right. I want to address McCallus's comment about threatening to go west. How? You're bottlenecked through Tyrrhenian. You can't throw to France, to Germany in an efficient manner. Yeah, that's it. I'm saying I don't believe that pitch. You can't throw to Germany in an efficient manner without Austria also picking up your centers. So good diplomacy to you, sir. Good diplomacy. Funny rotation in the center for the West. The balance in Wales is kind of interesting because I'm not sure what's on Craig's mind at this point. He's suffered longer than Turkey, traveled much farther, seen the world, come back again, lived to tell the tale. Presumably he's settling down and having kids now, but like do you just write a book about it and sort of that's that? Because there's not you're not getting into English Channel, you're not getting into North Sea, especially not with Russia and Norway. I think kind of showing us what side that he thinks he's on here. I don't know. It's kind of weird in the North right now.
Yeah, I mean, in the East, we're seeing a big pivot back to the center again to put Saren under pressure. It's going to be interesting because what I said about Craig's centers only really applies if she can get the units there to take it. And she is kind of pinned down on a lot of sides right now with her units. She's got the Free Fleet up in Norwegian. She's kind of got the fleet in North if she doesn't have to worry about Belgium. But there's not really much else, and she also can't build while this much pressure is on her supply centers. So, going to be interesting to see if she can handle that. Okay, and okay, just as I say, there's pressure going onto her supply centers. Now suddenly there isn't. It's pivoting up into against St. Petersburg, which is a little bit questionable. I'm not sure what the purpose of that was. Maybe they anticipated that Yelta would try and take Sweden or something akin to that, and leave himself out of position. But they are not.
I think what's going on here is in fall 1911 there was a draw vote and it failed. So I read this as positioning to signal intent on the draw.
Okay. Yeah. So elsewhere in the East, there's really not much going on except for this move into Western Mediterranean. But I'll let Andrew talk about that because it's France.
It's the moment it comes into Tunis, then it's our mutual shared property. I'm more interested actually in the English moves and that there were none, because that answers the question about Craig's intent to me, which is he doesn't seem particularly willing to just let Saren top this board, despite all of the help that he got to get back to where he is right now. At least not at this moment. I think if a draw vote failed here and then moves happened, if I'm understanding correctly, I would have been curious to see handing over Edinburgh, right? Pretty straightforward. Maybe if you're Germany, you don't want to risk moving, but there was 3 on North Sea anyway. Like, I guess, well, Norway, it kind of balances out, but Norway didn't do anything. So, perpetual non-orderer alert. Delta, we'll have to have a conversation about that. Yeah, I don't know. And like Wes, I don't know. If there's play left in the game, it's currently in the Western Med, and then who knows what will happen. So it's not wrong in that sense.
Winter 1911, we get another fleet build from McCallus. Our current center count stands with Christopher Ward winning this board with a 9-center Austria, followed by an 8-center Italian ally, McCallus Camaridis. We're starting to get towards the back half of the game. Will that alliance structure hold is the question going into spring of 1912.
I mean, Fleet Naples is a great start. I'll say that. The rest is curious. So these are some moves from Craig, which I also find interesting. Ed's comment says, Craig thinks like this: I helped Saren by taking French centers. Yeah, I mean, that's not, everybody's perspective is their perspective, and I could absolutely see that here. This mostly looks like defense against a convoy though, right? And sort of that's the line. I'm not sensing the energy that we felt in a lot of this game. This feels like maybe the draw boats are starting to work as a diplomatic tactic, and it's more a matter of like what's going to shake out. It's not over, right? Or they would have drawn, but you can see like the Western Med's not going to get anywhere. And if anything, you're kind of handing Italy a chance back into this game by having a reason to pull you over now that England is sort of holding Germany in place.
We did have another failed draw vote on this turn.
Yeah, so I am thinking I'm reevaluating my position that Saren is in the lead now, very much so, because of Craig's moves. And I think if they knew that in advance, then Wardy is the obvious person to win this game at this point. And yeah, it's sounding like most of them are okay with that. And the most important person is McCallus on that front. He's the only person who can really fight it. It looks like he's willing to make moves, but it doesn't look like he's willing to fight it to me.
All right, moving on to fall of 1912.
Okay, and in the east, McCallus keeps moving west just to counter this threat. And the fact he's vacated Wardy's home supply centers now shows even more, I think, Wardy has this game. I am hopeful that Wardy will take his home supply centers back before the game ends, just to make a point that they're nice to have. But he has very much proven me wrong that you can do well without them.
All right. Spring of 1913. We're just going to keep pushing forward a little bit here.
Yeah. That's all I have to say is like, yeah.
Yeah, this is a pretty locked up position. It looks like most people have agreed on the end. I think what may be happening here is one person thinks they have a chance on the very last turn of the game. So what they're doing is they're just going to delay and delay and delay, keep things the same, and then make their move in 1915. So I think we should just keep moving ahead until we see that.
All right, fall of 1913. It looks like, I mean, there is some action going on here. We've got some creative play. I like the convoy attempt from McCallus, and good defense on the part of Andrew to prevent that. We've got some shuffling of some units around, but then in 1914, the game ends, and according to the notes, it was a GM forced draw. So according to the rules, in the event that there's been no exchange of centers, the GM may force the game to end in a draw. So that does appear to be the case here. So that means Christopher Ward wins this board, and I believe Christopher Ward's first top board win ever. Couldn't have come at much of a bigger game, so congratulations, Christopher Ward.
All this time, the W in his name felt alone, and now it has a friend.
He won with just Budapest. I'm so sad. But well done.
all right. Let's. We all have to learn to let things go. But no, I think he, like, I think there's a lot of unspoken diplomacy, and the way that a lot of the other boards spoke very loudly about what the relationships were and how they were changing. This game was a little more reserved, and I think a lot more was probably said than was done in a very impressive manner, because this is not a position, looking at it from like a throwing out the relationship sense and from a gunboat sense, this position is not settled. This is not a line in the way that we've seen lines earlier today, but it's very clear that a diplomatic line was drawn and that this was the result.
Yeah, well done, Christopher Ward. I've played with Christopher Ward in a couple of games, always been a good ally, and my knock against him was his unwillingness to make those big moves, and then the next evolution was the willingness to make the big moves, but doing it at the wrong time. Put together a complete game here. So really, really excited to see that win. Congratulations. And we already have a board full of talented players for our championship game next weekend. Congratulations to our winners from these games. They can enjoy the rest of the weekend off. For the remaining players, we are going to see them again, or they'll have invitations to the Last Chance board. So just really quick, I'd like to get both of your thoughts about this weekend. The first chance games that you saw. Andrew first. We saw a great diversity of play, really good quality play too. What was your impression of what we just saw?
I had a blast. I wasn't quite sure signing up for this. I think sometimes I enjoy the minutia rather than like the larger movements. But each of these games, especially starting with the Paris method and getting to see how those decisions played out, just getting a little bit more, and then watching it all play out was just fun to go through, just to see what would happen next. Every turn was worth flipping to. I think there's no higher compliment I can give.
Marcus, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been an amazing thing to watch. All the games were won in very different ways, and the most exciting thing for me, I guess, is just how many of these people seemed like. I mean, they're not really underdogs because they made it into DBNI, and they're absolutely incredible players. But compared to some of the heavy hitters, we were saying how like strong of a chance people like Peter McNamara, Riaz Virani, etc., had. I think all of the games were won by people that were generally, the win wasn't. They weren't the favorite for the win in their game, or close to the favorite for the win in their game, and they played some absolutely incredible diplomacy to get to the point where they've got to the championship. I'm very much looking forward to it.
All right. Well, the good news for all of us is this weekend is not over. February Fever will continue again tomorrow. We will be on this broadcast again at 3 p.m. We have our team has been hard at work behind the scenes. Kevin O'Kelly in particular has been working really, really hard. We have our Last Chance games assignments. So we're going to go ahead and bring those onto screen. I am pulling them in right now. We are getting these live as we speak. Looks like our first board is Last Chance Round 1, Board 1. And our players are going to be Matt Krill, Peter McNamara, Jason Bennett, Jason Massbaum, Craig Mayer, Chris Brand, Karthik Konath. Then we have our Last Chance Round 2. Bradley Grace, Saren Kwok, Riaz Varani, Andrew Koch, Ruben Sanchez, Cameron Higby, Keith Worstel, and Michalis Camaridis, Ed Sullivan, Yelta Kuiper, Nicola Taille, Brandon Vogel, Nicola Sahuge, and Zachary Moore. So, players, look forward to seeing you in those games. Congratulations for those of you who made it. Those that were eliminated, the bottom 3 seeds will become our first alternates. We will be reaching out to you and sending invitations for you to participate as an alternate in case, in the event one of those players is unable to play. Everybody else, we will see you on our broadcast tomorrow, 3 p.m. Andrew, Marcus, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Really had a great time. Y'all were fantastic. Brought great energy. It was a lot of fun. Thank everybody for watching. Thanks to our GMs who helped us have these games. Kevin O'Kelly for producing. Hal Schild for making all the videos. And everybody have a great evening.